Hello, everybody. Good morning and welcome to the show. And I always say good morning because, unfortunately, we are not in Tokyo, Japan. I would love to go with these two to Tokyo. I think we'd all have a lot of fun. But we're here live from home at 5:45 a.m., 4:45 for our wonderful Emmy. Fluke, hello. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to Japan LCQs. Yeah. I mean, I don't get to decide on that, and thankfully, yeah, I don't get to decide on anything. I just work here. I don't know what you're on about. I am wearing my I Am Knuff sweater today because I feel it's one of those days that you just need that bit of motivation when you look into the mirror. Speaking of motivation for the morning, Hap, good morning. How are you today?
I am so known to be the motivation in the morning for everybody that's around. Yeah. I am nice and warm. I wrap myself into my blanket. I am so ready to go for Japanese Siege in my comfy current state.
Good. I love that for you. And yeah. I think cozy and comfy is pretty much what we're going to have today because whilst it might be a bit heating up in that lower bracket, there's still comfort in knowing that CAG are in the running in the upper bracket. And we'll turn our attention to them later on today for game number 2. That'll be a best of 1 series, but we got 2 best of 3s lined up for you. BO3s for now are only limited to the lower bracket. Father's back playing Kinotrope. At the same time, our favorite team to ever grace Japan, Bluebees, will be playing Chris Gaming, and that'll be off stream. So we'll get to inform you of those results as we go on with our day. And you see things highlighted in yellow or gold here. Enterforce, Kagosaka, Kinotrope, Father's back. And that second matchup in the lower bracket, well, those have been handily made to show you what games will be on today on the broadcast. Our wonderful producer Nuttery, as always, is pretty nutty with that, and I'll give you the info that you need to set up for the day. 1 best of 3 Kinotrope, Father's back, 1 best of 1 Enterforce CAG, and finally a last best of 3 to close out our day in the lower bracket. How was yesterday for you, though, Hap, Fluke? I mean, did you have some fun? Did you get things that were unexpected in your mind?
Definitely a lot of fun out there. There was a couple of the upsets that we witnessed. I mean, Kinotrope losing out to Bluebees was one of them, of course. And you're like, okay, so this LCQ bracket is not like anything we expected, except for maybe the results that Kagosaka has been able to put up. Exist, of course, losing 1-7 as well to Enterforce, who was struggling throughout the majority of the regulation stage, finding themselves at the upper bracket final now against Kagosaka. It's just 2 of those big teams, or rather Enterforce, you might have not expected out of that top bracket to come through. So yeah, for me, it's been good.
Mm-hmm. We'll hear you in a sec. There, Fluke. I mean, we can, but we're trying to. You are back. There you go, Fluke. All yours. Yes, you're. Yes. That's what we're told.
Yeah. No, I'm losing it. It's early. It was exciting games. The things I was saying. It was great. You didn't know what was going to happen next. We had the run of Bluebees. Now, I would be surprised if we see Bluebees again against Crest Gaming, but who knows? Because they did technically beat Kinotrope, and now Kinotrope are having to do the lower bracket.
Hey, maybe we get a good story out of it, right? That 2-0 against Exist and Kinotrope. The way that they fell down here was unexpected, as you say. Who knows? Maybe we get to do more of that today, and that'll have to rely on their game versus Father's Back, which is where we turn our attention to. And you see those numbers, 2nd, 8th. Well, that is the representation of the positions, both of these squads within the Japan League, the regular league Kinotrope is second, technically third, just kind of depending on where you're looking at points-wise, and then eighth for Father's Back, all the way at the bottom of the bracket. And maybe this will be a repetition of how things usually go in here. And I'm actually trying to find when the last time these two played and kind of reference that. There you go.
That's when
Father's Back. When was the last play?
That's when you usually throw it towards happy. It would have been in the league.
No, they played the final.
Yeah.
Yes, that's exactly it. 7-3, Kinotrope versus Father's Back, Cafe Dostoevsky. And that was the final day of the regular league, September 29th. There you go.
Yeah. And it was a surprise result.
Was it? Was it really?
Listen, sometimes you never know what expectations you have in life. And I expected Kinotrope to play better yesterday, and they didn't. Because
That's
they
true.
played so good last weekend, and they were a little bit behind the course yesterday, I think it's fair to say. And they realized that. They only really showed up in the second map of their best of 3. So now's the time to sort of, fresh day, fresh energy, fresh map.
Of fresh maps, exactly. And this will be a best of 3 series. So, Hap, would you care to walk us through these, please?
Yes, of course I'll walk you through it, Milosh. As the first bank comes...
Hold my hand.
Bank comes in, called bank. Comes in, Father's Back deciding to go for that pick. Of course, have seen that, their opponents can bleed on that. So decided to pick that one out. Cafe coming up next. I still think it's a bit of a risky pick to go through from Kinotrope. I mean, they've played some games. They've also been close. It wasn't like complete blowout. But probably deciding to bank on the fact that they are the better team in gun skill wise, and they're able to actually come out on top in some of those fights. But the side of Chalet, I think Chalet is really turning out to be like a new organ to some extent, where every team has a game on it. It's just who has the better game.
Let me quickly jump in on that. Cafe is maybe the strongest map for Kinotrope. 3 wins over recent play, and it's where these teams played last time, and Kinotrope won it 3. So I feel like this is going to get wrapped up quite quickly. Bank as well. It's an average map. Both of them have a recent sort of meh history with it. It's just been banned a lot by Father's Back. I don't think we've seen it over the Japan League. I don't know if they played it in the best of 2 yesterday.
Yeah, well, as you see, our game is loading up and ready. 85% favor for Kinotrope. Father's Back is going to have to go very high uphill to get this win over the line, if they're able to do so. Reminder, best of 3 series. And start out map number 1, please. Fluke Hap, enjoy.
Thank you. I hope I do, because it's early in the morning and we're going to watch some teams play Siege for their chance at getting to the major. Now, you would favor Kinotrope over Father's Back. Father's Back have not had a great time, but who knows what's going to get itself stepped up. What do you think of them bans, Hap?
Don't think we have to go into Monty too much. It's just the mainstay ban in most of these compositions currently. The mirror, is one of the bans that you start seeing less and less. However, we know that mirror can be quite beneficial here. You start thinking of the top floor, you think of janitor. You start thinking of the basement itself. You start thinking of how it makes a default plan just a little bit harder to actually deal with. Though could be, of course, quite an oppressive operator still, and then the turbo out just to make sure that those hatches open up as soon as possible, I would assume. So, nothing too crazy, I'd say. All pretty much the standard with a game plan in mind. Was that a... What was that down there? Was that a Yoka drone? It just got zapped? I think it was.
It might have been. Gets itself in this sort of early utility grab. It's a slow build in. They've got the watch over for the full extension, and they're trying to piece together. Sorry, I'm still trying to sort my mic out on the side of this. Apologies for me being a little bit scatterbrained right now. We have the chance of the Vigil going for the full extension. Seeing one without a boss G is sort of weird. at the minute, as they're trying to just, when you're playing on towards this basement floor, you want to get your full control, get your sort of lockdown on the stair sets themselves, and piecing together. But it's a very slow entry, I say, as Yukiz slams out. Get rid of Harasan. And from this point onwards, easy pickup.
Just playing around the lobby, probably had the read that the Finko's moving into the teller's office because the yokai is placed in the middle of that big lobby. So complete knowledge out there, as right now they're starting to collapse. They're starting to get themselves over towards the archives, looking to chase down one member that they've seen before. However, still have a player down on the actual blue stairs. As soon as this breach goes on, it's a bit of a cue for a potential push to come in. But nothing happening as of yet. In a minute 20, as hatches are being opened up. Still, of course, horizontal pressure needs to be made as well. But I don't know why a 6th pallet will be on that. Either way. Continues to open up the hatches, no matter how effective utility might have been. The Twitch is making up for now in efficiency.
Trying to get themselves control here over on towards green. They're getting rid of the utility with a minute left. They've got to start trying to focus themselves on towards getting just a little bit of control close towards the site. They're looking to try and pop themselves just any players, but nobody's being offered to them. Keen and Trope are playing so close to the chest. They don't want to go for the engagements. You have all of this utility to go for a quick charge. You've got the Blitz, you've got the Ying, you've got everything to throw yourself in, and yet they're still just weighing up the idea of, okay, we've got to send it via a hatch. And you wonder how much the cost of the utility here was on towards maybe getting the plant on towards server or the control there. Here comes the Candelas. Down red, on towards gold. The flashes on the elevator hatch. They go for the drop itself. There's a player that easily picks up the first. It's Yukiz as they hit lobby hatch as well. There's at least some trading back. They find a body, but it's quickly Yukized out of there. The spray down, and at this point they just arrive for their own execution.
Pretty clean execute to come down here from the side of Kinotrope. Or at least denial of the execute. Just shutting them down as they really enter the site. No real pressure whatsoever. All starts off with that first kill, of course, and, afterwards they could just all fall back, lay close to the chest, as you mentioned, and just let Father's Back try and solve the issue. Top floor will be up next, as we head towards VIP and CEO. It's the only 2 words I can read out of that line. And as we get going, I mean, that first round didn't really have that much from Father's Back. And it's the worry, you mentioned it, they have every operator to play quick, but there was no plan that let them play quick. It felt too held back, it felt too slow. So they gotta make sure that they're setting themselves up in a better way if they want to play that game. For now, it doesn't seem like they will go for a repeat, but of course there's still 17 seconds left where they can actually repick. As we were on that top floor again, the yokai's out there. Frostmats this time as well might actually catch 1 or 2 off on the top of those staircases. As we see the setup being established.
Maybe I'm good. We're back and forthing. You do your job. I'm here now. I'm here. We'll do it live. All right. Apologies if I was cutting in and out there. I'm trying to sort my microphone. It's having some issues, and it's always fun waking up at 3:30 in the morning to then try and do this at 4 in the morning. And get excited about a game of Rainbow Six, but I promise I'm here now, in the room, ready and raring to go. Okay, so we had that first round. Things fell apart a little bit for Father's Back because slow and cautious. Now, remember this is their map, and it's Bank. You have to try and lead with the fangs and get yourself biting. And here, I'm worried that they're going to spend a long time trying to juggle onto these windows, then Kinotrope just are going to be happy to sit and wait and say, look, come into the firefight. I'll beat you in the 1 versus 1. And they're like, oh, do we go for the 1 versus 1? Do we weigh up? And that's sort of the situation here. You can see that they're going to probably try and, juggle around the player locked inside of the office and just on towards Banana. But at this point, it's, hoping from the side of Father's Back that they get a little bit of that pace in their application.
And that's it. They just need to start getting some momentum in the round, and it doesn't really matter how. Information being gathered here, seeing that the site itself is actually quite clear. It's just what's around it they have to worry about. Nitrocells can be tossed in from range. Janitor is often a strong point that you need to contest early on. If you don't, oh, look at that. That drone is giving away so much valuable intel. There's 3 people on the rappels. Now, jump out is most likely going to be lethal for the defender who attempts it. There is so much to find here. And none of them seem to be waiting for it or preparing for it. As grenades are being tossed in, we'll just get the barbed wire. I believe they will have read that on the Echo drone that there is a player around in ATMs.
Again, a minute left now, and they're still just trying to throw in utility, remove the utility game. But in terms of pressure on towards the site, it's only really starting to come together. Okamesh has a long range all the way from the back of the office towards the top of square, is looking across the open breach. They're trying to just eke and step their way in here now as they throw themselves onto it. The first is theirs, and they're going for the plant. Candy gets his head stuck down as V-Bot gets the cross on towards the long desk. The Echo is still just watching nothing. And you sort of, for all the comments about things not being paid enough attention, what were Kenotrope looking for there? They had an Echo drone watching a man at the bottom of a set of spiral stairs. Candy's able to get a second. It's a post-plant situation. They're having to go for a full retake. Great, you finally killed that guy that was nothing more than a distraction. There's the pressure here. Around flag, pushing their way up towards the top of square. They're trying to go for the retake onto those players outside the windows, but you have to aggressively challenge. At this point, I don't even know if they can get to the kit in time. It's a 1 versus 2 with Candy holding on, but look at the timer happen. Look at where they got to get to. The round is done at this point. Things are still being pinged out, and this is just exit frags there. Great play from Candy in the end of it, but I was kind of similar to Father's Back in that I saw it was open. I went, no one's here. Are they gonna? No. Can I plant? Yeah. Okay. Cool. What just happened? What just happened?
So they were watching the yokai drone that was actually inside the lobby. So I think they were trying to find themselves a pick in the lobby, trying to bait out that player, see if they can get a clean kill on the back of it. Whilst in the meantime, the execute on the side is already happening.
Yeah, we could see that, but like, why? Why were they watching that Echo drone? What is their reasoning?
There was a player there, so I think that they were trying to, find a way to cleanly pick up, the one that is coming in from the rear, which was the spiral stairs. You had it on the Finca. It was actually on the staircase when the execute went down. Maybe it was like, okay, once we deal with this, we just have like a unilateral push we need to go for, and then after that we'll go. I'm not sure if they had another yokai drone in a position where they could have actually covered, or if there was any nitro cells still, they could toss from a safe position. Because afterwards they went for the retake, and you saw like 2 people going downstairs to kill the Finca. Instantly afterwards you saw Okamesh try and retake the windows, which you managed to find a kill from, which, better I guess if you can do it that way, because it stops you from having to go for a jump out and then go all the way around before you're back to the site. But they kind of ran out of manpower before they could complete the trade game on the actual site itself. So a bit of an oversight, maybe a overestimation of their own abilities in taking that round back, but we go on to the next, as the Twitch drone of number 2 taken care of, doesn't really do anything, just a single point of information. It's always a bit painful when you lose one like that.
One apiece, and Kenotrope just weren't keenly aware of the pressure coming in, and V-Bot might have a little bit of a sneaky bit of pace here. They were obviously the first engagement on the windows. They'd sat on for 2 minutes before they netted it before, and here the Nook, they don't want to find out what happens later. Good eyes on the players above the square skylight, peering down upon them, and okay, I guess things, I'm hoping, are a little bit more above from Kenotrope. They were too eager to rest and let things sort of fall upon them here, and Father's Back punished it. Slow and steady still wins the race. That is the parable that we've all learnt here, and that's what they're going to try and reapplicate. But Okamesh, in the same position he was in for a large majority of last round, starts trying to get the X-Kairos, and Yukis starts trying to get the players against them. There is Candy, though. Planter and killer of the previous round is able to end the run of Yukis, who we was, a little bit missing yesterday. There's Okamesh, who just dancing around a couple of players. He's found himself right in the middle, finally goes into the first engagement against Finca, gets it. There's the second, he sees them. He's getting this all called towards him. It's a 3 versus 3. They really need to work together to pinch out Okamesh at this point. The smoke cover allows Okamesh to escape, and I mean, a massive, massive mistake there. There goes Candy. They just needed to try to close down and execute onto the single player. And yeah, it's scary, but he's already picked up one. You've let the 7-second trade window go. And out of fear of death. And, you know, it's a game where you're trying to get the pressure onto each other. Hit by cap cans. And it's 40 seconds now for the 3 versus 2.
Definitely not ideal. That should have been a great position for Father's Back to try and get into the execute. Could have been a 4v2 in that scenario if they didn't lose the extra person, if they didn't lose someone towards the capcan. Where they find themselves with 20 seconds though. And not a lot of ground to cover. This might become a hatch drop or just rushing down the staircase and hope for the best because the diffuser is still up there. As V-Board gets shut down from the window, very much aware it's now number 2. Who finds himself in the middle of the connecting part between the 2 different sites. It's going to take some damage, is eventually going to be shut down from the backside, and Kinotrope managed to get yet another round, but it's a bit questionable from how Fadersberg Okamesh escaped there. He should have been picked up. And the smoke just gave him cover rather than your actual teammates. That probably was meant to happen with that smoke.
2-1. Kinotrope, they get themselves stepped up here, and you know, obviously this is the side that they're wanting to start on here, and for all the sort of comments made about what I'm expecting from an attack here on towards Bank and how you have to be very precise in your close down of the players, you have to make sure that you're encircling and moving. If you sit and wait, especially on your attack, you're just going to get punished. And here, you know, there wasn't that drive. There was that sort of missed moment halfway through, especially around Okamesh. That's what I'm kind of wanting to see for Father's Back. But also, we might get onto Kinotrope's side, and they're struggling with it as well. They're opting to start on their defense. I'm wondering if this is the difference between one of the top teams fighting in the region and one of the teams that unfortunately wasn't able to get things pieced together. You have a look at how it came together last time on Cafe between these 2 teams, and there was 1 attack that was won by Father's Back and 2 defenses.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Improvement is always able to be made. But also, the teams are in different forms now. So you'd expect a slightly different result and not a complete repeat. Skinotrope. Back towards that basement. I mean, they won this one pretty comfortably last time as Father's Back. That basically just, well, threw everything into the wind and hoped that something would stick. Wasn't really the case. They weren't able to actually even, you know, get out of the elevator or get out of the vault with those diffusers or basically even off the main stairs. Aware of the fact that there's a player again close by in blue with that shotgun. It's such a key position and it's so, like, played so often. Some boy players just now, okay, I'm not even going to try and challenge this because against a shotgun, like if you have the same reaction speed, you're just not going to win that. Checking for cameras. Who's why he's looking at the ceiling. Valkyrie has been played. Echo is currently on the board. A leg is being spotted out here from one of the players that is inside of the ATM door to lobby. Quickly repositioning the yokai just so he cannot actually see or get the angle without having to move in further. Kaiser-san now moving through as well using the Brava. So really keen on the anti-gadgetry here from the side of Father's Back. Using the Twitch, using the Brava, seeing if they can swap some utility or destroy it before they go for a site execute.
Why are they pinging their own ex-Kairos? You know, you got to know it's there. Twitch drone gets in, gets the bulletproof, and now the player has a little bit less cover. The removal of the Goyos is important to get done at this point. As soon as you get in, it's 20 seconds out of just sitting, waiting, and watching and burning to death. I like that they're, you know, focusing on this utility drive. As I said before, last time they sort of only really got the hatches done, and then we're back and forth here. Quick use towards that. It buys them options, but also the closer that timer ticks away from them, the more worried it's going to get. They're still going for this hatch drop setup currently. They haven't rotated themselves to any lateral positions. They haven't taken blue or server. They know there's a player in garage. They're not challenging. And I'm, again, sort of sat here wondering when and where. There's 30 seconds. There's 3 smoke canisters you've got to burn through. It's a side of attrition. And now they've only got the decision of planting in and off position. They cannot go for the default setup in the breach. And here with the Warden stepping up, more than happy to try and find the fight. It's Okameshu, hasn't died yet. Now he has, but he gets one on his way out the door, and he entirely sacrificed himself for it. 15 seconds. The Candelas finally start to raise. They're just going to see if they can try and send it in and get it planted somewhere tucked around there. As I said, it's all smoked out, and Yukis gets a kill, and well, V-Bot hopped up, gets the lockdown. There's an Echo drone that's causing all sorts of problems. There's trades out on the back end as V-Bot does get the Echo, leaving just the single player. Just has to stop the plant. And there it is. And it's a weird way for that round to end. But also, a strange approach again to try the let's drop hatches and send it Mark II. Yeah, they tried different hatches, but it's just playing into the hands of Kinotrope. They almost made it work by a backstab that caught a couple of players unaware, but it's still just, for me, the not really getting any pressure control on towards the site itself before they go for the execute there.
Backstab was also slightly delayed. Like, the Echo already has sent out the Sonic Burst with the Yokai, which stopped the initial plant from happening, and you know, basically forced them to try and reset that situation. Timer on 0. The plant was still going on. Like, 2 more seconds, plenty of time. Could have even gone for a reload on the MP7, I think, and still be fine. Kinotrope as they win yet another round. Of course, they know as well. Like, today is a long day in the lower bracket. It's going to be 2 best of 3s if you want to go all the way through. So cannot go full out yet, but you need to make sure that all your fundamentals are on point. And so far, I mean, that round worked out well. They maybe let a little bit too much slip through the cracks there, and then, you know, not be fully aware of what the plan was that Flattersback was going for. As you mentioned it, the stab from the back was still somewhat successful. It's just that they couldn't find the Fenrir, which eventually clutched out.
Kinotrope, they've got themselves a bit of a buffer. Let's see if they can try and pay attention this time round. Things slipped away from them. They got a little bit lost in the source of what was done, and fair play to Flattersback. They punished that. They opened up the site, opened up the wall, and with about 20 seconds left, were able to just walk in, get the plant, leave. And there wasn't a single point of pressure put back on towards that planter once it had gone. And yeah, that's, you know, part of that job is done towards them, shepherding them on towards the long desk and forcing them out of a couple of these positions, but also you still expect something as a response. Heavy pressure on towards the windows, getting themselves some of the control here, and I'm wondering if we might get a bit more of a drive up. This is the is it broken, do we try and fix it site. The change here is Yukis' position. Very aggressive and is going to get forced out, but doesn't get punished for it, which, I mean, it's a shame, but so is that, I guess, of it clipping the side of the window.
Yeah, it's going to be destroyed. Gets himself a second chance. Might have been better to actually leave it up at that point, as it takes a small amount of damage, retakes his old position, actually rotates all the way back out again. Number 2 opening up with the skeleton key, not finding anything as of yet. Yukis holding tight, gets spotted by a drone. That might have actually just saved the life of number 2, because he was about to be walking by. Like, some of that verticality out there could have lost him his life. That went through. As the barricade is being Selmat off, number 2 is looking, Yukis is looking to still find the buck down below as he's rotating back into his first safe spot. And as long as he's close to these windows, a repellent is just not going to be happening, because, again, like, it's just too unsafe. You have someone on the closed window who can shoot you before you can even respond. So Buck really needs to do that job of playing the vertical game. But as their jump through comes in, Yukis finds one, and now there's a different worry for the Buck, as someone is down on a horizontal level with him.
Well, there's the catch with the Deagle as the secondary, and Yukis is just on form today. For what was missing yesterday, it's definitely sparked back to life here, and with 20 seconds, those 2 players removed. Notice the bulletproofs and the attention that they were paying towards the top of square this time round. There was nothing that took them by surprise, and this is the result of it. They paid it fair respect. There's pressure on towards janitors. They swing up as soon as they went for the plant there, and it leaves just a sole player down to a pistol, but executed in exchange. Tadaniki does get 1, but otherwise, as close to a flawless as it could possibly be. Kenotrope. They've definitely warmed up now, especially towards that site. We're starting to get them reacting. And fair enough, they're 4-1 up. They haven't really been pressured at this point, I would say. It's just the pacing's been a bit strange. Everything has happened in the final 30 seconds. There's been no real exploration of the map until Yukas did it just then.
And I guess it also has to do with the fact that Fluttersback is not really putting up any pressure until those, final seconds. They feel safe enough. And I don't mean no pressure, right? Because you do have the buck down below, putting up some damage, but it's not like anybody is really in any gunfights up until like 40, 50 seconds left. And you have the rotate down, and he managed to get 2 kills out of that. It should have never happened. Like, Yuki should have been shut down as soon as he jumped down. Because that's what the players in ATMs was even like, just to make sure that that didn't happen. And yet he finds 2 instead. So, that point your round is just completely over already. You're in a 5v3. You don't have vertical control anymore. You're all on repels. Be able to enter that building and get that plant until at least not like you did in the first 2 occupied with the lobby players. So yeah, so far pretty dominant. Just a single round where Fluttersback was actually on top. It's also the round that they managed to secure. And now I have one more opportunity on the attack to see if they can at least put that second on the board to buy themselves a bit of an extra buffer.
On towards open site, and obviously this was a failing of a close down of a player above. I highlighted it at the time, was they really needed to send people in response. Dokumesh was just holding on towards that power position around Banana, jumping out, spinning around, whatever. And as soon as they got the kill onto the 1, there should have been those other 2 players that were in that position to just push on. He cannot shoot 2 ways at once. Alkayu creeping in towards lobby, might find themselves being checked in on the desk. There's someone more than ready for it, waiting, anticipating the pressure that can come around, and in fact actually pulled away as the drone rolled close. They didn't want the smoke just yet. Instead, the pressure on towards the office hall on the back line.
Now they have brought RC Roteros, and those are supposed to be used to prepare the site and take out the utility before they go for a plant. Just saw some of them being used there as they wanted to get the Maestro cameras on the back of the kitchen. However, they were sitting there. It's also a bunch of Kiba barricades. There's so much utility clear with just those 2 RCEs left. Very close to being called by C4 there. Candy just stepped in and out. Duke is now being tracked. Will force him to play a little bit more carefully. Can no longer really play on that vertical because they'll be aware. However, first bit of pressure comes in as Okamesh takes small amounts of damage, but nothing too serious yet. And they still have the rotation in hand to get back towards the site. As Harrison, well, whilst he is close by in ATMs and is watching on a drone, it takes a bit for him to actually respond. And none of the players actually have any reason to go and rotate through the lobbies now unless they want to go up the main stairs. But you also know that as long as all of them are upstairs, the only way in is going to be through a hatch drop.
Once again, we're in hatch drop territory. Now, VBot is putting pressure on the window itself, but think about the quad wall being closed. Think about this connection as well being closed. It allows them to come into the small box where, what is this setup? None of it was open. They had no rotate, no extension, and now they have a cross angle. Very strange setup, and a mist-thrown grenade takes out the hatch below them at least. Let's look at silver linings. But now with 20 seconds, they're struggling to get through a soft door. They're trying to find their way through. Everything's still connected. There's number 2 getting the father's back body balance back into their favor. They've been able to bleed their way on towards the site, but they're under pressure all around. The vertical's been retaken. It's a 4 versus 2 though. And they just need to hit the planter. And that's the game that's being played. Couldn't get the connection. I mean, this setup needs work. I think it's fair to say, but also it confused father's back for quite a while.
It was I think they meant that more as a kill box. Like as soon as you're in there, you're not really going to be able to get out of that quickly, and you're just going to be stuck and trying to find yourself another way around. They also didn't, and I think they did that because they didn't want to play a rotation in archives. Often you see like an attack coming in from archives, then they open up that way into that connector piece, and then they have somewhat access to the entire site. I'm not sure if it works. It didn't in that round, but it also seemed like they weren't fully aware of it. People were just dying on the window out there, whilst it felt kind of unnecessary to be there. If you looked at how much like they've done on the side with the Kiba barrier and stuff like that, like, you didn't have to be there. Yes. But okay, second round will go to Father's back for that half, and that means the side swap is upon us. I'm gonna drop now over towards the attack to see if they close this out in the next upcoming rounds, or if Father's back has the opportunity to bring this all the way over towards overtime.
5 seconds to insertion.
4-2. Kenotrope, and can you push this one over the edge? This should be, I don't think, any worse than the result they had last time, where it was a 7-3. Obviously, there might be a little bit more preference towards Father's back based on it not just being a what's left map and it being a choice map here from the side of Father's back, but Kenotrope, they get to follow through onto a map that they've already beaten them on, that they're very happy on, that they've won pretty consistently on recently. So they'll be more than eager to get on towards Cafe next. The Deimos out and about, you know, love to see it, as there was a great discussion on Twitter the other day about the powers and the appreciation of the operator. Pros definitely very much love a bit of Deimos, and there's Deimos doing the Deimos things, getting the call-outs, revealing, obviously, the slight rotation in the player around to the top of White and Marble. As they drop their way down.
I don't know whose drone that was, but I don't know why you expected it to stay alive there. Anyway,
What?
thanks for information. Needing
But
to
that
be
was
gathered.
Kawa. That was an attacker that just shot that drone, wasn't it?
Oh, might have been Mozzie then. Yeah, so maybe number 2 just drove it up there, expected, like, he's like, I'm blending in.
Yeah. It didn't work. I mean, okay. Good use of the Mozzie pest. Traded out utility. There's the catch down. They fall back towards the site. They've done very good. This is actually the thing I was sort of saying before, is that the exploration of the map wasn't really happening by Kenotrope's defense. And here, their, you know, Father's back have demonstrated that they can play it. The first body goes against them, but there's Candy getting the trade back on towards Yukis. There's Mao biting right back, and they still have server control, they still have the extension, they still have garage as well, and there's still chunks of work to do. They've done a decent job of, you know, throwing themselves out. Kenotrope at this point weren't really extending anywhere else. They were just internal in the site and around the elevator drop. Here, 50 seconds. They still have one extra body. Now they've got 2. So maybe where things are starting to get punished. The blinds come out. Nobody's behind them. Candy, do you know that they're behind you? Or are you just waiting to get gifted here from this side? There's the bees that will just not reveal them because they just don't move. But they still lose out the fight anyway. The smoke is fully revealed. There's 30 seconds. They're pulling themselves off and out of there.
Oh.
But at this point, could it turn into another surprise against the person going for the plant? Not at all, because they can't physically get to them in time, and it's a 1 versus 1 above. Anyway, post-plant situation, 4 versus 1, and from what was a bit of a slower start here, the push down the stairs, the drop in the pressure on towards the players themselves, and the succinctly put together hatch focus. And yeah, it's something that maybe I don't think Father's back did as smoothly. They've downed the buck. They can push on. Here, it's been well extended and well put in. There's the player inside the elevator. And there's a player right there.
Even the Candela prepared as well to just throw in if they really needed to make sure that they were able to get the kill. And there you go, another round to be won. And whilst it might have seemed slow at first, I don't think Kenotrope had any real time pressure there. Like a minute was left on the clock, a minute 10. They already had 2 kills, all the hatches were opened up. Sure, they didn't take servers yet, and they didn't take garage. At least all the hatches were there. And, you know, when there's only 3 players left and there's 4 hatches you can drop from, then, you know, there's always a hatch that's not being watched. And we're just trying to, you know, find ways to exploit that at that point. Get those flashbangs in. Get the Deimos in. Trying to, you know, find ways to basically just isolate one of them. This one as well. Like the flashbang instantly followed up. I mean, it was a great kill. Just the shame that the Deimos is stuck in the elevator afterwards. And as soon as he moves out, you know, it's going to lose his life afterwards. Kinotrope definitely attacked that well. I don't think there was any like real time pressure for them, even though the time was ticking down. It was pretty much under control the entire time. So as we go up towards the top floor, I love this castle hold that Vadersback is doing. Just making sure that you have a long angle you can use to challenge the top square entry. Also just makes things a little bit more difficult when people are able to breach that first site. Never know where they're going to be popping up from at that point. Especially because that castle barricade just blocks so much of the vision you're so used to. I've seen a lot, like a couple years ago, and then, you know, it went out of rotation for a bit, coming back now again slightly every now and then. I just love architecture operators in general. It's good to see how creative teams can get with them.
Yeah, I mean, they design the game. They're what sets this game apart from any other, is your ability to reconstruct environments, your ability to change holds, and architecture is the most important part. Mirror had arguably the biggest impact on the game, on the competitive scene when they're released, and that is all because of the architecture they offer now. The offer here is on towards stock. They're checking to see just how good their options are, and as the wall towards the side gets popped open, they'll try and secure themselves, and there isn't, as far as I can see, anyone that's off and about from the side of Vadersback. I think they're generally all quite self-contained, as we saw a lot of before. Maybe one outline that's a little bit askew. Nope, all on towards the top floor, but they have the choice of dropping on the hatch and looping all the way around if they wanted to. They're just kind of waiting. A very aggressive position here from Candy, but they've been the one that keeps stepping in to these engagements and stepping back against the pressure being applied. A great bit of motion, but entirely caught out. They're not going for the confirm on the kill, though. Tadaniki is there to cover the player and does get the drop. Alkayu a little bit too hungry for it. There goes Kawa as well, as the Blitz just charging in around the back of the site. Doesn't want to get entirely caught out. He's hoping to get... There's at least one pop on towards vending. Now there is still a down player. Somehow, Kinotrope have been able to pull this one back. Okamesh just 1v1ing with the Blitz, not even charging in, playing it against the pistol. The last player still standing is trapped on the top of square. How did Kinotrope just win that out there?
Too much focus on one part of the map. Like, they were too focused on trying to get the pickup. You saw one on, like, the soda machine. You had one that was playing a little bit closer. You had one injured. And the Blitz just rushing in and finding kills. And the reason why he finds kills is because backs are being turned to the Blitz. They're trying to run away. Which, of course, I mean, if you don't, you're going to get smacked down. So it's that hard decision you have to make. Like, do I turn my back on him and risk being shot instantly? Or do I like try and challenge and hope that, you know, he cannot close the gap to me quick enough before I can, you know, shoot out his feet? You just saw like a little bit of panic there in one or two of those players. It's a beautiful shot from Tadaniki there, by the way. Just decided to lay down some fire, maybe in the hopes of, you know, rebutting whoever was on the other side. Actually found head instead, so I think that was pretty successful.
I mean, at this point, as I said, would it be a sort of tale of two halves? Kinotrope, they're very much cruise control. On the first half, Vadersback were not really putting any tests on towards the holds, and here, still kind of cruise control. There's obviously things that I think they can be doing sharper, but they are just a cut above currently against Vadersback. They're stepping in on their engagements. They're taking not preferable ones as well, and still just winning them out and smashing them out. And you know, this is that Kinotrope that I kind of wanted to see yesterday. Again, I think they'll, when they get into the game against Kagasaka, theoretically at some point today, they'll be sort of cutting through it a lot more. There'll be a higher energy and higher impact. But here, Vadersback, they need to try and just, I don't really know. And that's that sad moment here. They're having these slip-ups. They're just being outgunned at places. They're trying new ideas. I like that they're sort of testing the map and testing the waters a bit more than they were before, but still, this box position as it gets blown open. Obviously, there's the reinforced hatch below. The site is locked as well. Number 2 isn't a million miles away in open with support of Tadaniki, but Do they know how close this fight is? That castle's gone. The blinds come out. They can't see anything. Where is the operator on the back of this? Tadaniki is able to get rid of them. They're still shooting towards the door. Alkayu gets Tadaniki. But now, with number 2 holding on with a pretty heavy hitting gun. More blinds, more waiting, more anticipation. The Azami gets dropped on the other side as well. The swing comes out. It's Okamesh who's still just having a great run. The C4 doesn't quite get the catch, but number 2 does. Ooh, pops up. V-Bot has the cover. Alkayu finally gets it pieced together, and for where the site is, everything is exploding here inside open office. Wants to try and just sneak their way around. Now, that player is close enough that they'll hear the pickup, so they're going to go for the blind. The pre-fire comes out. It's a clever idea. They're spraying through, and oh, they were just short of getting the end of it. They secure the down player. It's either side. It's still full aggression. I said I liked how they're exploring the map, and they're trying their best to lock this one in. Father's back. Every single player, I think, died in open.
Yeah,
or at least next to it.
The entire fight was an opening kitchen. Like, everybody was there when it all went down. For a second there, I thought the opening would have been going the other way. The amount of flashbangs that came through, however you saw it, like there was still castle barricades out there blocking lines of sound, blocking entries. It was a very heavy hold around the open area. It kind of struggled and failed to get through properly. Meaning that Father's could just continue to lean back in. Like, as long as you're out there struggling to clear out those 2 players, we could just keep reinforcing them. Still then, that wasn't actually in the open area, just on the main stairs. It's a couple meters next to it. That would have been so close to actually getting the kill on the smoke as well. The wallbang not quite working out. This top floor is being chosen next. Complete rotation still needs to be completed by Father's back. 3 more rounds to get themselves to overtime. It's a tough ask, but not impossible. Especially if the rounds are as chaotic as the last one. Something you don't want as a defender. You want nice and easy rounds. And whilst, yes, those rounds get your heart pumping, if you can just, play these rounds and not feel any pressure whatsoever, and you're just playing your game and everything is connecting, I think you'd rather have that in a day, especially that is going to be potentially as long as this, than have every round pop off like the one that we just had.
Six to 3 here, and Kinotrope, I mean, between Yukiz and Okamesh, they've just been driving this game, and then I think the top 3 killers all on their team says a lot about how this is structured out. And yeah, they're 3 rounds ahead, but they are 3 rounds ahead. Like, it's not a million miles away. There hasn't been a lot of sort of competition in some of these rounds that have gone away from Father's back. A successful defense means they've got to try and loop themselves round before the chance at getting back towards the basement. And here on the top floor, where things started well for them and then fell apart. Now, it started well once again. They've gotten rid of Okamesh. They've gotten rid of the Deimos. Talked about the problems that their probing ability can have towards especially a lot of these soft locked bits of control. More steady pressure here from the top of square on towards number 2, doing their best to keep them occupied, but also alive is that important part. Don't want to hand them the free body.
I mean, it's what I was going to say, like, the big issue that they have now in Kinotrope is that no one's doing anything on Father's back. They're all just holding their angles, they're all just continuing to challenge, the one angle that they've been assigned to, and it makes it very difficult for them to actually get something done. I say, as number 2 drops down, has a nitro cell, but it's actually the moment that Janitor's being breached.
4 versus 4, and they're driving their way continually. Kawa in towards Janitor and hits the hatch, but number 2 gets the C4 kill in the same second, so levels things back up. Mao might not know. Oh, well, apparently does. I was going to say about the player that's swinging around on the side of them, and now it is just Candy, but not for long. Kinotrope lock it down here on Bank, smooth as you like.
Yeah, last player unaware there of the fact that someone was coming up on the top of main. And Kinatrop managed to find themselves that first victory, continued that little bit of form that started to build over the second half of the first map yesterday and the second map as well. Looking to get back into form, looking to get themselves another lower bracket run. But before we go on to map number 2, we will go to a very short break. See you soon.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the show. We just saw map number 1 going the way of Kinotrope as expected in many ways. A good performance on Bank 7-3 to kick off our first best of 3 series of the day here in the Japan LCQ, where only one team can make it out of the gauntlet. We'll know about all of that tomorrow and confirm the exact team that goes out from there. Kinotrope at the top, clear in the top performers. I'm just thinking, was it just Kinotrope that were outplaying Father's Back, or was it something else, Hap?
I mean, it's a little bit of both. Father's Back made some silly mistakes here and there. So did Kinotrope, but Kinotrope overall just able to, pull the trigger and break through when it mattered most. Like one of those rounds is the Blitz round, for example, where everything was kind of behind and, the Blitz waltzes in, gets 2 kills, suddenly the round just flips completely and they manage to steal it away. But also in general strategy to some extent in these rounds, where Father's Back was trying, but just a little bit too slow to deal with it. That cost them a lot of rounds in the early half, and then, So I think it's a bit of a mix of both. Like, Kinotrope is definitely playing better than they did at the start of yesterday. Mm-hmm. And also Father's Back making some slight mistakes that were being punished.
Well, Yuka's absolutely, probably, most definitely MVP of this matchup. Come on, it has to be. It absolutely.
So far, definitely is. Yeah.
I mean, Yuka's was performing out of their mind. I mean, in general, I think Kawa has that low EPS just because Yuka's Okomesh and Mao were just taking everything away from him, which, fair enough. But it was an overall team performance. Even at the end, looking like Father's Back, we're not really clear on where Kinotrope are attacking. Even the spaces that you usually expect attacks to be coming from. Outplayed might be the word for it here. And a good start on the defense is unusual, but that kind of shows how comfortable Kinotrope was, plus those vibes. I mean, you hear him at the end of every single round. You see how excited they are and how happy, those smiles. Okomesh really keeps spirits up on this squad, and I love to see it happen.
He definitely does, and also, when he's playing well, I think he was the top-rated player of the team in the regulation stage. Otherwise, he was number 2, but still, like when he's popping off as well and he's having a good time, it's just like that double buff to the rest of the team. So yeah, he's a great player to have on your team, that's for sure.
It definitely looked like it. Today, a great bit of performance. So we do have an update on our other matchup, Crest Gaming. They have won map number 1, 7-3. Very similar to what we had here. They're, of course, playing versus Bluebies. And, well, Bluebies in the morning was fun for us to kind of enjoy yesterday. Might not be what we get later on today. Who knows? The Bluebies can bounce back on that. However, Cafe Dostoevsky is our second map in this here series of Kinotrope versus Father's Back. Oh, sorry, no, that's Bluebies. Oh, damn, I misread. That is wholly on me. Oh, no. Then I didn't misread. It was just an issue with the graphic.
Right.
I swear.
Crest
swear.
173.
Well, yeah, I said that, and then the graphic came up, and then it had Bluebies with 10.
Did it?
What? Yes, and then it swapped back. Nuttery. Oh, you were baiting me. Oh my god, I fell.
Let's just
for the
gaslight
bait.
him. I mean, you were seeing it wrong.
Oh, our producer is gatekeeping, gaslighting, gate bossing.
Slay queening, yeah, gatekeeping.
If
Love
anyone
it.
was slay queening, it's Nuttery.
What-
It's
what
like
I
we're
think
watching
slay
Father's
queen.
Back. Nuttery's like Mother's home.
Oh, he definitely ate with that one. I tell you that. But Kinotrope were eating Father's back on a bank, and now we have to head to Cafe Dostoevsky. So let us take a quick break, and when we get back, we'll slide right into the second map. Welcome back, friends. Cafe Dostoevsky, our second map in this first best of 3 series of the day, continues while it is about to begin. As you see us loading into the map, Father is back, look to recover, and maybe find some milk along the way as Kinotrope dashed their hopes and dreams on bank. Might be cashing out in the lower bracket for 2-0. 73% of you believe that might be the case. We'll have to step in the server to decide on it for real, for real, for real. Please, Fluke Hap, take it away. Have fun.
Thank you. I will try to have the funnest time that has ever been had by anybody. That's a big ask, Milos. Why have you put this pressure on me this early in the morning? Hap, are we going to be able to achieve that?
We might be able to get close. Maybe we can even top the most funnest time everybody or anybody has ever had.
Whoa.
This early in the morning. Who knows?
What would be the most funnest time you've ever had playing Rainbow Six Siege?
I never won a championship, so it's like
Okay, well that's like a high bar. Most people have never won a championship.
Yeah, but it's like
that
even
means
like a
no
Benelux,
one has ever had a good time.
Even a national championship, I haven't won.
Yeah, most people haven't.
I got closer, right? Within a round.
0.1% of the people that have played Rainbow Six Siege have won a championship of any variety.
I think when I was at SI Brazil, it's just amazing. Like with the crowd, everything like that. I think that was the most funnest time I've had. I wasn't playing, but you know, Still counts, I guess.
Yeah, like playing in the room. I've played at an SI in that I have been at an SI and played the game.
Yeah, I played the demo booth at SI. Does that count?
I'm thinking of the Sweden SI that was behind closed doors when
all of us
teams
were.
would get eliminated and sent home, and they were in all these little booths. So if you would like at home imagine along with us, about a dozen to 2 dozen little small boxes that were built up in a big air hangar, and all the teams, that was their practice rooms, but they were just little walls and you could shout over the top, and when teams would go, those would become free and people losing their mind. There's a video that Sam Stokes put up. There's like, can I get a hiya? And then like half of the room exploded with it, and we played Siege in one of those and it was very fun. Anyway, 30 seconds down, pressure here on towards the side of Cafe. Now, as I said, my worry is almost the second half of this. Last time these two teams were actually matched up was on this map, and it ended up being a 7-3 towards Kenotrope. They won 4 of their attacks and then cleaned it up with 3 of their defenses. It was not great. If they can get through this half, fine. If they get a 3-3, great. But the attack is where I worry about Father's Back's chances here. They only got 1 last time round. The pressure comes out. They do get the opener. Tadaniki is able to take care of Yukiz, and Candy gets the side of Okamesh. 2 big players, 2 big killers from the first map gone.
Great start already for this first round on the side of Father's Back. Now, of course, you have to lock this off. The first one goes back towards Kenotrope. They know about one behind as well, and suddenly it's a 2-on-2 situation as the grenade will find someone as well. And you have such a great start, and things are just falling apart instantly afterwards. And you find yourself in a 2-on-2. One person on the backside actually rotating up for verticality. I think they're both upstairs for verticality now. And as the drones are starting to roll through, they will find out about this. And as verticality still being made, they only have 2 impacts to make this happen and a C4. Of course, number 2 does have a Deagle in pocket, which he can use to get some of these angles to go their way. But these Valkyrie cameras are going to be absolutely key as a lot of damage is being done to Harasan.
50 seconds, 2 versus 2, and they're toying with the idea of a plant around coffee and sink positions, holding on. They're just keeping their drones on the watch. Can they get this confirmed? Oh, sees the side of a player that doesn't want to fully offer themselves. Number 2 is waiting. They got the pinch either side, but now fights their way out, and now number 2 has to make a lot of noise, ripping down that castle, but just hopping in towards it. Again, another fight back from being on the deficit to being the destroyers. Kenotrope open with another round.
Great round there in the end from Kenotrope. The start, not so much, but at least they managed to bring it back. They cleared out Cupcake with their grenade. Kills happening on the opposite side as well, bringing it back towards that 2-2. Maybe a bit of a questionable decision for Father's Back to go up towards the top floor with their, both their players and not have anybody actually in the side itself to put up a little bit of pressure, because there is safe spaces here where you can plant and there is no vertical opportunity for you to cancel things out. Valkyrie also getting stuck inside of the box there with the fire right next to it. It just forces you to take that window. It's an easy hold off at that point for an attacker out there. So got themselves caught in their own setup because they went so heavy on that top floor. And for some sides that might work, but for this one I think they definitely needed to have a little bit of horizontal pressure as well.
10 seconds remaining.
It starts with the continued role here of Kenotrope. Now, Kenotrope can improve upon their prior results. It's all, the worth talking about how Father's Back could have learnt lessons, yada yada, but it's always fair to talk about Kenotrope being able to do the same thing, right? It was obviously a 7-3. It was a whole high-flung weekend of playoffs ago. Back in the best of ones that Father's Back could only sort of sit back on and watch and wait for this to occur. And what you get from the side of that now is the chance that Kenotrope might have been able to develop themselves a bit longer. They are playing sharper today. That's what we know.
Things lining up a flashbang.
That's very well practiced.
We never see this. I'm so
But
excited
how-
for that.
Why?
Okay. To clear out an ADS, I guess. I don't know why it was
No,
lined
it
up
was
so
to,
perfectly,
it was to
but
prepare the lineup for his grenade. I
oh,
love that. Because obviously he gets both, right? This is why one of the
Yeah.
reasons that you would play Striker or Sentry is their ability to have multiple different gadgets, and the lineup there for his flash to lead his grenade through. So he's like, yep, that's fine. And then we can test it. Not the most common, but it does get rid of that castle. Very well played, and without the danger of being up on the rappel, getting caught that way where you otherwise have to throw yourself in. And now, with that done, they can put the pressure on towards Cigar. You're seeing some stolen gadgetry, so the Bravo's been able to at least get at some of those Malusis, and you know, it's a good bit of focus paid towards this utility. It's kind of just a systematic removal here.
Acertero's removing some of the hardwood as well. If you've ever played there as a defender, you know it's really difficult to actually get shut out with a shotgun, but that is such a strong point position as well for defenders, especially late in the round when the defuser is about to go down. Now that's been removed, because it can just look through it, it can just shoot through. There's no more opportunity for concealment out there. And a minute left on the clock, and Piano slowly starting to fall into the hands of Kinotrope. They're getting themselves closer and closer to sight. However, the player in the freezer, the player on the white stairs, those are the two troublemakers here that they need to find as soon as possible as the Echo falls first.
Well, it's traded back and forth, but they're still keeping themselves ahead, and Kawa's suddenly all that's left, but now it's a 1 versus 1, and he just has a rough idea. No, he doesn't. I thought he had an idea on where the player was, but he looked towards it, looked away, was just tracing shots, and the rotate round on towards top lumber. Father's back, level themselves up, one apiece.
And it's just by leaning back in, and this is something we've seen from the Blue Bees yesterday as well when they were playing against Kinotrope. As long as you don't give them any clean fights and you make sure you just keep leaning back in and really make life difficult for them, that's when Kinotrope has some struggles on their attacks. Because if you just take those fights cleanly, and then, okay, well, they get the kill, that's it, they will be thriving. But as soon as you keep leaning back in, because they thought it was clear there, and then you get basically two people shut down from the one player that's coming up the white stairs after that. And number two able to push on afterwards as well towards Pixel, get that final kill, lock off the round. As we see a Skopos in play.
Skopos. We played against a Skopos in ranked the other night. Frustrating unless you're aware of what's happening, and then it's quite easy to shut down. And I think that's the thing about Kinotrope here, is they have to be aware of the location, right? If you're unaware of Skopos, it's two robots, it's the newest operator. One of them is active, one of them is inactive. The inactive one is a glorified bulletproof camera glued onto a bulletproof shield, but you can destroy it. It doesn't kill the operator if it's the inactive one, but it limits, obviously, them being able to swap towards it. And the active one is the one, and you can swap between them. But the idea with it, as you can see, that outline that's in freezer, that's crouched, that's just stood up, that is one of them. And the other one that they can sort of gesture, run around the map, play a little bit further away, and get back in case things quickly become dangerous. You can't entirely play Suicide without dying in these positions, but you could play those sort of spots. You could play yourself in very dangerous territory and, you know, teleport out of there, and you're free if you can get off the animation. Here's the first fight on towards the barb. They swung in, the ping comes out. They're both well aware of what's going to happen. They just step into it, look for the second as well, and keep pushing. Mao finds Tadaniki. And for all I talked about Scope, as I said, if you're aware of it, well, it can be very easy to shut down. They're leading through onto the fight, but it's a skeleton key for one. Looks towards the pulse as well. The flash over the top, but I bet he wished he had his gun out there. Oh, he has it there. Yukas churns them up and cuts them down. V-Bort round the back does get one and puts the pressure onto Vertical, but now they know where he is. It's an easy mop-up.
Yeah, great, and confident round coming in there from Kinotrope. No real pressure coming down on them there, and you saw it around the white stairs, just awkwardness in the fights against Father's back. the skeleton key, finding 2 there beforehand. He also managed to get a kill, of course. Just a great play, and like a lot of casualties just around that wide stairs area, which basically disabled the round for the remainder of it. First floor will be picked again. Not sure if it's the same site or if we're going for the other one. There you go, just stepping in through the barbed wire. 2 more kills coming in with the skeleton key afterwards. Big round there for Yukis. Basically just single-handedly taking out the stinger of the defense that was still out there. And I mean, the scalpels there got shut down early, of course, but I was actually, you know, when I was talking to coaches and, you know, there were theory craftings, like, yeah, I think it's actually going to be like a really good operator to use on deep roams, so because you can go back so quickly, right? But as a result, like, even though the coaches said that, I've barely seen, like, scalpels really being used, like, consistently yet on deep roams. It's just of a... It feels more like a gimmick to some players, like, they just play it because it might work out, but a lot of the roamers, of course, I mean, they won't be back so quickly, but they have a lot of useful utility they can also place on the site to help the defense out there. So I think it's still trying to find its true spots in the roster before we'll see a lot more scalpels, and be used effectively as well.
Kinatrip. Off towards a decent step up. They've kind of started to get themselves locked in towards the pace that they were applying before. Obviously, it was, what, 2 defenses that were won out by Father's Back across the whole half, and they keep this trend up, and Kinatrip will probably get that on a repeat. As I said, they could technically do worse and still be confident with how this game is going to go. Number 2 wanted to play an aggressive position, tucked under, but Yukis tucks them into bed. Good night. The Deimos has the track, has the vertical, now under some pressure. They can start sort of aggressing on towards the positions inside the site.
This time you see a little bit more security around the staircases from Father's Back. They know that there's going to be a vertical take that comes through. Trying to make sure that they can actually stop it. Hope you camera gone unseen there, by the way. Oh, now they definitely know.
I was going to say, gone unseen until we see.
Until the ping comes in. Yeah. So, they're taken care of. Oh, it's just running in after the... What? Just a drive-by coming in from the Goyo as the stun is coming through. Still alive over the top floor here. Harrison making some damage happen. Got the fuse, still out and about on the roam, as Okamesh dropped as well, but now it's only up to the player that is up on the top floor as the rest has fallen in the meantime in a very, very, like, back and forth fight.
That was very strange, because obviously the Echo's been caught out. It's sort of a similar strike towards what we saw last time on Bank, where the Echo was trying to prevent things, and then they just attacked the site, realizing, oh, they're just leading out. They currently have 2 1 versus 1s. Now the Buck has the kit. Where are they going with it is the point, and where do they think Harrison is? They're going to try and maybe comfortably plant on the side of Bakery behind the bomb chassis, but Harrison wisely has read into that. Pushed his way up slowly and steadily. Wants to try and isolate a fight here. He had what was technically a 1 versus 1. It's either side. Steps into the first engagement. Suffers more out of it, though. Kinatrope. They find the end of it, and it got very chaotic. Obviously, we were watching this Goyo roost around up top, led by the Echo, and in that time, everybody died. It was a 4 versus 4, 10 seconds of watching that Goyo in library, and it's a 1 versus 2.
And to be honest, it was a great flank from him. Like, being able to find a few shields. Shields are just a nuisance right now, so him being able to pick that one up, and as a bit of a surprise, could have been beneficial. It's just a shame that, you know, it's not really an execute, but like, pushes and fights happen all over the map, and you kind of left alone at that point, offside yourself. You see it here again. Fuse definitely did not expect it. Buck didn't either, as he was a 90, but not actually holding it. Dining and mining the sites that will be up to next. Top floor will be quite important here. Maybe not as important as you would for reading, but there's still a lot to be gained over mining, especially near the actual top bar walls that are in piano. Directly links above it. Get some opportunity to play it. But attackers can choose here to just basically not go fully for a top floor attack. It's an option. A comfortable option. But you would have to go for a dining plant in that case. And what we more often see than not is that actually the white stairs are crucial in a take, whether or not it lives or not. Because it just has such a deep line of sight over the bomb site. I don't know if that drone survived, by the way. Doing right after a grenade. So that might actually have them lacking information on who's playing close to the windows. Oh, it's a pulse as well, so that's just going to be a bunch of intel feed for the rest of the team. They're going to know exactly how many people are on the balcony.
The first falls on towards Okamesh. Every single player of Kenotrope this map has been able to get themselves into these engagements. A couple still missing. Harrison got his first before, and they are inside the site going for the rush and the pressure. The C4 stops one. They're trying to plant as well. The blitz shield on the back will protect them from some of the shrapnel sprayed through the smoke, and they are in a post plant. And can they get out? No. Now it's a 4 versus 2. One close, one far away. Can they try and long arm it? The Pulse is trying to get the read.
What are you doing?
He can't get anybody. He's not entirely aware. They're holding on to it. They're close left. They're locking it out and pull off. They thought the swing was going to come round. They're putting a lot of pressure on the... Carly isn't really offering a huge amount. Oh, no, wait. Now they suddenly are. There's one. I was going to say they couldn't get a clean shot. They're able to swing themselves back into it. 13 seconds. Number 2. Stick it or lose it. There's 2 seconds. At this point, the Carly... just has to time this push in. There's the motion. There's the watch. And there is the round. It was a bit, they were sort of playing around this area. We saw them far away. Next time we come into the Kali, they've got themselves round into the back. I'm not entirely sure how they got there so fast.
Also feels like it was 5 seconds. It's like the 5 seconds passed and suddenly the Kali is just acting like one of the defenders, just standing in the mining room with him.
I'm behind you.
Oh, 1-4. Kinotrope. Definitely trying to make the statement here that bit of a slip up against the unknown team. Maybe a little bit of a slow start yesterday in the best of 3 as well. But definitely wanting to make sure that they are yet again going to be playing for a major spot. I was afraid though Yukis was going to be too late. Like, time was still ticking down and the fuse was already happening and it's like, please just push. 7 seconds have passed. If he goes off, you won.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Top floor again. Are we going to see the repeat of the lineup now? It felt kind of silly that, he uses a flashbang first to see if it lands right before you throw the grenade. If you have such an elaborate lineup ready for it. Like it was an experimental thing that he hasn't, he doesn't fully trust yet.
4-1, and I mean, experiments are fun. That plant with that idea and the Kali on long watch and then suddenly in close quarters, fun. And I think that's the main thing Kinotrope are doing here, and that's what I tried to put across on Bank, that I think is more evident that we're getting more of a taste of their attacks, is at points they're just sending it. And I think they kind of outclass Father's back. Yuka's smoked them in Cigar. They're able to hit that castle, and they do confirm the kill, but Candy takes a lot of damage for it. 4 versus 3 at this point. Still not a million miles away, but with that first blow, and with them having already confirmed a split as good as they got last time, can Kinotrope, now with a body advantage, improve upon it?
It's just such a big blow. Like, not even a minute had passed at the moment that those 2 kills come through. It just gives so much more freedom towards the remaining attackers now to basically do their jobs with less time pressure, because they know they don't have to clear as much. One will be in piano. It's going to be Candy. Low HP, bunch of keeper barriers, but not really dangerous if you're going for a direct side approach, which means you can overwhelm them in a 4v2 and then just hold off that last person if you succeed, that is. Now, aware of 2 players, one on planks, one on cocktail balcony. Gonna have to try and find out a way to isolate either of them. And Okamesh, I believe, might go for the upside down rappel. Knows that the person's still out there. Smokes are about to come through. That will indicate a sort of execute to come in.
There's the pressure on towards the player inside. Freezer in the core. The smoke will drop down. They still have an angle. They're contesting this skylight as best as possible. And as the drop comes out and the trade happens, they still have the body advantage. They've been able to get the top of white stairs tentatively, but with only Tadaniki left, the chances of not suffering a 5-1 disappear. Kenotrope. They are 2 rounds away from continuing their lower bracket run.
Onto the defense now. Farthest back. It must be a big blow, being like a map behind, and now being like 1-5 down. They know as well that they barely been left any room for error. Beautiful shots, by the way, to come through. Almost Candy dropping here as well. I think that is down to like the ARX magazine size. Like, it's just 21 rounds. Not sure if I reloaded at that point. But that wasn't like a clean retake to go through. At least it was a refrag, but it wasn't clean at all. Cost them a lot more. And as we start off on the top floor again, we do see the return of the yokais. Been quite effective. I don't know what it is now, by the way, but every single time I see yokais on the cafe, I just start thinking about the shield and the yokai just driving underneath the feet so he can shoot it.
It was great. It was very funny. I always connotate the position in the play with Bride of yokai play on the kitchen, and I don't know why, what specific play of theirs is the one that makes me go, Bride. But there is a connection in my mind between playing Echo, but it's that site. Kendra used to do a lot as well in EU, and we've seen some pretty mega plays, but that was also very, very funny.
It's more silly. It's like just struggling because the shield cannot look to its feet. Usually, you know, when you have the automatic gun, you can just look down and shoot it, and it's done. But the shield just struggles with that, so a weakness been found. But either way, Thud is back on the attack. Need to find themselves some entries. Aware of some of these repels that are out here, but no real pressure is coming down yet on the side of Kenotrope. They're just waiting, just holding. Thud needs to make the first move, and a minute's passed, and all they have done now is open up the red drop hatch. So, not a lot has been done. There's still a lot that needs to be done. As Okamesh stepping back in slightly, looking for a bit of a challenge here and there, but doesn't want to fully commit. But he just wants to be present to make things difficult. Grenades to be used to force him out of position. In the meantime, you saw it on the PIP. It has been Piano that has opened up as well, which is going to give them the opportunity to start expanding into Piano. Because if you're just going in from Cigar, you're just going to struggle.
This is that worry that I had here when I talked about it before, and I said, you know, they're slow on bank, they're not really getting the application. The intricacies of the utility you've got to get rid of here are so awkward. Okamesh steps out, gets rid of Tadaniki, and that now puts them without a sledge and without a little bit more of that control over, say, the castles when they go for the drop-in, utilizing every single frag grenade already. They've got X-Kairos that could get a job done, and there's a job done, and there's suddenly a second. Okay, pressure on towards Cigar has netted them 2 bodies, 2 results. The Azami's gone. Yuka's is underneath, but has already thrown out their C4. Might need to try and make something happen there. They could watch and wait and get an attempt to deny from underneath, but it's not quite going to come together without that C4. So instead, get yourself prepped up, offer some cover for the Echo to operate. 25 seconds. They still need to try and go for this plant. They're Still trying to just force the players away from the cross angles so they can get in, and Yukis is so tempted with the swing round. It's a fight. Vbort wins out, gets the down onto one. It's a 3 versus 1 as they get the plant secured, and Yukis gets out of there. He can't dash, but he can get himself close now. There's a first fight on towards the Finca. Confirms it with the pistol. Not a lot of bullets in any of Mozzie's guns, to be fair. So they're taking them time by time. The reverse of the shield is played, though. And they're able to push it over the line. Not sure what happened with the take on towards Okamesh and Alkayu, I think it was. But that was really the, okay, we can move in now.
Okamesh was aggressive underneath the skylight. He was about to be shut down from there as he was, I think, shot by the red hedge drop to come through. So just not in a great position at all there. Basically, maybe overstayed its welcome just slightly. As, well, you know, at that point in the round, Cigar, you can see it from the hatches, you can see it from the skylight. You gotta make sure you're either digging deep there or just don't go there at all. Unless you know that no one's watching on either of those angles. You see right here, that's how the first dropped. Just an awkward fight underneath that skylight. It's such an awkward position to fight in general. Like, it is a good position to, you know, check as an attacker because you always have the opportunity to spot some feet, which you can then use to maybe do some damage, but also potentially get a kill out of it. But it goes both ways. Like, attacker, you know, like, defenders also know that, and they can very tightly just cut the corner, make sure that they get the tight connection, find the head instead. And 2-5 is now the score. A round that started off quite slow from Father's back, but at least they managed to get the ball rolling and keep it rolling at that point, and overtake the site completely. Now they need to do that towards the different side. Quick grenade there to deal with any utility that might have been on the other side of that door, as well as the door itself. As drones are being recovered. The window only being open now to provide an opportunity for the RC terrorists to go through. Let's get utility cleared. That shield's important to remove.
Yukis on the hunt out and about around Piano. It's currently the echo of flashbangs below them, and the Finca's actually the one that might want to try and step in on Cigar. Do they know? Now they do. The drone steps in and they almost make the spray exchange happen, but Skopos cannot get out of that one anytime soon. The Finca LMG, which has seen a surprising amount of use from Father's back, is able to net itself a reward. And now with some of the control towards the top floor in a minute 30, looking towards Bakery. The player's still in there unpressured. Don't know what the vertical's been done at this point, and these little alarm bells start ringing again of where they're going to be. Now that Scopus robot won't be reactivated. It can be a bulletproof at least for now. And here comes that vertical pressure. The Buck going to start trying to get some of these positions opened and made awkward.
That's not a hard breach.
Pressed the wrong button, I think, there, Candy.
Yeah, he did. There you go. Placing up. That's the issue you have with Striker in that case. Like, if you didn't do it the right way around, like, you're gonna accidentally press the wrong button there. And that's because usually, you know, your heart breach is on the button of the grenade rather than, oh, there we go. To the Nikki. We'll find the first on Okamesh. Brings it to 5-3. Another one to go in favor of Father's back, so they might actually get themselves some opportunity here. That will take care of a barbed wire and some fire, which means in 20 seconds, that area is now going to be accessible to the attackers. However, Mao, still behind on the freezer drop, can hold that back.
I mean, that's it. They're kind of playing around the Skopos shield here. There's Flores drones that are working their way around. They could be the power player. Kawa is in Wedding, waiting for the long watch. The rotate. 15 seconds. They're going for a full send rotate towards Bakery, which as far as I know, you know, they've got some drones in there. They're trying to put the pressure on, but there's two easy kills from Kawa because he was untested inside Wedding until too late. And okay, so They looked down the hatch, saw all the things, went, we have to go with plan B. And plan B was a full rotate onto Bakery. But as we saw 2 minutes ago and all the way up to there, the Echo was never tested in Bakery. And yeah, maybe they were hoping they'd given up the terrain, but they were sitting pretty. They were waiting. They could have been anywhere. They were tucked on Wedding. And they just picked up an easy 2 kills. And even with those 2 kills, I think that was the kit cold.
Yeah.
I mean...
Second one in was the kid. Or if we have a replay of it. No, just the one teammate trying to provide some support and then everybody just dying right in front of him. He's like, okay, well, good job, Kawa. Good job on the 3 kills. You see the smiles and the laughs as well. That must be because of that, because of the fact that they just run in Bakery, managed to just spray them all down. Kids down cold, round as 1. And that's a round that should have been Father's backs. Like, if we're being honest. They had a 2-minute advantage very early on. Weren't able to quite, you know, push it through. Considering the fact that, I mean, okay, let's just put it like this. There was 2 things they could have done there. Either the rotate, which is the worst choice in my opinion, considering the fact that you have to run a very long way to actually get there, and you know, you're moving through ground you haven't cleared, or you deal with the problem at hand. And the problem at hand was Mao sitting inside of VIP. I think that one would have been easier and the more known factor to go to, rather than rotating all the way around to where you've probably pushed back your enemies towards, you know, considering the amount of pressure that was coming down elsewhere, and just walk into unknown ground. So, questionable call.
6-2. Maybe they are going to improve. Obviously, at this point, there's a long run for Father's back to do. They want to secure themselves a chance in this lower bracket. And again, you know, we said it a lot yesterday that a lot of these games weren't playing to our anticipation. We were seeing Kinotrope struggle. We were seeing, you know, Crest were able to pull themselves away as well. Okay. Oops.
Happens sometimes.
But then, on the sort of playthrough of everything, there goes Akamesh. They've struggled these past couple of rounds. On the sort of playthrough of everything now, we've got Kinotrope playing at their level, and we've got Father's back, you know, trying to fight against it. But Kinotrope, they came into these playoffs as the preferred team. Mao, swing onto Snowdoor, Yukis from the top rope, has the cover and protection on Brown Stairs. And with that, number 2 gone. V-Bort's having a great map. They're the one that you're looking towards now to see if they can maybe try and get something out of this as the Nook. There it is.
Gets one.
Instantly answered.
It's a great opener that they needed, or return, rather, as it puts it in a 3v3. Still a Nitro in pocket, not quite sure where all the Valkyrie cameras are placed. They might have to be careful for some verticality out there. As they get themselves ready, it's a minute left. Top floor is now fully under control. The drones are still rolling though, still trying to find some information. But a call needs to be made soon. Where are they going to go for that plant? So, IQ quickly checking where is the utility placed. There is a Valkyrie camera over there, there's a bulletproof in the other corner. No matter where you go, they will know where you're coming from. And with the time still ticking down, 35 seconds now, it feels like it's just going to be like a default reading plant, right? Like they just have to jump down, get through that door, and see if they can stick it. Scandy's still working on opening up verticality out here. Actually working on opening up the hatch. It's going to take a while, so surely you're not going to be using that to actually get the plant down.
15 seconds to go.
Maybe they are. They are. I guess hot drop.
Dropping on the X-Kairos right into Al-Kayu. They do win out one of the trades, but the timer ticks away, as do their hopes of the lower bracket run. Kinotrope secure this in a very quick series and continue themselves propped up, aiming to get back with a chance at Montreal. Father's back. Unfortunately, Father's left once again. And, well, now they can only look towards the future as they will be watching Montreal from home.
Yeah, Kinotrope indeed with a very quick 2-0 coming through here. They've been doing quite well, basically in control for all of the rounds, or almost all rounds. There's only like 1 or 2 where Father's back was truly the ones that, you know, were dominant over the side of Kinotrope. And with that, they secure themselves into the next round of the lower bracket. But before we go any further, let's reintroduce Milos to the conversation.
Thank you very much
Hello.
for reintroducing me to it. And honestly, Kinotrope showing that their loss yesterday to the Bluebees was just a fluke. It's just a one day. It's a best of one, and they went to overtime. Didn't really know how to deal with it. But throughout their last games, and even today against actual Japan League teams in long series, they're absolutely smashing. Definitely proving that and making a statement really for the entirety of Japan, and of course for the world, as we all are onlookers to their greatness so far here in the lower bracket. It's a great run so far, I have to say, and I guess 7-3-7-2 definitely proves that you're comfortable with whatever situation is given. A team effort, Fluke, on Cafe.
Yeah, it's an intricate map. It's a map that, as I said, coming into this, Kinotrope really enjoy, and it's the day that Father's Back weren't quite able to get intricacies put together on Bank. Fortunately for them, today was a Kinotrope playing at more of Kinotrope's level. They were calm, they were sort of warmed up, and now they can look towards their next series and look towards progressing there, and that's just it. Unfortunately, sometimes you meet a team that you just can't beat, and that was them.
It
was gonna be rough
It is how it
anyway,
is,
right?
right?
Yeah. It's going to be rough. Like, Father's Back also came into this knowing that Kinotrope is, by default, the better team. They just had to hope, that they had a really good day, and Kinotrope was still struggling a little bit of what happened earlier on in the bracket, but that didn't really seem to be the case. Very, very dominating victory here from Kinotrope.
No two ways around it. Of course, as you've seen, this massive victory pushes this squad deeper into the bracket. How about we take a look at said bracket for just a moment here to give you an idea of where we stand. And, Enterforce Kagosaka, that's for later on. Kinotrope play Crest Gaming. Unfortunately, this means Bluebees have been eliminated. I know. It is breaking everybody's hearts.
Pull one out.
Us. Pour one out.
Pull one out for the Bluebees.
Well, you thought they'd be bouncing back after that loss that they had to Enterforce, a close 5-7, but I guess they just could not hold firm enough against Crest Gaming on the other side, and they get eliminated. Same as Father's Back. Well, Father's Back and Bluebees, of course, have gone by the wayside. They'll be watching, as both of you were saying, they'll be watching Montreal from home. However, we have two more games still left to go. Enterforce versus CAG Osaka. Our upper bracket matchup for today, our best of one. We'll see if Enterforce can, defy the odds here against CAG, who have been absolutely mental in the stage, dropping off in the playoffs, but so be it. Let's take a quick break. When we get back, it's back to our best of one.
絶対負けないわもう。
tulips in a hand up boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed, but I'm that man that think you got the gist. Got your tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist. This is what we've been training for.
There is no angle we can't cover. We are Rainbow.
Reporting for duty. Tap tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave!
And I think he might just find it!
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, ouais, choc-les, 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 ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, les entends parler et ils maîtrisent, j'arrête que pour rafler la mise, petit pas sur la piste, et le succès je l'ai pisté, disque la place du premier, je fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe, ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitté, je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, gauche, droite, esquive rageux, coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu, dans l'action ouais je me sens en feu, je suis on fire, je fais la différence au compteur, money time ça shoot sur le buzzer, switch, je suis on fire, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché,
Welcome back, friends, to Japan League. We continue on with our day, and it's now turn for a best of one series. Now, the upper bracket is our attention piece, and it's Enterforce that plays CAG Osaka. Now, CAG, of course, for many people out there, they've been seeing them competing at events, representing Japan as a region for many, many years at this point, and hence the famously coined term cagged it, which means you get to a great position and then you lose it, despite all the odds being in your favor. Now, in this game, against Enterforce, CAG definitely seems to have the huge advantage, as I'm sure we'll dig into in just a sec. Just a reminder, Kinotrope and Crest were victorious in their matches, so we say goodbye to Father's Back and Bluebees. We'll be playing against one another later on today, actually right after this next matchup. A best of 3 for survival. Who makes it to the grand final is the question that we look to answer in this matchup. Enterforce versus CAG Osaka. Welcome back. Hi, I'm Milosh. With me are Hap and Fluke. Let's have a chat about these two squads, starting off with CAG Osaka. There's no two ways around it. Let's put them up on the screen and see why this team that many expect to be at the top and probably already had qualified to the Montreal Major, why they didn't do so, and they look for that vengeance today, Hap.
That's because it's gagging time. Honestly, this team has so many fans all over the world just using that in any way, for shape or form that they can. And to be honest, they are very talented players. But the one thing we always say on any desk where CAG Osaka is part of, they are their own worst enemies. They just sometimes they're just too active. They're too over aggressive. They're so talented. It's just that they lack a little bit of the discipline sometimes, it feels like, to just do nothing and wait.
Yeah, they've definitely had a bit of growth period, I think, but Enterforce as well, it's a team that is good at sort of punishing it and putting the pressure on towards that. They're good at finding opportunities. Unfortunately, I think, although they're sort of on the up and they've been improving, and this isn't the end of it, it's best of one, this is maybe where they have their best opportunity ever to get that distance. They did okay in the playoffs, they put some pressure onto it, but they only really won one map, and we'll see where they go, I guess. All of these places gone.
Club.
Ooh, okay, a bit of classic Clubhouse, Milosh.
I love to see it. No two ways around it. And they're starting off on defense in this one. This is probably the best situation for Enterforce, where you go on a map that you're supposed to have some sort of knowledge control of, but hey, we're directly into game. God damn, they really want to get into this one, and I will not be the one to turn down a CAG game. And we'll see who makes it to the grand final of Japan LCQ. Well, CAG starting off on defense with Enterforce and attack here on Clubhouse. My friends, Fluke, Hap, please enjoy.
Thank you, Milosh. We will. Hap, are you going to enjoy?
I'm going to enjoy. I always love a good CAG game.
That's good. So do I.
That's the reason why I always pose with their flag every single event I'm there, and they are as well.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoy CAG. Historically, I've always loved them as a team. I think they played yesterday like the only team up to expectations that we saw live, and then we got to cast and follow through. I'm wondering if that's going to continue today.
I mean, that's that big question, right? Is the form going to keep up, or are they going to drop off at some point? The thing is also, we're at Clubhouse, and Club is, of course, that map of fundamentals, but this also means that every team has a game on Club, and that kind of makes it more of a 50-50 sometimes. It's going to start off better, who just has the better read of the opponents, and sometimes you just see great teams who are very well versed on Club still lose out to teams that are statistically worse than them, just because, different factors that come in play. So, gotta hope for CAG Osaka. That's not the case today. Enterforce, of course, they'll be looking to cause an upset, the so manyth of the LCQs we've had so far. This one would be the most meaningful one, because the winner will only play a single more best of 3. That best of 3 will be played tomorrow. It's the second game of the day, and we'll have direct qualification towards the major on the line. The loser will have to play 2 more best of 3s if they want to qualify. both tomorrow, back to back. And some teams love it, some teams hate it. So really comes down to preference.
Alright, what's the gambit of coming back to a map like Club? As you said, it can sort of get itself one of the other ways, but the first way it gets itself is into Take. Suffers a bit of a scrape here from CAG, who are fully enjoying and exploring the top floor and trying to peel themselves away. They'll play confidently. As you said before, it can be a boon, it can be a negative at points, and from this point onwards, they're more than happy to sort of say, look, we're over here, come find us. They might try. Kuzu was always the one that would consistently get in, but Sylvia is actually the first to find a body. Chibisu gets caught out on blue, and that's part of the rotation caught off. So now they've got to try and get their way out of there. Siranaka does get one with the C4, levels things up before they all fall back down the main stairs. And now a 4 versus 4 with everybody back towards the site, and 2 minutes for the structural work and the clear to come through.
Now the back has been taken down, so that's going to be causing some trouble on the actual soft breach here. There's also a lot of work you want to do usually. Take, of course, still has like 1 extra breaching charge. He just used one of them left that he can actually use to do some of that work to make sure that the armory itself is going to be slightly less holdable by defenders. But that's what they're going to be relying on. You don't want to be using those Excaras. Only like real small angles get created for it, which is of course enough for these pros, but you want to have that extra vision. See right here, Take, just holding, just looking, sees that it's clear, just preparing himself further. And you have it, the Excaras as well to be used. Now, they might actually go for a church take with the way that things are currently going, but the bandit batteries are still in place, so how are you going to be clearing those out to try and get the Selmas on the wall?
Ooh, Black Ray takes care of Akuzu now as Take wants to try and swing their way on towards the side of Moto. There's a bit of pressure that's coming from behind on blue, but with 50 seconds, they have a lot of time to wait, get positioned, let Sylvia get in, dig their toes in, and try and just kick out at those borrowed in players. A slip down on towards pipes. The wall itself is opened a little, but it's Sylvia that gets one, gets traded out by Shuri. Quick response there from Kagasaka, but over the top. Suddenly things are falling away. A 1 versus 1. Instead of going for the pickup, they don't think they can make it happen because of how close the player is. They're pushing against the plant, play on towards pipes, and there it is. But it was a team kill as well.
Yeah, it was.
No.
He was firing through towards blue, and Hibana just ran right in front of the gunfire, got herself downed. That lands the first round towards Kagasaka. It was very close, it was very chaotic as well. Bit of a trade game to come through, so that does mean that there is a bit of a game out here. Usually that bottom floor is the hardest to actually attack for a lot of teams, because it usually comes down to like those hatch drops. They're just a little bit awkward to go through, whereas the top floors are more structural to some extent. Like you know, you just open up the walls, you slowly start taking space, you force defenders back, and on that basement, it's usually like you open up the hatches, you try and do some verticality to see if you can move them back and see if you can edge in a plant and hold it from there. So the rest of the map just plays so much different compared to that basement site. I believe we have a technical pause. Yep.
We get to listen to the tunes. Pepe. Pepe.
Man, I wish you could listen to the jukebox now inside a bar.
Do you really?
Yeah.
What's your favorite in-game jukebox diegetic audio?
I think it's Clubhouse, though. I really do think. Although, I don't know which map it is. I know that the one in Skyscraper, I don't know if it makes music, but it does like tell, like, I believe sometimes like just tells like a story. I don't understand it, but just enjoy like the little attention to details.
I like how there was a broadcast once that I helped with that I think was a Benelux show, maybe, of some variety.
Okay.
And I helped Easy, Stefan, who wanted clips of the different jukeboxes The different.
Oh, I think that was for like a game show that we did.
Yeah, and he asked me to distort them, and I was like, yeah, I could do that. That takes me like a minute. Took me 3.5 days. Did out my love.
Would have been like 3
And
Oh.
no, just easy. Traded out. I mean, Enterforce weren't a million miles away. There was obviously pressure across the map. They kept things going. They kept things moving. It's like the complaints that I had about the teams in the first matchup that we had today that were struggling with their pace and how they're driving themselves towards the defense. There was no fear of that from the side of Enterforce. They knew where they needed to be and they made sure that they got there.
Managed to get there indeed. And again, like almost get it down. Like I think the basement is the hardest one to actually attack. Them getting so close on that first attempt might mean that there's, you know, quite some rounds and quite a close game potentially in the cans here. But as we're up towards the top floor now, it's a completely different game on how this plays. Still same map, just a little bit of a different dynamic. Opening up of Logic is just going to be making sure that defenders out there are not going to be playing around as freely. We'll be forced to be a little bit more careful. Someone could be popping down at any given second. Of course, the sound cues will be quite important to that. I believe there's actually a little bit of like a resurgence going around there, going in around there as well. See like 2 players just peeking a hatch you saw on the outlines. But they've rotated out by now, as the bar is being thrown out. Phone calls are coming through. Supposed to be helping for those that are clearing the roam, which is quite prevalent. Black Ray on the mezzanines. You get Sharif close towards the CC wall to the exterior. They want to clear these 2 players out first, as they are holding them back. But Sylvia is on the main staircase, just waiting to go up to the actual site itself.
The break comes against it, and they're gonna pull some of their utility back. Just trying to slow things down, respond towards the push that's coming in. Obviously, Black Ray keeping themselves alive as long as possible, but think about the position that they're playing and think about where he can go now. Not really anywhere. The side itself is obviously on the other side. He's being entirely encircled. He's doing his best to hold on, but at this point, it's really just a matter of he is going to die. When is it going to happen? His escape route was cut off, the swing came round, and his teammates had left him. That was just how that was going to play out. He was able to take some of the utility out, but no players on the back of it. Enterforce, they make sure that, again, the compliments I paid to them, they just keep pushing. And there, as they take control of construction, take control of the next step, they make sure that there's no room for them to try and pull themselves back into. There's a change of plan. They might be trying to disguise the audio of the jump, the flashes here on towards that player, and push at the same time as the breach coming up, but doesn't quite net a result. It is the flood logistics. The flash is round. There's a shotgun tuck, but Anaton somehow wins out the first. Sharif has the cover. Cyrenaica gets one of his own. The body is turned against them. It's a 2 versus 1 suddenly as it flips right back, leaving just Cyrenaica alone. Now, they were holding out tucked on the back end. They know exactly where the player was coming from, and there's the spray through. Actually gets the player behind in Jim. The C4 is not going to quite get it. Does he know that he got that one, or the one that was close? They're onto the mirror window. And that's a very awkward fight to have to retake here, because at this point, you're just trying to cross the divide, and an easy pickup there for Kuzu.
Yeah, I was confused there as well. It's like, missed the actual striker, hit the person behind it that went for the plant. Managed to get that kill as well. And again, like a very chaotic and close round.
We call those deaths Tim deaths.
Yeah, exactly.
When the
Ace would be losing his mind over this.
Through a wall on someone else's gunfight.
Yeah, no. He has a lot of them. You know, that's why the coin, the term was coined that way. It's very funny actually, like when I'm watching a stream and it happens again, it's just like a full-on rant on. And they always turn in like into Shaiko when he's the one fighting them. Whoa. Just a bit of overcorrection there. Up to the next CC. Are we heading CC? Yes, we are headed CC. So again, plays pretty similar, but usually it's a bit mirrored from how it starts. Starts around Jacuzzi, around logistics. If that's the approach you want to go for. The other one would be to take Garage, to take CC Wall, maybe put up some pressure in construction so you have a 3-prong attack. See if you can get the plant down from there. It seems like that's the one they're going for. Just opening up the Garage. They have the Capitao there. They have hard breach gadgets on it. What I usually like to see from this is that they'll go to the Garage wall. They open up the top part of the most right wall. That gives them an angle to get an incendiary bolt out towards where the bandit is now currently tricking. Which then means that, there you go, it's being placed, as I said. Which then gives them the opportunity to get a firebolt out and stop the bandit from actually actively tricking. So they need to time it well together with... Where's it going? I don't know what they're gonna do here. Yeah, they're off. But they can still trick us, of course. Are they just trying to destroy them?
I think
Oh yeah, they're trying to use the...
them.
Yeah.
Now there's 2 in pocket. So they're not going to be able to get that tricked. I mean, ultimately they still have 2 that they can play with. They were trying to, just destroy all of them. They were like, we're going to use these anyway. We may as well get something on the back of the Lancers. Got the first bit done. The mute jammer will stop the second one from popping all the way, but the breach is open. It gives them a watch through. They have an Ulster shield to try and help take care of this keeper position that Shuri is in. It's a little bit more sense to have it as a survivable position when the site is CC itself, almost, on a fight with the Kali when they were lancing the keeper barricade, but they'll get more of those. They have one more already as well, but as the pressure comes through, they're actually going to block out and try and go for the hop over, but Vanish was prepared for that game.
Good stuff there. Just forcing out the one player from the mezzanines. It's a crucial step before you want to go for an actual plant here. And this gives the opportunity to just take control of the entirety of Garage. Them having a breach as well gives them even more reason to move up now. Claymore was placed through the drone hole. Might actually catch one off in a rotate. Like occasionally happens, usually not. Considering it doesn't go that far through. And they do have a person in lounge as well. And I like this because usually when this plant's happening, you don't always have a person watching lounge. The reason you want to do that is to stop a potential nitro cell from coming in. From below, that is.
They're going to see if they can try and get the plant secured. It's a 5 versus 3. Vanish secures 2 of their own, but as the fight happens over the top of the red, the C4 denial on towards the planter, and it just throws themselves onto the open breach. Not really sure what they thought was going to come out of that. The second C4 will net the second denial, but now they know where the player is. They'll pick up that kit. They'll run their way in towards and hop up onto a table in the other room. Capitao took a little bit of damage, but he's just had the choice there of a rotate. It's awkward. He's caught on drone. Everything's being watched, and there the plant tucked inside. Now they'll know exactly when his head shows up. And Yamada locks it out. Ends a force. Securing things here on Club, and the reminder, obviously, is this doesn't get them all the way. It's a best of 1 to put them in the final that is a best of 3, but it means that the Kagasaka versus Kinotrope game will happen before it. That team will obviously be on the back of a best of 3. It's going to be an intense best of 3 if Kagasaka drop down here. There might be a world where Enter Force, after not a great split, falling out in the playoffs, 6th place finish, could be in a good angle for the other spot of the Montreal Major.
Imagine it's Enter Force that makes it. just like everybody's talking about Kagasaka, about Kinotrope, but Enter Force right now in the lead on their attack here on Club. And again, like, this is just the best of 1. There's still a best of 3 afterwards for both these teams. But the difference is the loser will have to win 2. And the winner just 1. Good nitro. This one as well, this is what I was talking about. That's why you want to have someone down in lounge, but they didn't really have the manpower or luxury anymore to do so because of the fact that trade started to come through. That gave an opportunity to Kagasaka to try and deny that plant. Of course, it was still a 1v2 afterwards. Just a little bit more of a hurry, trying to, recover the plant quickly before verticality is truly out of your control. Start planting again, holding the staircase. Drones are in place for the other options they could have gone for.
10 seconds to insertion.
And now, towards the basement we go. Side was also barely won by Kagasaka. So keep that in mind. If this attack is going to come down again, but this was just like a 1v2, a 1v1 that was going on truly. That fell into the distance of Kagasaka. And that's because of the wide swing that happened there.
Camera feed up and running.
Enter Force have themselves a step ahead, and with the blitz they're maybe not going to try and go for the full clear that they did over the top where it was a lot of gun games. They were caught by C4s instead. Just sort of face check your way around on towards bar, cut them off this way, put this fear that they have to pull back and rotate as you put the pressure on the top, and don't risk that back and forth that cost them a bit of a life and put them a bit further out of step. Shuri isn't a million miles away, hanging around towards the bottom of the main stairs itself, but the blitz has done the job. It was loud, it was noticeable, and it forced them all back down the stairs in the worry that all of their escape routes would be cut off. And sure, it's a little bit slower for now, and it's not confirmed a body as of yet, but it allows them a bit more time to sort of plan their landing on the site. That could net them a more positive result.
Camps to be found. So far, not too much prep work being done. They know about one at least inside of oil. Blue, rather. It's Yamada that is finding himself in a hallway and trying to funnel himself through. Fire coming in will be forcing the player out, or rather to stay. And you see it right here. Chibbis is forced to go aggressive. Will get the shotgun kill onto the blitz. Can now instantly lean back towards the rest of blue.
Gets the pop off. Now it's the 5 versus 4. The blitz did half of a job and unfortunately couldn't make it and had to scream down the stairs. But Pipes Wall being open. No.
Evil Eye? Question mark? Or the person inside of yeah, Evil Eye.
Evil Eye. That was very confusing for a second. The Evil Eye gets the position, and if you're unaware, the ones in those sort of stack drawers are really hard to get out. Vanish just goes past one. Didn't see the player on his left. Does still get a kill out of it though. Chibisu, they knew about him. Swings with the shotgun and gets his second execute. And Take gets caught by Anaton. Confusing end for what was quite a steady start there.
We gotta have those as well every now and then. I mean, it is a Kagasaka game nonetheless. Enterforce is just rushing. I don't know why they expected it to be clear, considering the fact you lost your blitz there. You saw him go aggressive afterwards. It's very logical to think that he would be there. Maybe, you know, conflicting intel on their side. I'm not too sure. But this is the big test here for Kagasaka. They need to win these top floor sites. They cannot just rely on the basement. It's there. Getting himself shot down by that shotgun, basically took the angle out that they wanted to manipulate into getting control of blue.
Two apiece, but both of them from the side of Kagasaka have been on the same site right now, so the challenge is more on them. They've got to try and make something land on either gym, bedroom, obviously bar stage we haven't seen yet, or they go back to CC where, you know, I would say it got close, but it was a very sort of in the hand systematic approach. Both of those 2 rounds on the top floor that they lost, they did come down to what was technically 1 versus 2s on the end, but the site control was there for Enterforce 36. They were doing it with a decent little bit of time to work around in some cases. I mean, there was 2 plant attempts and 2 C4 denials, with the 3rd being successful. That only works if you're making your drive towards the site in a decent time. So Enterforce, they've been on top of that game, but with the clash, they're hoping they can maybe try and put some pressure onto that. If Anaton gets caught out here, the same way the Azami wanted to stick around for such a long time, they're going to be in a disaster. You hope they leave, which it looks like they're working on doing, as utility is spent. Things get a little bit separated, and now they can try and rotate their way around. 3 reinforcers in pocket, depending on what they want to do. They could get that Logi wall done up.
That's what they did last time round. Wouldn't be surprised if they do that again, but as long as there's no real pressure coming in, they can keep it as a rotate. Especially considering the Clash is still around in construction, you want to make sure you can provide some cover at least from more than just a single angle to keep the attackers worrying. As they're pushing heavily into CCTV now. Oh. The spots are coming down onto the Clash. Not that it's per se necessary. It's a big operator just standing there menacingly with a shield, shouting at you in angry British words. So instead, they decide to just rotate around and start opening up into Jacuzzi Wall. See if they can get a direct angle onto the side that way as well. Maybe put up some pressure into the bathroom, and as the bandit batteries get destroyed, I don't think Sharif is even interested in thinking about going for a trick, especially not with people on highway.
They've got themselves backed up into a bit of a tight spot there. Deciding whether they want to lock off Jim there, but the Clash is making things a bit awkward. They've cut off that angle, that rotation. Yamada's a bit stuck and is there the player with the kit. Unknowingly, they've isolated and now dropped it a bit of a distance away, I think, from anyone that has to go and pick it up. So instead, yeah, there it is. The cold kit on the far side of Jacuzzi on the floor. They're putting in internal pressure. They're trying to cut the quickest way, which is directly across, but 30 seconds, not being able to net anything left of solid. You've got Anton still on the Clash that can always put the pressure on towards the attempted plants of Akuzu. He's the man that could try and strike here. They have a Dockerby call if they want to use it, which they are. Gives them the game that somebody's there, but it's a Clash, so it's not going to do much. Chibasu's able to get vanished. The Clash is bullying somebody in Logi. And here, Kagasaka, they're able to step up and get the response. 5 seconds, 1 kill extra out of it. Kagasaka get themselves at least an even half.
Definitely needed. Of course, both these teams do not want to lose this best of 1 because it is quite literally the difference between playing a potential 6 or potential 3 maps to get yourself towards Montreal Major. Oh, Sharif not following the Kagasaka dressing style, which is using their background, of course. This would be booed if we were on the live stage right now.
Yeah, that was always fun. That was always one of the...
Just instigating the crowd to boo. And the players have no clue why.
Encourage your crowd to boo. If not, why are they there?
Yeah. You gotta make use of all those thousands of voices.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Alright. Echo on the board.
Attackers are heading out to the
Together with a Skobos, which is currently inactive on the Garage Raptors. You might want to move that because it's blocking a travel route at this point. Sharif just ready for a jump out. Probably doesn't want to move it. Decided that, you know what? It's fine where it is. It's a camera. And it'll stop them from moving in before they have... Or at least they'll have to kill it first before they want to move in.
They have long angles across. They were very good at pinching this position before, but also remember how the Zami just kind of sent themselves out. I'm wondering if it's the Skopos playing that position, sort of fighting for their life, and then when it gets too hot, dropping out. It's not Black Grey, that's for sure. There goes the Frost. Underneath, playing behind a shield. Was that caught from maybe the main door, but Ossa moves into the ground, moves into the territory. Here is Shurip on the Skopos. Found themselves on the wrong side of some track stingers. Sylvia gets Chibasu, and so they've been able to transfer from side to side. Being in this position might take them a little bit by surprise. They have at least one back as Yamada gets caught out, but it's Sireneko that's holding on from the range, waiting for a slow approach onto Garage.
You see the Yokai still trying to get some information out. knows about one of those players. One is about to be entering into the garage area as well. I believe that someone is already at the bottom of rafters just waiting. Of course, it is going to be the Scopal shell that is on top here. Will most likely die as soon as the Kali reaches the top of the mezzanines. Sharif gives away his position. That might be used as a bit of a bait. Like, hey, I'm below. Come get me, the frost mats.
Oh.
We'll get a Kusu. Now, luckily, they can pull themselves out, but not for long. Instantly shut down.
Smokes and the bolts are starting to try and cover the cross across, but as the Echo drone is more than ready to stop this plant attempt, the Ace is on it. They hear that. They go up and they get them knocked right off. The fight over the top of red stairs is won out by Anaton. And now, 2 versus 2. The Echo's still causing problems, as I said, because they've been able to get themselves putting pressure on the site early. They have time to work with. Time is Take's boon. There's the swing round and the pinch, and Sylvia gets the end of it. Again, Enterforce, they're just so good at making sure that they have backup time to work with, backup plays to work with, that we've seen a lot of other teams struggle with in this region.
Yeah, for sure. Teams have been relatively slow when they didn't have to be, like overly cautious of roamers, for example, where they just drone everything 3 or 4 times and then finally they start actually hitting the site. And especially in a map like Clubhouse, you shouldn't be. Like, it's such a step-by-step map. You know exactly what's happening. And you can just go a little bit earlier, and it gives you time to actually respond if things go wrong. Which is something a lot of teams would have loved to have throughout this playoff stage and throughout the LCQ so far.
3-3. An even half so far. It's been a pretty even game. I wouldn't say, you know, it's club, so you always kind of know the game that you're going to expect here, and it's been pretty standard in terms of the pace being applied by the two teams. No one's making anything too outrageous. There's been a couple of close rounds, but, you know, when you're in the 1 versus 2 and they're getting the plant down secured, you probably can expect how it's going to go here. Of course, 36 now have the benefit of being on defense. The benefit of that time and the pressure is something they're going to extend in a similar way. The clash is out once again on this basement side. They're sort of saying, hey, remember when this worked against us? Well, we're going to see if we can try and turn the tables. Can Kagasaka deal with it in a better manner?
Two minutes 30. Just roaming around on that top floor still. Plenty of pressure being put up everywhere, and they see everything is still closed, so falling back towards the site now. Boogies coming in. Start destroying some of that soft flooring. From safe distance, don't have to risk yourself getting caught by a C4 that way. Zakusu just holding on tight with that vector. That gun just truly rips. There's a magnified scope on it as well. And as the mute has just been placed here to slow down that droning game. On the side of Kagasaka, a minute has already passed. Still some drones are stuck. And they've only just completely cleared out the top floor, which means that now the first floor is up. You need to be quicker about that one though, because if they also still need to open hatches, if they also still need to manipulate a kill to come through, well, they might be running out of time very soon here.
Moto hatch getting itself popped open. They're paying attention towards kitchen as well, just slipping past the destruction already done by the ram. The itself should be open. They're watching and waiting for exactly that, but they actually take a bit of damage from the impact as it was thrown against the hatch. And I mean, Shuri's playing a dangerous game there as that hard breach for the team is crossing over a lot and still getting a result out of it. Goyo gone, playing on the back of the armory, but hopefully no hiding from the angles that have been pieced together and put up. 50 seconds, and that should be every hatch opened as soon as the kitchen one gets confirmed. Now pressure on towards blue.
Here comes the fire, here comes the smoke. That means the plant is going to be coming in soon. Black Ray, the one carrying that diffuser, as we're in a 4-on-4 situation. Make that a 3 as they find one vertically. But Black Ray stuck inside a motorcycle. Has to wait for at least another 10 seconds before he can push through. And with all the utilities still being out there and a clash as well on the board, they really need to start focusing on getting some kills here. However, they're very stationary, which is a threat in and of itself.
Clash has come around the corner. High pressure on towards the corner that the Clash is in. There's a plant that's being attempted by the Ram. I'm assuming that's in the other site. The spray on towards blue. No, it's actually just tucked on the inside of the door. They secure it somehow and then win the fight. Well, I should have saved my somehow because that was the bigger question mark there. Kagasaka execute so aggressively on multiple fronts, and Enterforce just could not hold against the tide.
And for something that started off quite slow from the side of Kagasaka when they were trying to roam clear, I mean, the mute worked out quite well. They were able to stall it quite a little bit, but then the first floor fell relatively quickly. There was nothing there to really shake him up. Maybe it would have been a good thing to, well, either have like some C4s out there that were being tossed up or used vertically, or to just have someone who is active on that first floor just a little bit longer, just to give them the extra little bit of doubt that someone could be rotating down from there at any given point. Because they were just allowed to play so freely here. There was nothing there to stall them. Somehow winning out, indeed, as you mentioned, from that shotgun. That is, usually won't live that, like, after that. The swing comes in with that shotgun, you're dead. That's just what's going to happen 9 out of 10 times.
5 seconds to go.
Yeah, we need more width. If they want to slow down the game of Kagasaka, you cannot just basically all go turtle. You need to have a little bit of a presence up on the top floor. And you know, Scopos could have been great to that extent, right? Like you could have had someone down there. You knew that they were watching the rotates back, but you can just swap off as soon as the pressure becomes slightly too hot. You lose the cam, that's fine. At least you wasted a lot of time as they're trying to close down on you.
Some serious drywall work coming up. Take cover, it's hot.
Kagasaka seemingly have full control of the basement, both on attack and defense, and let's see if they can have the lessons learned here on Gym or something that takes a bit of growth. Quick destruction across CC, try and force those players across out of the top of red. Now they have to be in a position to catch them as they flee and rotate round, and with that wall electrified, the Maverick to get over, and it's a bit awkward because as soon as you start get it, there's not a lot of room to get out of there. So the high likelihood of being swung on that they're double checking. Does that lead through that no one's just going to drop the hatch and fire up through the stock door onto them?
Yeah, you don't want to have that. It's like a surefire way to get yourself killed if you do not have the proper cover out there. Such a tricky angle as well, especially because if you put your foot on it too much, you can also get yourself electrocuted bit by bit. One of the Selmas there, I believe, that is stuck by a mute jammer. Opening will now be made by the exothermic, considering the fact that they've managed to get the right opening. I think if that C4 would have been tossed, it would have been a kill, actually, from Take. They were thinking about it, quite didn't go for it. Of course, they don't have any information on the roof. It's been a while since Valkyrie cameras could be outside, for example. Not that it's currently being played, but more of a fact that you just need to rely on default cams and on your sound cues, which aren't always, like, too reliable for these kind of plays, as a Nitro Cell comes in for the first.
I mean, it's not been great in terms of the pressure applied here. They've still got a decent hold on construction. They're still rebuilding it. The Clash takes a bit of a damage, true, but you know, what are Kagasaka trying to do here? They've not really been able to take any of these Enterforce players and make them feel concerned about the openings, concerned about the control of CC. It's a second kill is there. Zakuzu catches Black Ray out of the construction window and drops the kit, but now they can just pull themselves back again. There's a very quick take onto one, almost sees the next, but pulled out from logistics because, well, there just wasn't anyone to stop it. Kagasaka, the compliments I paid on the previous round, unfortunately lost on this one. They had the start of some good ideas and then could not find the finish on any of them.
Felt like they were kind of lost themselves as well to some extent. They were trying to get stuff done, but it was slow and no real pressure coming through. And this has been like a big criticism point we've given to a lot of teams. That the pressure on the actual site itself is just as important as actually opening up walls. Because if you don't put the pressure down, there's no need for them to rotate. There's no need for the defenders to start making mistakes. You know, they will be comfortable sitting in the same spot for a long time. If anything, they'll sit in the same spot for the entire round if they get the opportunity to. Like, defenders really don't mind. It's up to the attackers to start forcing them out. It's up to them to put up the pressure. And that was just lacking a little bit out there.
Swapping mags.
This game's still neck and neck. Obviously, it's not the end of everything for them. The teams will have a best of 3 route to make, but it's the difference between playing 1 series or playing 2. And it's the difference of having to play Kinotrope potentially, or having to play... Theoretically, they'll be rematching these 2 teams. In their perfect world, in their heads, they are going to fight again in the final. Whoever loses will be heart set on winning that lower bracket match to find themselves back in the final immediately, but you've got to do it after a series, and that's maybe the biggest sort of thing to play here, is that regardless of who you are, Kinotrope are going to give you a good fight, and they're the masters of max OT. And
no, that's...
Ow. There goes Anaton. 2 rounds with Blitz within the first off the board. Shuri does at least get Vanish, but as the Clash peels themselves away, it's really a trade that, I mean, losing the Melusi isn't the end of the world. They got the Blitz.
Yeah, the Blitz, taking that out is also always such like a momentum kill for the attack. Obviously, they wanted to go quick to some extent. It's just been basically nullified now, so they're gonna have to find a different way to go for it. Now, their way of opening up the breach, I'm not sure if they've already done it, but they have EMPs. No, they haven't. They have EMPs, they have extra thermics, but they also have a Zofia. I wonder, why is a Zofia important for this? Well, it can be used to stop them from bandit tricking. You can either get a stun through the window, you could also get it through the drone hole, but no, instead, there is no tricking. It's a Cade out there, so double EMP would have just been enough.
A minute 10 left, and you know, at what point do you start to worry about the problems I said from the round before? It's a very heavy take on towards construction. They're getting themselves in for the angles on stock, but the wall's still electric. The focus still hasn't been done, and as it does get breached open, they'll get some eyes on towards the site for the first time. They're not playing around with garage. They're not playing around with the CC wall itself until this rotate might come through and put some pressure onto the back of the Clash. They've got their openings. That Clash can just sort of stand there, keep checking, keep reporting back in. It means that these pockets of phantom pressure of open walls might not be as unknowing and scary as you think. Take gets an easy pickup.
Diffuser.
Echo was not aware of the player. Akuzu gets one as well, as they're trying to get the entrance here on towards the CC balcony. They're spraying either side, but the Clash is now making that pretty much impossible, and Chibisu alone in the site. The lockout, Enterforce in the lead again.
And Diffuser also dropped there. I'm not quite sure what a Diffuser's moving through in Lounge. It's usually meant to like be a bit of a denial or start pushing up the red stairs. It surely would have been better to have him around on any of the breaches, but the Clash proving that big problem there, together with, of course, the fact that they didn't really have any good control. Losing the Blitz early on there might have just hurt them more than they'd like to admit. We're headed towards the basement now. Enterforce in that lead. Yeah, but it's such an... Obviously, they saw him run in, right? They saw him jump through the window, or they heard it, and they just fired and hoped for the best. And they found the best. They got the headshot. They found the Blitz. But it just put such a break into the entire attack, because it was obviously meant as a bit of a shepherding tool to force them back towards the side, give the attack a bit more free reign to start doing the prep work. They wanted to go for a bedroom side approach, so focused on construction and highway. That way you can just completely avoid the garage altogether. But because they lost that Blitz so early, they lost a lot of time as a result of it, and they started making mistakes.
2 rounds, Enterforce, and you get yourself a seat in a final. 1 best of 3 series away from the major. Now, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna lie here. I'm gonna be truthful. If you did make the major, by a Cinderella run. The Cinderella run doesn't stop, but there is still a chance of SI based on the points if you do a deep enough run. However, I think that would have to be a win for Enterforce to make it. CAG, I think, roughly would need to get towards the live stages based on the points that they already have.
Knock, knock.
But at the same time, maybe I'm just looking too far into the future. 'Cause you have to remember the team that we have here, what we've sort of got stacked up in the history is a lot of qualifiers and a lot of chances and a lot of near misses and nothing else really beyond that. I don't think any of these players have international experience.
No, not that I know. No, like the Enterforce players just,
Yeah, none at all.
of course, dreaming of just getting that. Like they wanna play on that international stage. That's where you truly. Like, I mean, it is like career changing first of all, but it also is like such a big development tool for the team as a whole because they get to the opportunity to scrim all those teams from the international stage and from the international like scene. Because I can imagine it's very, very isolated in Japan. Probably with Korea as well that you'll be scrimming. Like much more than that. Like it's very hard to scrim European teams, for example.
Yeah, because the North Epsilon players weren't part of the roster when they made Copenhagen. That's what I was double checking there. So no, none of these players have
recovered the diffuser.
international
Attackers
experience
have dropped the bomb diffuser.
at this point. 5-4. The first body falls away from them again. This site is seemingly Kagasaka's to win out. Everything else is the nightmare. Everything else is the problem. But they at least have a home base that they can reply to and respond to here. Flashes come out. The pressure and the smokes go down. They're going quick and fast because they've only got 20 seconds left. Suffers a goo mine in the foot as they push on past pipes right up towards the side of the site. There's the swing round. Now the Clash is still standing, but they're a little bit alone. And a missed fight there as a moment. Yamada is still just causing massive problems. The Clash
10 seconds left.
isn't in a great spot. They can pull themselves off. They're swapping around. The cover on top is clean, and CAG just get it out there. Saw the player come off the kit as well. I was a little bit concerned. They were concerned about the Clash, but still, it's the only site they're winning.
Yeah, and it kind of worries me because yesterday Kagasaka was playing so well in their game. Like, obviously, you know, they managed to get through in the second one as well, which we didn't see, but they did what they needed to do
Defenders, protect your
quite
bomb.
cleanly, and now they're just struggling with some of like the basic aspects here and there. The fact that the basement is being won like twice, or rather once on the attack here and by Enterforce afterwards as well, it's more of like, what is going on in this game? It's supposed to be like one of the harder ones to go through, yet they're struggling with the CCTV approach, which, I mean, we did entire segments of it years ago on how it's usually approached, and it hasn't changed since then. The operator composition might have, but the general approach is still the same. It has been for years.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Now, back up to the top floor, back up towards bedroom and gym,
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
and whilst you could go direct here, you usually see the CCTV approach to come in. And then you take highway. And the reason you want to have highway is because you can just look directly into the site. But to have highway, you need to have CCTV. Because if you don't, then one of those defenders can just pop up and shoot you all off that wall, off that area, off those windows. Just takes a bit of extra time. Opening will be made, though, by the Maverick. Ben is actually on the board this time around, and because that opening has been made, that bandit battery is going to be easily shut off, but also, he's not going to be wanting to trick that. Because that's just going to be like, trying to get yourself killed.
Talking about getting himself killed.
Yeah, a lot of electrification damage.
A lot of pain. Mavericks. They made the openings. Obviously, they're making that, again, points of pressure. The Clash has just been, I'm not going to say a reliance, but they're enjoying what the Clash delivers. Yamada has just locked that in since things went away. There's the cover on the Flash. There's one. There's almost two, but just too many. Kagasaka bodies to contend with, and here, this is almost what we were missing last time, right? There wasn't this direct strike. There wasn't a bit of pressure on towards certain angles. Yamada can still be problematic. And they're not really bringing anything directly to deal with it, but a minute 30 now, and they've got to start looking for how they can add some growth towards this. They've forced the players out of construction as well, something which, if you remember, they weren't able to do at all last time they were attacking on towards that side.
Still have a air jab left in GBC's pocket. Oh, that is rough. An exothermic there didn't fully blow up, and that is going to mean that that area is just going to be non-accessible right now. And I don't know if they know, because they instantly repelled back off. That is holding on by a thread, it looks like. And, you know, that is really going to be putting up a little bit of a spanner here for Kagasaka. They're going to be forced to go through construction now. They don't have anything else.
Well, Logic's got itself opened up. They have a bit of the width there. They could try and maybe go for the Maverick if they wanted to open it up a little bit further, but as Bandit suffers a bit of a scrape, and the Maverick has got himself down to the bottom of main stairs. It's how they go for this operation, because the lower this time gets, the more this clash is going to turn into a nightmare. They step into logistics, they feel the flashes, and they start zapping on the players, pinging this out. The air jab will force them down, and it's picked back up. There's Chibisu for a double. That's the direct drop onto that clash. They said, you want to rely on it? Fine. We will find our shutout. They have themselves surrounding Jim. Sylvia gets caught from the crossfire. Vanish is about to vanish, and there it is. Kagasaka. They are the ones that get themselves onto map point.
Mention it, just a single air jab they have left, and it's being reserved to deal with the clash. And, you know, the clash in the middle of the room, it's hard to miss at that point, so you just gotta fire. You just gotta go at it. Now a tactical timeout from Interforce. Of course, they're a round away from making it to OT now. They're so close to be reaching the finals. Gonna have to give it everything they got. But the rounds have been close. It's definitely doable. And you can go back to CCTV, where there was just a big struggle for the side of Kagasaka on how to deal with it, at least to push yourself over towards the next phase of this game.
Time out. Time to talk, time to plan, and it looks like they're actually all listening more than anything. I'm assuming the coach is giving them a bit of a drilling on what they think is falling apart. They just have to get themselves into overtime, then they have a little bit more to work with. It's been a perfectly even game so far, obviously even at the half, back and forth, traded rounds. And now they have the choice of two sides that they've been able to win out before. There, if they had been secured, if the double kill had gotten it, it would have been huge. Single flick of the coin moments separating them right now. Kagasaka, they are the ones that are one round away from the finals, the chance to get to the Montreal Major. Not quite confirmed yet, but a very thin line separates them from that opportunity.
There's still a bunch of challengers in the ring that are looking to change that as well. Crest, Kinotrope, and Interforce. Interforce, the first one who can hand out a punch, as they are looking to make this to go to OT. They are in the basement. Realize that that was probably the easiest one to clean up slightly. And thus, again, like as we both mentioned, they need to go to OT first. After that, you have a bit more breathing room. You're no longer, you know, instantly out of the game as soon as you lose one of these. And it's also just a complete reset in terms of like sites that are open, in terms of like the scoreline, everything like that.
They've moved off the clash. They said it became a bit of a dependence and a reliance, and, well, ultimately Kagasaka had the shutdown for it. A few rounds in a row, it hadn't been able to have any effect or impact. It was just taking one gun out of their arsenal, and I think that here, on a site where it has been 100% Kagasaka today, is where they can make things change.
Again, they're supposed to be hard to attack and surely you can clean up those rounds quite easily from some of the slight mistakes that were being made. They're using the castle now as well to just slow down the game even more. Now, they do have Bugis which can be used, of course. They do have the X-Carls that can also be used to destroy those walls. But the X-Carls already have so much to do, especially if you start impact tricking as well. There's 4 of them on the board. Surely one of them is going to stop that plant at least, or the destruction of the hatch. No, they don't. They just let it go. Aggressive mirror window, by the way, towards the main stairs.
Castle window. It's popped open. They don't have to play around with it too long with those X-Kairos, with the contribution of focus here. It's something where it's compliments to Kagasaka before. They're making sure that all their bases are covered. The Boogie drone was almost about to run into the back of them, but it's Yamada gets the first. Siren Echo tried to drop their way down onto Oil Pit, and then that is gone. Instead, another pick back up. Kuzu finds Shureep, and here, whatever this approach was, single person is dropped. I mean, you can see the idea, but failure to land. The bolt gets caught out. They're opening up dirt. They give the sort of idea that the pressure's coming here. They have a Boogie drone ready to pop off at some point to maybe draw some attention, but it's a 5 versus 2. And Kagasaka has 15 seconds. Right into a prox. Will get swung from the bottom of main, and a flawless, whatever the coach said, worked. We go into OT.
I think it was mostly to make sure that they could clean up that bottom floor round, because there was a lot that went wrong to some extent, or a lot of weaknesses they left behind. And you really saw like the change here. It was more of a utility wasting game. Just let them use everything they got. Let them open up those castle barricades. Let them destroy the hatches, amongst a bunch of other stuff. Like you still had the magnets out there. They also caught the incendiary bolts, which basically made that plant impossible at that moment in time. Together with them winning their 50s as well, results in a flawless round. And now we find ourselves in round number 13. 6-6. We're in overtime. And Kagasaka, well, they will be on the attack still. As Enter Force on the defense will be going towards CCTV. So this was the 2 options I thought of. Like, either they go downstairs and they clean it up, or they go back up to CCTV, considering the fact that Kagasaka was struggling on the attack here.
3 apiece. Now, can they try and step it up here? CC is where they've decided to try and make the amends. It's almost like they've kept their site rotation going. The clash is back out. And to be fair, on this site where it becomes very thin very quickly, it makes sense. But Kagasaka, they're making quick work of the breaches. There's no attempt really to play it as a heavy deny. Obviously, they had the claws. I think that wall is always going to fall at that point, especially when you have, obviously, the Thatcher on the board. The Clash is currently having a good time with some support over here towards the garage. There's the picture-in-picture shows there. They've got the breach there on towards the back of the dog's wall.
Are they going to try and take Garage, though? That's the big question. They've opened up some of them. This wall's about to be soft breached as well. There you go. It's going to be allowing Vanish to step out slightly. There's no one there, though. And, you know, he'll be aware of this in just a moment as well. So that there is phantom pressure, but that might no longer be pressure soon. With the openings out there, Sharif ready to send some fire in, but they need to figure out where these players are. Of course, you can try and trap the Clash, deal a lot of damage with that fire. That might be where the rotate is happening right now. Getting right underneath. Shibusu is going to be there for the cover. And then you're going to have to smoke bolts to cover up some of the lines of sides as they're trying to move through.
There's the smoke, there's the bolts, there's the pressure, and there's the Clash doing their best to hold out and just draw the focus towards themselves. As long as they can hold left click and stop them charging up, that's the game, and they've been able to dance around all the fire bolts and the pressure, the support. They called in the reinforcements and it comes, but oh, the Clash can't quite move off, can't quite get the pick up. The player underneath, there's the attempt, Are they going to move behind it? They're going as quick as they can, but they're concerned again about the support that might otherwise come. Black Gray's in that position. This army is back to their feet. Now, still just stuck underneath Garage, trying to fight their way up. The fire is being burnt out elsewhere. 40 seconds. The clash is still there. The Azami's still there. They still have full control, and they make it very awkward if you want to try and enter anywhere at this point. Kagasaka's options are severely limited to just kind of throwing themselves in there, pre-firing the angles, but it's a clash that's going to pop their head up, and as Chibisu does find Akuzu, now they know with the two players isolated in here, the one that's about to swing out actually steps right in. It's a big risk, and it has not paid off at all. The clash is caught, and enter force. That was a bit of a thrown round there.
I was gonna say, they had everything going for them. They forced them out to go to rotate. They still had the clash out there. They had full control of Garage. But they went a bit too wide there. It was okay, let him be on the breach. What is he going to do from there? If you don't give him the fights, he's just stuck. He doesn't do anything, and now two of them swing in. And again, sometimes the best thing to do is to do nothing. That memo did not arrive with Enter Force in that round, because time was ticking down slowly. The two-man advantage, it became a two-man disadvantage with just the clash up. Even if Frostmat was still out there, could have caught off one of those players. Then, Kagasaka find themselves on map point again.
They just could have waited. Kagasaka, map point, now on their defense, on their preferred site, where they've been able to do the best that they've done. I mean, so close. Enter Force there, and, you know, it wouldn't have locked anything in, but they had to step up. They had the benefit of playing on their defense twice, and, well, here we are instead. Kagasaka, they've been gifted an opportunity. They cannot let slip through their fingers, and they won't. Vanish, gone. The Habana removed. The hard breach options for a basement site now severely limited. You think about those hatches. They might be blessed by the fact that a few of them are open on the tall hold, and the setup there with the castles across the middle of the bar and the stage, but otherwise those Selmas, they are gold now and must be treated as such. There is the pocket breach. One of them has gone off from the side of Sylvia. Will the next be deployed, or will Sireneko find a fight onto the IQ and then pulls themselves back, keep them concerned and aware?
Oh, the road back down. Good call from Sireneko. No need to take the fight at that moment in time. Let them know it's clear. They can now start doing stuff. That's a nitro cell, I believe, that just blew up right underneath of Akusa's feet. Somehow survives to about 3 HP. Now the breaching charges are starting to come through. 90 seconds. They think the first floor is clear. However, there's still this one nuisance called Chibisu, who's been playing incredibly well. And we have another player down onto the blue stairs. This is going to be a crossfire peek. No, not even Sharif will find that kill. Also aware of the fact that someone might be outside his window out there, so the drops are coming back through. They're playing the site now. They have a 2-man advantage out here on an overtime map at match point.
This surely is theirs to lock in their spot in the final and wait to either have a rematch later on with Enter Force or find new opponents. Popped on the corner, Chibisu gets Sylvia. The pressure at least comes onto the back end, and now as they swing, as they fight and claw their way across the front of Moto, the ace almost gets caught and finally does, with Thatcher getting one. It is too much. Closer than they've been before, but unfortunately close. Does not get you a seat in the final. It's not over for Enter Force. But tomorrow they have at least 2 best-of-3 series if they want to have a chance at the major. And they've got a big opponent to get their way through. Kagasaka, they get themselves a seat in the final. They can watch, wait. There's 3 teams that are fighting to be their opponents. It's not done yet, though.
It's not done yet, but it is one of the most important steps they could have made. They prevent themselves from having to play another best of 3 and are now 2 maps removed from getting themselves qualified. But let's get Milos back into the conversation. Talk about that more.
My friends, there is no way in hell that this game went to overtime to close. A testament to Enterforce's resilience in this case, I have to say. Really have to get it out there. But CAG at the end, they survived from cagging it. It was way too close, especially with that extra round differential that would happen every now and then. Enterforce one step ahead, but in the end, that first round of overtime was perfect for CAG, and it set them up wonderfully for the second round to be on defense in their favorite site in the basement, as Emmy was explaining. It just was an easy closeout then. Kudos. Enterforce, they'll be playing in that lower bracket. We'll see if they can survive. They'll be playing against the winner of Kinotrope and Crest, but we're yet to know who that will be. My friends, CAG, they're in that final again. They're one step away from Montreal's Phase 1.
They are, and I think, you know, with how they played in the season, remember in the best of ones that they'd only dropped 1 over all of it, and that was a sort of mistake that they made up for the other day, where they got pretty heavy revenge, and here they were pushed to the brink, but now it's just a single best of 3 series. Is it going to be what sets them on it? Is that a worry that that's their decider factor, or can they try and keep this form going, becomes that question. Today, it was shaky at points.
Definitely was shaky. I would have expected this to be a cleaner game, like a 7-4, 7-3 maybe in the sight of Kagasaka. But, you know, they left some things to be desired. They were a bit too slow on some of their attacks. They struggled with the most default ones. So that is just some of the stuff they can improve on for tomorrow.
Overall, both teams were quite equal. You'll see it on that board. But even so, in just terms of kills and deaths and all, very close between the two. A map or a game that had fewer plants than you would like to hope for what is a Clubhouse, but so be it. We got flexibility from Enterforce. I'm still very happy with their performance, and I think they should be also. Maybe that gives them a bit of extra motivation, as now in the lower bracket they'll have to play a best of 3 to survive back into that grand final and face CAG Osaka one more time. But maybe they won't even make it there, because Kinotrope and Crest Gaming are also vying for that spot. And funny enough, I'm sure you wouldn't believe it happened, Fluke, but they're playing against one another up next. That best of 3, Kinotrope, Crest Gaming. We'll see you in a few.
This is what we've been training for.
There is no angle we can't cover. We are Rainbow.
Reporting for duty.
Tap tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm tryna play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm tryna play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave!
And I think he might just find it!
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, ouais, choc-les, 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 ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, les entends parler et ils maîtrisent, j'arrête que pour rappeler la mise, petit pas sur la piste, et le succès je l'ai pisté, disque la place du premier, fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe, ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitté, je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, gauche, droite, esquive rageux, coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu, dans l'action ouais je me sens en feu, je suis on fire, je fais la différence au compteur, money time ça shoot sur le buzzer, switch que je suis on fire, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché. past like communists. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man there, think you got the gist. Got your tulips in a twist. Past like communists.
This is what we've been training for.
There is no angle we can't cover. We are Rainbow.
Reporting for duty.
Tap tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my pallet. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find the round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave!
And I think he might just find it!
Ouais, choc-les. Choc-les. Ouais, choc-les. 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 Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils maîtrisent. J'arrête que pour rappeler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Vise que la place du premier. Fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble. Et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer. J'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que
in a twist. And I boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man that think you got the gist. Got your tulips in a twist. And I boss like communist.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We're continuing on with Japan, as of course, our show is not done. We've seen CAG make it to the grand final, but they still need someone to play against them there as they sit all alone on the bracket. Of course, it takes two to tango in Rainbow Six Siege. So let's take a look at that bracket one more time. CAG Osaka narrowly defeating Enterforce and, I guess, avoiding a massive heartbreak to make it to the grand final. Regardless, Enterforce will drop down and play the winner of our next matchup. It's a best of 3 for survival here in the LCQ last chance qualifier bracket, and it's Kinotrope versus Crest. And I'd like to get Kinotrope out of the way here just to talk about Crest. So let's put them up on the screen real quick. Their second place, yada yada. They made it here. They had a horrendous start to this bracket by narrowly losing to a nobody team. And yet here they are again, Hap.
Don't call them nobodies. It's the Bluebies.
Bluebies, yes.
But yeah, I mean, it wasn't the start they would have hoped for because again they got so close in actual playoffs. Again, 2 rounds away from making it to the major already, to being knocked down to the lower bracket right away. Now, it's not the ideal start, but they're making it work. And you know they've made an incredible run last time when they were in the lower bracket as well. Maybe they'll do so again this time.
Yeah, I think that's the sort of situation we're in, right? Is Kinotrope, this is familiar territory for them. This is a familiar place to be. There's now another team set in the final that there's a familiar one for them. The one difference is, if they win this, they only have to play 2 best of 3s tomorrow. They don't have to do all 3 in the single straight day. They're in a better position than they were last time, but they've still got to get there. They've still got to make it happen. They've still got to beat Crest.
Absolutely. And let's take a look at their opponents then. Crest, as you say, there's been a lot of high expectations, I guess, put on by their own performance over the entirety of 2024 and doing pretty decently here in Stage 2. Choppy, Arcully especially really showing up when is necessary. Can today be the day, Emmy?
I believe so. I mean, I think the thing is, with Crest, they've had a little bit more up and down. I think it's fair to sort of play
comparison, yeah.
Yeah, in terms of Arcully's been fantastic, but the team as a whole, you know, they struggled when they were getting into some of the longer best of 3s against the tougher opponents. Obviously, this is a rematch of the 3rd place match we had the other day, where it was quick maps, arguably 7-3, 7-4, 7-1 in that order, but Crest came off the worst side of that against okay, it's not a rematch, sorry. The final would be a rematch, but it was a quick sort of handing. They got handed the scars. They just couldn't get themselves into the best of 3 games, and this is where that test is going to be because, yeah, they've come past Bluebies, but now it's Kinotrope, a team that has done very well in best of 3s, beat CAG in a best of 3, and is sort of prepped to, I guess, get themselves locked in here against a team that hasn't quite got the same fangs in this game.
It's rough. It's like Crest, I mean, I don't. This is always again that discussion. I don't know how much it helps with the fact that Kinotrope just had a best of 3 against a team that's also in the Tier 1 league. Crest just played it against Bluebees, and it's nothing to Bluebees. But it's like it's not the same kind of caliber of team, and of course, like the scorelines are pretty similar. But Kinotrope might have already found themselves more in the same rhythm that you would be expecting from a matchup like this.
They see it. Comparison between the top 2 players. We've seen Arcully going ham. Really, it's been wonderful to see that performance in the server itself, and Kawa was bringing in the numbers for Kinotrope. But numbers on their own will say nothing if we get into a map and a series of maps that do not favor you whatsoever. Border will be our first pick, and what will be the second? That would be like Crest, where they will be starting on the attack. Lair as our second. You please move on with the rest.
Of course, didn't expect the Lair to actually come through in any of these LCQs, so I'm very happy surprised to come through. Bank also to be removed, leaving only a couple of maps left standing. Clubhouse could still come through, or Night. Hey, no, Bank, sorry. Labs, there you go. I was going to say Clubhouse or Labs is probably going to be the decider to come through. It's eventually Labs that will be decided upon. So I'm pretty happy with this. That's 2 of the
we got Lair
confirmed.
Are you serious? We got Lair confirmed. It's the first time we get to see it in Japan. It took a whole darn stage.
It was played in the quals. So it was played in the qualifier playoffs, but not by these teams. So we get our first taste of 2 Tier 1 teams in Japan going against each other on Lair, which is great, as you said, very exciting. I want to see how the map handles in this region. I want to see what they can sort of bring. Ending up on Labs is the last. Yeah, curious. They both love Border, though, so I think it's going to be a bit of a brawl in this first map. It's not a million miles away, and I can't remember what they hit heads on last time in the stage, but we'll see.
Butting heads is absolutely the way to describe Border. We'll see if Kinotrope holy hell. 86% is the public vote as Crest. Well, we haven't seen them on the mainstream realistically, so I think a lot of people that don't know Crest maybe underestimate them, but then again, only way to find out is in the server itself. So, FluCap, please, my friends, take it away.
In the regular stage, they actually faced off on Consulate, which was a narrow victory, 7-5 for Kinotrope. So that is what we're dealing with here in terms of like the previous matchup we've had so far. The Blitz to be removed. I would say finally. It's like we've seen a lot of multi-bans, very little Blitz bans, but a lot of Blitz play. So it's going to force them to either go for the multi or to go for 10 actual guns in the game.
I mean, I guess, we weren't covering their game when they hit heads before. It wasn't on Border, but Border with Blitz, I think, offers that pace. Azami, yeah, get it gone, get it removed. The setup here, I mean, Capcan's the only surprise, I think, out of those 4. They don't have a massive ban rate nowadays. There was a little period of time, about 6 to 12 months ago, where Capcan was suddenly a terrifying force compared to where they were, and we've moved away from that. But winner of this gets to play Enter Force, and then gets to maybe play Kagasaka in the final with a chance at Montreal. And it all starts here.
A bit of classic before we get into the new. Border, of course, a map that has been in and out of the rotation ever since Operation Dustline, which is Year 1, Season 2. Then afterwards we have the newest map to be at. It's going to be quite fun. Of course, Border received a little bit of a rework as well over a couple of iterations, which, ever so slightly changes it. So the Tachenka is being brought out from Okamesh. Now, that's also not an operator we see very often.
It has, I mean, it's situational, right? If you're looking at a hold here where you can be a little bit arm's length, you can deny, obviously, basic plant spots. You can bounce it so they can sit maybe around Africa and keep themselves safe and deny either side of it. Or if they're in archives, over the top of the archives wall onto a default plant. It's the same reason you play it on bank. It's just Tachenka has their moments to be used. It's a good gun for destroying walls, but it's the Shumiga launcher that can just steadily deny, and you can be a little bit more mobile with it as well. So if they pick up from the first drop on the door, you can move it around, and that's sort of why you'll have it. It's always part of a play, and this is, to be honest, a good sight if you know what you're doing. Doubled up with the Clash of Mao means that they can maybe play on the back of it. It's a lot of reading here. You've got the Clash as that physical wall extension. You've got the mirrors to allow you that architectural extension. You can get a deeper look in. Against the Monty, it's almost going to be like, we see you, you see us. Okay, who's going to be the one brave enough to swing around the side of it? The Clash is being forced out of position. Mao isn't going to find what happens when the single wall falls and goes back towards the mirror window on the back. Our Cully, as pointed out on the desk, he's the man to watch. Obviously, ex-CAG has his history across these rosters on the main international stage. He's trying to drive the team through. Might be the first cut as the Ash starts to put pressure on towards Office. They're just paying focal attention on towards the Office and getting the wall open for the plant here on the back. But with that fountain position still in a bit of jeopardy here, it needs to be something that comes in. It's our Cully. There it is. As I said, they might be the first to get in, but it's Yukas that gets the response. The Gawa is going to peel behind the Clash. As I said, it's similar ideas, but a little bit more mobile as the electricity starts to course through Monty's veins.
So at least they've opened up. They have an opportunity to, get in behind Intro Bomb Chassis. A little bit of the helmet showing up from the mirror out there. Kawa now digging in deep next to the window. But this is the issue now. It's too unilateral. They're all coming from one direction as the DP-28, I believe it's called nowadays, manages to find the head on the opposite side, bringing it to a 4v3. So in favor of the defenders, the Shumiga is starting to, put up some fire as well. And you have to Clash there. They can easily guide or tell you if it needs to go any further or if they're going for the drop-in. So they have the opportunity to continue stalling this. And because it is such a unilateral attack, they're just going to continue running into it. There is no width to it whatsoever, but Choppy just jumps in, or walks in rather, takes down Kawa, and gives them an opportunity to actually fight.
15 seconds though, the pressure is still on them to get the plant. They're picking out the player, they have some of the cover, and it's just forcing them further away. But as Monty is able to secure it, there is that long-range gun, and there is a post-plant situation traded out. Lua versus the world, they cannot get themselves up, and Pressure's going to get their teammate up, help them out, and hold it down. As we expected a brawl, it turned into one. Everybody seemed to find their way into a fight over the course of about 20 square feet. Kinotrope are the ones that can get first round in their pocket.
I do like it that we see a different kind of take, just more so throughout the entirety of the Office, and they managed to get quite far. It's just, too unilateral. Maybe someone from Sandwich Window, maybe someone putting up pressure near the side of CCTV would have slowed down the actual play a little bit more from the defense, made them worry a little bit more, allowed them to have that water approach and get done with it. But it's good to see change in what has become a standard for border attacks. And as we're going towards the bathroom tellers now, again, discussed it before, really like Castle. And also Castle in general, over the, I remember days when Castle wasn't even being used really at all, because it was just more of a nuisance, and teams have started to get more creative with it. Of course, got an extra castle barricade at some point, and now it's like a mainstay operator on almost every map, because there's almost always a use for it. And it just changes the dynamic ever so slightly on how the attack needs to deal with things. It takes a bunch of punches or an explosive to get rid of it, and if you then look at the other side, well, they have 2 grenades, they have 2 impacts. That's the explosives they have. That's what they have to deal with if they want to use those castle barricades.
Quick start might fall into a quick second here as they've got the glass propped up, they've got the Monty, and they're already eyeing up the site itself. Now, you can try and go for a hop and a plant and a play here. You assume there's at least a goo mine not too far away if it wasn't removed by a grenade. Bounce round, the attempt of the smoke thrown down. It can be a little bit awkward to get the plant off in this corner, and there's no C4 to stop it. There's the attempt on the plant, there's the glass cover, just throwing a few extra shots. There is some explosion close on the side, but you can hear it just hitting the Montaigne shield, and the plant is confirmed. I mean, it's a known play to the point where even we did it in ranked last night. There just wasn't the reaction to it from the side of Kenotrope. So now they've got to see if they can try and step back in. Kind of a similar mistake to what was made earlier, but with the Glaz watching over the top, the Monty stood on it as well. You have to win this fight out first. Sees the opportunity, takes care of one. And there's the pressure onto the Monty, and there it is. Caught out. Now they can just try and hold it on, but there's the fight over a single window. Everybody's running around. They're hopping out. They're just throwing the bodies at the problem. Can they get there in time? There is the cover. There is the cover. Kenotrope. Ooh, I mean, they won it out on the engagement side of things, but at that point, when you have a plant and a diffuser put down, you can just throw bodies at the problem.
I mean,
10 players still up.
That's what I always say, is like, it's planted on a window. There's only one real right way of dealing with that as a defender, and it's just start sending everybody out while someone is defusing. There's no other option. Like, you gotta buy 7 seconds, and the best way to do that is by bringing a fight to them rather than, you know, waiting for them to swing and maybe get a lucky headshot in on the one that's actually defusing. So yeah, Monty was stuck there, couldn't really do anything. Into being able to find both of the SMG-11 as they all just stack up. It's just a pile of bodies outside that window.
I heard Arigato. I know that one. I know that one.
I know that one too, yeah. I heard Nani earlier today.
Oh.
10
Yeah.
seconds to go.
We aren't linguists.
5 seconds left.
No.
Can Milos
Attackers are moving to defuse the bomb.
fluent in Japanese, do we think?
Don't think he is.
No? Okay. I'm gonna tell people that they are. Adds the mystique about them, and then they'll feel pressured enough to try and learn the whole language probably, because that's Milos. We're here, Kenotrope. 2 rounds on their defense. Here onto border, obviously it's Crest's map. Kenotrope wanted to start on their defense here. It's give or take, really, whichever side you prefer. This is probably one of those maps that has a very split divide on preference in terms of what you want to start doing. But so far, they've been able to net some positivity out of it. There was still good attempt by Crest in towards the defense. Kenotrope has found themselves in a back and forth brawl in the first. It was shield versus shield. It feels like it's 2 teams that are very familiar with how the other wants to play border. And there, the plant went down. Kenotrope went full on the retake themselves. They waited, they stacked up, and then the swing on towards the Glaz was the start of the end, really. The break on towards Armory secured some of the danger and the verticality. They have to fall back towards the swing.
Slowly but steadily, top floor being taken. Kala droned out. There is someone down in supply. Nitro Cell doesn't quite reach far enough. Lua, not damaged at all, continues there to take the fight towards the Valkyrie. But Kawa, of course, is trying to shut down some verticality. Whereas Lua, of course, could still be super important for the remainder of this round in terms of the utility they carry. So, has to be a little bit careful with how to take the fights. They're stacked up on ventilation window, or at least close by. You have the Capitao out there with incendiary bolts and multiple smoke ones, whereas also someone's ready at the main door. If they find Kawa, and I think he's in a very crucial position, but also like easily taken care of position, there's 3 people around here, and there he goes. He drops on the first engagement he takes.
Oh, there's the pick up. There is 2 for the cause now. 3 across. It's just been an absolute demolition. Not going to be a flawless, but they have 40 seconds to secure either Mao or the plant. They're inside the site, they're going for it. That C4 will not net anything because the smoke covered any route it had through, but that gets the down on 1. Spraying blindly through and gets caught going for the confirm there. And I mean, you are obviously, as I said, flipping a coin as the preference here. And it couldn't be more so. Crest Gaming, you know, they've played it twice recently. Border, they've got got 1 win, 1 loss in it, but actually dead on 50% attack and defense success rate.
That's quite impressive. Just being dead on.
6 of 12, 6 of 12. It's beautiful. It's perfect. Kinotrope, better, but they've only played it once. They had, in the data that we're pulling from the Japan closed league, at least, because the data is a little bit funky getting it from games that we're unfortunately able to entirely see. But 57% win rate on their attack, 66 on their defense. They're pretty good over that one game they played.
And small sample sizes, of course, so it's like always hard to truly like take any confirmation of the out of there. So you always have to be careful. But as they managed to basically steal 2 rounds away there from Crest, because twice that the plant went down, just that the post plant wasn't really on point, and then a super dominant round coming in from Crest. Like Kinotrope might be ahead, but I don't feel like they're the better team currently playing, if you know what I mean.
No. Yeah, as I said before, like Crest are doing the right things. It's just the landing isn't quite there. They're making plays. They're working very well as a team together, and you can see that reactivity. It's some of the stuff that I felt I was missing from the other teams, and this is where you see that difference. Is their motions are very well intertwined. They're quite obvious, the actions that they're making from our perspective, looking down on the pieces, and there is cohesion, and that is what Kinotrope are trying to respond to here. You can be aggressive. You have the Clash to offer the first bit of a lean out, and that's what the Clash is doing. They're just making sure they don't get caught by someone repelling or a cheeky snipe from the distance. But anything that can draw the focus, the Clash is hurting the player down in jail, but Lure is not caught out, just made aware about it.
Defender is exposed.
So, just a little bit of pressure, but nothing too major yet on the sides of Kinotrope. That Clash is still running rampant, and that's just an annoying part for them. There's 3 players that is currently standing outside on the balcony. One is trying to take care of that Clash below, but not really able to get anything done. And they're just waiting, and it's 90 seconds have passed already. And where it just gave compliments to Crest for being and looking like the better team, it's Kinotrope that's completely having them in a deadlock right now, and you know they have to rotate at some point to try and make something happen. I think that's happening as we speak, as they go over towards the office. Their first plan definitely didn't work out. Arcully was in the middle of the site, taken down. No kill for his efforts.
Well, with the first body gone, Flores means not really a huge amount in terms of deployed utility that could be destroyed. It's a lot of, you know, active in the face of things. The ward in the Clash and the Shimika launcher with the mirrors already deployed. From this point onwards, though, it's more just losing Arcully, losing that experienced gun, huge player for the team. Rento's been having a great game so far. They've got the air jabs locked around the back. They're eyeing up. Unfortunately, just their friends being taken out. Yuki's the catch from Fountain swung round all the way across, or across Fountain even, is raided back and forth down the long corridor. Now it's a 4 versus 2, but with the Clash that's just calling out where you are on beepers, you assume there's some pressure that's going to come in. They've been able to get some eyes towards it, and Lure actually kills Yuki's over the cover as the call from Clash comes out, but they need to get the plant secured. They're zapped and dropped down, and there's the end of it with Okamesh. Yuki's having a good time.
So it's quite funny when you zap someone to death with the Clash.
Great time.
Great time if you're the Clash. Not if you're the one that's on like 20 HP or 1 in this case, and you have a Clash in front of you. You just know your end is near. The end is nigh, I believe they said back then. No expert in the old English language, but
what?
Yeah, sorry. Oh. They didn't teach that at my schools.
What did they teach at your schools?
Just normal English, not the old ones. So words like die, as in THI, you know, those we never had now.
Does anyone say those words?
Not anymore, probably, unless it's like a old theatrical play.
Thou'st.
I didn't know that was on there.
I didn't know that was on there. What?
Thank you, Japan. Learn something new every day. I think there's like Ash, Sledge, and like another operator that have been like graffitied onto the ventilator there. The ventilator shaft that is like underneath next to the...
Wait. Hang on. Has that been there for like ever, because obviously
I think so.
we only got free cam now, and it would probably be really hard to see on a drone. Above that vent directly,
Isn't it next to workshop?
isn't it break where that vent is? That's hard floor. I don't think you
No,
would
that's
be able
the
to
90 hallway.
Okay, can you? Oh my god, this is crazy. This is gonna be like in a titanium Rolo video.
Wouldn't be surprised if she already knew it, to be honest.
Probably does. Watching this, being like, these fools. Yukas takes care of the buck, and obviously they were trying to cause problems from that same position last time. Not for very long this time round, though. He's about to find 2 players either side. The Deimos getting the draw through, a lot of soft to be popped against, so try and find some semblance of a hard wall, because yes, you might see where Deimos is. Deimos is telling all of his friends about you, and they're probably wanting to shoot you in the face. Caught! Want to rotate back in towards the site. A bit of a bold one there from Alkai. You punished.
A little bit sloppy maybe as well, just like rotating around. You knew people were around. CCTV, break. It's very logical that one of them is going to be looking down and peeking over that balcony at some point, but you know, back into a 4-on-4, there's nothing else to discuss about that. So trying to use the Deimos successfully. There is a full rotation down towards the bottom. You just saw 3 people drop to the hatch at the same time. Of course, that is workshop. They don't need to be there. It's bathroom that's eventually the site itself. So they still have the opportunity to dig in, to get wide, to make sure that once this top floor is cleared, the first floor is still a massive worry point for the side of Crest.
Another track. Deimos still on the hunt. Mao is calling it out to you. You can see Okamesh trying to put the pressure back into the Deimos there and sort of saying, look, his friends are hunting me. Can you go and deal with him? Did his best, but only really delayed them slightly. Obviously now it's the trade out. There's a lot of soft that could not be done because of the limitations without the buck itself. You have a secondary shorty on Gridlock. You have a pistol that can do some damage too, but otherwise you need to start focusing on, okay, well, what do we control? We control the bottom of East. We can see if we can hop into the site as they make a bit of a move there around the side of the smoke, hoping it has the cover. The calls and the pings are there. They are tucked so close. Well, not anymore, because Kawa gets rid of our Cully. At this point, concerned about the footsteps of your own teammates. 20 seconds. And they've otherwise just got to kind of send it in now. They don't have customs control. The crossfire is just going to eat them up. The smoke is doing that well enough. If they can try and tuck behind the bomb chassis, maybe, but as Mao knocks that kid out, this round is just tumbling, hurtling away from Rento and customs.
Operators, you have run out of
Left all by himself. His teammates departed. Not the song I was imagining, but yeah, I think that is quite accurate in that situation as well. As his teammates drift off. 4-1, and suddenly, you know, after I pay compliments to Crest for looking like the better team, we just see 2 rounds where Kinotrope is in complete control. So it's funny how those things just change that quickly. That's a little bit of a whoopsie, but for the rest of the round, it was super clean from the side of Kinotrope. Just the one gunfight and the one rotation they got caught off, and the rest, no worries. I love these like free cam movements even more now at the start of the round, like just because we might find out like little Easter eggs that we never knew of.
Honestly, like, we always, I mean, for a long time we talked about the possibilities of what free cam could offer with our talented observing team, because you can have a lot of fun with it, and you know, the technical limitations, how they can make it work. Obviously, it's cool for us, but we are a very specific niche part of this game, and you know, there's other things that they wanted to focus on first and make sure it wouldn't break everything, which is fair enough. But now, in this situation where we get to fly around, you're like, okay, well, what else is hidden? Maybe there was some other secret hidden stuff that we don't know about. The people who make games, they sometimes get bored at work. They sometimes slip little things in.
I really wonder how that goes in game development. Is it just like one developer that's like, you know what, I'm just gonna do this. I'm not gonna tell anybody about it. Or are they planned out beforehand? I'd like to think it's just a developer gone rogue that's just putting in Easter eggs here and there.
4-1, Kenotrope, and I mean on their defense, pretty good. They've got that step and an advantage. Obviously, it's down to seeing Crest's second half more than anything of what they can get in terms of a response towards this. Yukiz is happy to be aggressive there on the swing of the door. Was massive earlier on in the series. Still positive here. One of the top killers in the game itself. But they're getting traded out a little bit more this time. They're finding a little bit more opposition to their loose play style they like to throw themselves onto. Still, attention has been taken away. They've wasted a lot of time. They've got some of the draw and the focus, and most importantly, they haven't died. Think about the last time we were here. Crest systematically were dropping, removing.
Oh, they missed it.
On towards the execute.
Use the impact EMPs, both of them weren't able to actually get the wall cleared out. And that means that one of the Selmas got disappeared or got destroyed, and now the other two are being used and opening up towards Fountain, towards 90. A bit of a change in play coming in here from the side of Crest. Also, lack of other means of heart breaching will basically force him to just go push through the hard points here. Ska was the first to drop.
Traded with Lua. Once again, the buck is out. They've not been able to find themselves any safety, but Eclair cuts through Alkayu. Now, they have eyes on the site, but they don't have the vertical. So they need somebody to distract them as they try and make their entrance, and the distraction just got shot in the face. All three of the remaining players underneath open hatches. They're doing such a risk, because now it's just fishing aggressively with guns and trying to find out where the attempted plant is going down. It's tucked inside. The safety of the server gets confirmed. They get a kill out of the end of it. They've got the vertical control. They're seeing if they can get anything else. Now, the thing about that plant position, it's awkward to have to watch as the drop down. Okamesh finds one more for his trouble. And at this point, Arkuli doesn't just have to swing round. He has to go wider and wider. There's one. Please don't all feed yourself. Please do not throw this.
Shotgun.
No! What was that? Oh my...
It was such a slow peek as well. Surely you could have done that quicker if you wanted to go for it. Oh my, oh my. Celine's 4-2.
That's bad, not good.
Yes.
I mean, okay, what I was saying there was because it's tucked in, the diffuser, they can just sit tucked in the same plant position, and the person has to swing very wide to catch that player, albeit bomb. And the person who's watching for the cover could either be just holding onto the door, let them enter, or above, or whatever. But this was just...
Oh my God!
I mean, Mao looked lost.
I don't know why he was so slow as well. It's like, no, he's there. If you're gonna do it down with 3, you just gotta go for it at that point. Better option probably would have been, as soon as you find out the person is on the door, get one to defuse, get the other one to watch.
10 seconds to go.
At some point they have to go through. Either way, round's lost anyway. No, there's no point in continuing to debate it, as it will not change. What they change though is the sites that these two teams are on. And as we find ourselves with that 4-2 scoreline, the Deimos is making a return this time in the hands of Kinotrope. The Kali as well. I liked seeing this yesterday, where they use the Deimos to basically locate a player, find out where he is, and that was especially done on CCTV. Then tag that player to force him to rotate around. And then the Kali was able to find the shots to eliminate them from the rest of the round. So, you know, that's how they played it back then. I'm wondering to see if we see the same and repeat of it once more.
I mean, they're a spotter for a Kali. And it's... Kali sat 500 miles away. They say,
Yeah,
oh,
exactly.
they're through 5 soft walls. Oh, are they? They're dead. And that's just that combination here. And that's what works, or can work on board. And now it's specific. There are obviously places you can hide, but it's more fun to paint these scenarios if they're scarier. It's Halloween. Ooh. Pressure onto CCTV and security. You get some of the focus here. The Flores is... You can try and get rid of... well, anything that might be tucked around that mirror window. It's not going to destroy the window itself. but it does mean that if the player wants to swing out now from the side of it, he'll reveal a lot more than just the barrel of his gun. The break onto long. I'm going to take anybody by surprise. There is a castle behind him, keeping him safe as well. And from this point onwards now, they're just giving themselves options here, Kinatrope.
It's taking quite long though before they're really making any move. Kawa's the only one that's currently trying to challenge a little bit towards the main breach, you'd say, like the armory plant that has often gone through. As the scans now coming in, it's the recruit in a nitrous cell. That will confirm the kill. Choppy doing damage as well on the 90 angle, and suddenly Crest is coming alive right here as they start the shutdown. A little response coming in, however, it doesn't stop on the Crest side. There's 2 more left on the side of Kinatrop. Make that one. It's just the big rifle with the SPSMG9. Sees the head, misses the first shot, and the second. They're just not going to swing into this now. You have to wait. As Rented gets the final kill there, secures that round for Crest. And closes the gap. Oof, just that one tap as well. Oop. You can see it on their mouse movement as well. It's like if it's just a tap, you see the recoil. Otherwise, you don't see any recoil because they're controlling it. So it was an intended one.
They tried to just smash in towards the end there. I think there was a bit of a 3-2-1, let's go. First couple of players fell away. I mean, that's C4 onto the Deimos. You couldn't have asked for a better time. Like, them finishing the animation, looking down, as it landed on their feet when they did the hop through the window, and just, at that point, you're in the afterlife.
It's a typical, at this moment, I knew,
yep,
kind of moment.
There is no getting out of that. Thorn on the board. Shotgun as well. Not the most common scene operator.
No. And I was thinking about this, like, myself as well, like, and this is in my ranked shenanigans. I was like, or like, it is an operator, it definitely has potential. You just barely see it, and I think it's because of the delay that those traps have. Might be slightly too long, which is also like, you know, when you're playing with pro players or against them, they will be able to get back out, or they've droned it out already, and otherwise they'll just shoot it out. Which is maybe where you see it a little bit less, but then when it's unexpected, it might hit even harder.
This point, obviously, if they can tie themselves up here, Crest. There is a Kinatrope think that's going away from them, or if they'll try and push for one more round before they have a timeout conversation. Ooh, the frag grenade's already used.
Why? From
Probably
Sledge.
against castles.
Yeah, but Sledge also did it.
But also,
a meter
what do you
away
use
from it.
grenades for nowadays?
Yeah, but it's like you also have a sledgehammer.
Yeah, but
it's like you could...
if anything, that's more useful against opponents than the frag grenades. Like, at least the sledgehammer can convert kills. No, okay. Frag grenades aren't entirely useless, but they're pretty useless. You have some of the removal, the safety of using the grenades, as well as they might have been able to get rid of any goo mines or thorn traps that were close by. You could cut that now. Eyes on passport, and actually slips on by and wins it out. Okamesh got past the opener, got the drop on the East Stairs player. Choppy's able to find Kawa.
Reloading.
And there is some pressure coming in from the side of Jail, and they're actually going to step into it and see if they can find the engagement. Isolated 1 versus 1, but Okamesh has moved on. Lua, in the meantime, is able to take care of Mao. And no sledgehammering anything else for now. And a Monty is between a Deimos and only a Deimos now. There's the Deimos getting 1, getting 2! Yeehaw, Yukiz. Gets the confirm. Now it's a 2 versus 2. They have the vertical control. They have a minute to try and formulate a take out of it.
Exactly where Choppy is. So they have the opportunity to try and push this as a 1v2. Monty's getting himself prepared. Might go for a drop very soon. And try and go for a plan. Might even just drop in reverse. No, it extends as well. As the other one is going to be inside a workshop now. So an effective 2-on-2. The diffuser is on the site, but it needs to be planted first. And that is happening right now. 2 seconds left, and the Nitro Cell is going to be too late, but it will still catch the Montaigne. And the Deimos, down 14 HP, drops into the side, doesn't get the first. Eclair gets the better of him. And as a result, it is going to be another crest round. And they bring it back to 4-4. And now you're starting to look back at that last round where they fed back in, one by one, and it should have been a 5-1 to where it's now an equal scoreline. And Crest has the opportunity to maybe even take map 1 away. This was beautiful, by the way.
I mean, it's such a good, unique gun. I think that's the thing. And in the right hands, it can be so sort of powerful, and with the ability, with the chance to make engagements at your own pace. I think Doki put it on Twitter the other day. It's just such a fun sweet spot for that operator. And here, 4 apiece. Crest have themselves leveled up. This is their map. And next we go to Lair, which is an unknown map for these two teams. Very exciting prospect of why Kinotrope wanted to go there. And potentially ending up in labs as the best of 3 challenge.
Again, overall map selection, pretty happy with that. Just seeing Lair and Nighthaven labs in there. Of course, Nighthaven is already more widely adapted by teams, just because of how it plays. Very similar to maps teams already know. Lair is just the unknown factor still. Like, it will prove for an interesting second map. But first we have to find out who is going to be the ones ahead as we go there. Of course, 4-4 currently tied up the score. Fontaine to be brought out once more is probably going to be used to try and shepherd out the player that's inside the CCTV and break. However, the big rotation out there is always making things slightly more difficult. If you want a challenge, they're easily stepping back into it. Flashbangs and Twitch drones are chasing them out, and the reinforcement is coming out from Lua as well to lock themselves into Fountain.
Kind of expected a bit more to come on the back of that, but patience for now. They're reevaluating, re-establishing the hold above. You can see that there's sort of this width to the angle. They're trying to get a good taste of where the traces are coming through from, where the pressure might be hitting from. At the minute, it's kind of all sides, but if you can get the first step round, if you can try and predict which is the angle where you can get the 1 versus 1 before you're hit from the contact swing, that's the goal. The Monty now putting the pressure on towards the front of Armory, and the Warden is currently busy elsewhere. But in a second, their attention is going to be stolen. The Ace is the one that is caught. The Monty is still fine. I was just trying to run the numbers on where that was.
Kinotrope again, a little bit on the downward trend throughout this game. Last 2 rounds, weren't able to get anything done now. Clearing out the top, but already 1 man down. A minute left on the clock as well, and basically no verticality has been opened up yet. Talking of verticality, they really only have the Ash who could try and make something happen here. So, very limited. They're afraid of some cameras. Find one. This could have been the guide for one of those nitro cells to come through. And as rotations continue to happen, and the verticality continues to be made. 30 seconds in the meantime is left on the clock. And they're nowhere near the side, Emmy.
No, and this is that worry right now, right? Is 20 seconds. You've got to try and get the plant down. You're playing at a body disadvantage. You've got the Monty fine, but now you don't. The kid is cold and dropped, and it's traded out, but it's come at the cost of what is the start of your push now. And here, with some vertical control, with a player that's tucked behind the red pop-in, they were able to bait it with the first bit of motion. The cover has to be on point, and they're able to get one out. Arculli is there, around on the backside, and there's the attention paid, but it's just a step too late into the 1 versus 1. Yukiz versus Rento, who wins it out. Crest pull themselves ahead by 1 round.
It's been the dominant factor throughout the second half so far, and now the scoreline will also portray it, finding themselves up that 1 round. 2 rounds away from taking map number 1 home, which is their own pick, of course. So they kind of expect to. And Kinotrope calling for the tactical timeout. Understandable, I'd say, considering their attacks have just not been good. There's no two ways to go about it. Like, they lose the entry. They don't really make any control for themselves. I mean, 30 seconds left, and they drop through bathroom and try and make it stick that way, whilst they haven't done anything on the horizontal level at that point. It's not a reliable way. It's a 4-5. And Crest, of course, they'll be very happy with how things are currently going.
Now, one round away from being on map point, setting themselves up pretty well, to be honest, here for the energy to take into lair. Crest, they've made sure that they had a lot of the answers on the first half. They had the game down, and as I said, there's a preference towards it, and you can see that Kenotropes was keenly on their defense, and Crest, the 50-50 team that they are, putting the pressure onto that and bringing a very decent hold here on their defense. Kenotropes haven't been able to get themselves in comfortably anywhere. Every single time there's a Crest Gaming player that's seemingly popping up from the side and out of the shadows and sending them to the Shadow Realm. And at this point, you're sort of thinking, okay, well, do they need to try and wrap themselves a bit tighter? Do they need to maybe focus with something a bit quicker on towards the site, make Crest sweat a bit with these looser players out like Rento that are playing these roam games, these extensions? Because otherwise, you're kind of just taking obstacle courses that they've designed for you. And because of that, they know every single step that you're making.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Alright, Kenotrope, you just set your timeout. Let's make sure that you're making worth of it. Convert it into a round win. See if you can push up the pressure and get towards 6 first. You are the favorite team after all. You've already fallen once to Bluebees. You don't want to fall now to Crest in his very first. Oh, did he shoot? I don't think he did. I think the mirror window's still in there. And that would slow things down surely on the actual opportunity of taking control of CCTV and break.
At this point, the Monty still in the hands of Alcayu. Being much more sort of, I'm going to say, cautious for now with their approach. Obviously, we don't get the full taste of what's happening in office where the Monty is, but it seems like trying to stack up beside them and be a lot more direct. Remember last time it was a hop in at the same time as 2 other people making a move, and all of them generally lost their fight. Here, there's a big focus on the single player. Lua, the space is slowly closing around them. I mean, just trying to blind them and go for the breach is a specific take, and as the shield dropped out of there, found themselves a new place, and for a lot of utility, for a risk of the X-Kairos as well, that had already been placed. They've been able to at least force this. The player behind the shield is open. There's an angle there. They're not going to play on the plant on it. They're just trying to make Choppy uncomfortable.
Sometimes that's all you have to do. At some point, they will fall back if, you just turn up the heat enough, and that might actually be the opportunity to find the opening that's required. Choppy still dancing nicely around the window, will eventually drop down. That's a, person downstairs. Still have Arcully out there as well with the Nitro Cell. Will potentially continue playing around there. Wait for the plant to be confirmed. Not sure if they have a camera inside of Archives. If they do, as a second Nitro is being prepared here by Eclair, as soon as that window's getting punched out, it's going to be tossed out as well.
Ready to let loose. Will it come out? The first is Choppy, gets rid of Yukis, the buck is gone, the C4 is caught perfectly in Crest. Waited, baited, and obliterated everyone that tried to find a route through, and Kenotrope, with 2 pockets of C4 and 1 engagement, has gone from seemingly in a good position to torn apart there, and finally some pressure onto 90. There's a bit of pressure inside, but they don't have the diffuser. They're just trying to throw themselves towards the players and get a kill. They're trying to get towards the pocket of the kit itself. They pick it up, but out of time.
Operators, you have run out
Crest
of
Gaming,
time.
1 round away from securing the map.
A huge moment here for Crest. When it's only map 1, by no means does it guarantee them the lower bracket final yet. It's that first step that you have to take. So headed towards the first floor once more. The pressure will be upon them. But also Kinetro, who's just been... And this is the thing, even after the timeout, the attack wasn't that much different. Like, they were just being picked apart. Either by being too slow, or by not having enough control or leverage to force these players out of the position. And Crest, they benefited this. They find themselves up on that point. And as we go back to bathroom tellers, it could be the final round of border before we head to the unknown of Lair. Now both these teams let it through, one picked it even. So definitely expect Kinotrope to have a game on it. But Crest have not banned it either. And if you're really averse to one of these maps, you want to ban it first. If you let it through after your first 2 maps, you should be quote-unquote happy enough to go there.
Still bringing the Monty, still trying to make it work, and to be honest, really hasn't. I haven't seen the Montaigne have a single major impact in terms of Kinotrope's approaches here. And sure, yeah, it might have been helpful in clearing a couple of positions as Claire goes first. It's otherwise just not landed on the site, not landed the objective, and not really landed any pressure onto the players too directly that's led to their deaths as of yet. Here, free to swing towards the hatch, free to swing it out, and at this point they're just sort of pinging off the players. There's nobody that's directly offering them any support as they're still running in. They're just kind of curious about why they keep bringing it as this front line, but leave it alone.
More reinforcements to come through, just a late one, just to fortify the position slightly longer. They want to keep control of office. And those reinforcements are supposed to help them do so. Goyo is being scanned, they know where he is, the Monty's trying to push them out. There's a lot of verticalities out there, the Monty will drop, and that's a diffuser on the ground as well. Grenades are coming through, we'll get an injure. And eventually to confirm on yet another. A 3-on-3 effectively, a 1-on-3 effectively. As our Curly is what stands between Crest and Kinotrope in trying to make sure that they lock it off here.
A minute 10 goes for a sneaky rotate. Now we saw our Caillou pull off 1 versus 3 clutch for Kinotrope on this map the other day. There was the change of pace for that team, and here Cully's in that position, but they are not giving them the opportunity. They're not giving him loose 1 versus 1s, and it might look like there's a red outline up there, but that's 3 blues. As our Cully sits and waits. The drone of Okamesh getting the reveal, and the pings of his teammates allowing him to move around it. He's able to get one, but the second is there. Good ideas there, but the cover and the support right on time.
As we get closer towards overtime, Kinotrope, they never give up. They like to go to overtime. They thrive there as well. One more round, they need to stick. And overall, the attacks haven't been too great. This one, they managed to make work. See it happen again. The Montaigne falling was definitely a bit of a pain point. However, the collapse was already coming around to office. Crest might have held on too long towards the top floor. Should have fallen back earlier and preserve bodies to fight the fight. Stop the plan from happening. But they didn't, and Kinotrope read it, and they completely punished them for it. That destroyed a goo mine, that's unfortunate. And now, in this last round of regulation, Crest again trying to lock it off one way or another.
5 seconds to insertion. Attackers are heading out to the fuse.
Alright, Crest, can you get this distance there. It was obviously Kenotrope's conversation not too long ago that maybe nested some results there. Still, again, with the Monty. Listen, it's like a comfort operator. It's a teddy bear at this point because it's been armless as well. And they've got some focus on towards the window, the pressure onto the site. They're not trying any tricks, nothing quick. Instead, hoping to get the pinches. There's a stretch onto Armory, one in office, one in CCTV and security. In fact, just outside of it, playing on towards 90, and as the pressure comes onto that wall, they'll just take one step back. Get that safely reinforced on towards Fountain before they find themselves being shot from the side.
Jumpy. Shut down. A huge moment here for Kinotrope. Because it gives so much room. Look at all the space he's just gone by that single kill. Yukis will drop, however, by the sides of Arcully. So a bit of a, stem to the potential bleeding that was going to be happening in that round. And you see it this time. Instantly. Rotating back. They've realized the last time we held on too long towards the office. This time they're making sure there's more bodies on the actual ground to take the fight. 2 of them on the horizontal level. 1 of them near the east stairs. Make that 2 as they rotate back down. The office is now clear. And there's still an edge to retake that top floor if they really want to. Ooh. As Okamesh takes down Arcully.
I mean, time and time again, Okamesh stepping up and stepping in. That high value, high talent player. But now, with this single body advantage, obviously Yuki's caught out, the dock will be gone. They need to try and see if they can get a slip through, and that C4 was a few steps away. The crouched player somehow escapes. And Kawa, looked after by some higher power. It's the ping on a player, the Thorn. Their position's revealed. They're not going to sit around. It's a swing over the window. Leaving just Claire and Lua left. A scrappy fight. The Monty, again, leads on through. You have to operate the first time. I think I've seen them get a kill. Now in the 2 versus 1, Alkai is going to go for the plant. Cross is important, and they almost duck underneath it, but we are going to OT once again.
And then when it matters most, they manage to get 2 of those attacking rounds on the board, Kinotrope. But they continue on the attack. And overall, the first 4 weren't the best whatsoever. They need more of those final 2 we saw. And they also will notice. Crest. They tried to hold on longer on the actual ground floor, and it might have been the right decision. Just losing Arcully on the balcony here by Okamesh. Okamesh who played an amazing round, by the way. The opener into Armory, which gave them so much space to work with on that top floor suddenly. Finding the second one on the balcony as well. And afterwards, the rest of the team closing it out.
Nice. Nice ball.
Attackers have located a bomb.
And suddenly, Kinotrope back in the game.
Six apiece, and yeah, they've now obviously their 2 attacks. They've tied them on in a row. They're straight back on attack, which is going to work in their favor really here for Kinotrope. They're happy to keep going. They might have to do it on a site they haven't been able to get land before, which is Armory Lockers, and this has been a lockdown, shutout site from the side of Crest on their defense. The Monty is gone. Will they have more of an impact? The only other operator Alkayu has played on attack so far outside of the Ossa they are now on was a Kali. And I'll be honest, I'm glad to see them back with a gun, back with a bit of attention. It's still a heavy objective drive here, but I think the Ossa is going to offer them a little bit more because the thread of guns is what's putting the pressure on here from the side of Crest, and instead now have to try something different onto this site.
Score's a bit more of a flexible operator. Having the gun active, but also being able to play with the shields. Functions a relatively same role, just trying to get the plan down. And it feels, with the puck down here, that they're trying to get some control of Archives. See what they can do from there on 4. If you see the diffuser hovering next to it as well, Okamesh going up to the window, this might be a quick planned attempt to come through.
Changing mag.
I mean, that's it, right? They're all stepped up, ready and waiting. The drones are rolling through, getting a decent idea. You've got the Buck that doesn't want to start popping the floor and their way through from the bathroom until this pressure comes on. The Ossa, the thing is, 2 C4s are going to need to be juggled against. There's the first. There's a play back in there of a grenade of their own team, I think, was caught out. The chance on the plant. Akali does find Kawa. That's some of the cover gone. There's that C4. They've actually pulled it away, though. They'll survive and live. The Ossa has baited out the utility. Well, there's still some pressure. They're still standing and kicking until Yukis gets caught. Akali gets rid of the Buck. I'm not sure if they're down there with them, but they've dropped that cover from underneath. There goes the long-range fight. There goes Eclair, and there goes really a decent chance at this round. Okamesh has done some magnificent things before. In the 1 versus 5. Crest, great response towards that take and that attempt to pull through. Just shut every angle out.
Yeah, a bit of a weird mismatch, right? Like, the Ossa starts moving through, the grenade of the teammate is about to blow themselves up. Not what they would have imagined. The Buck also, like, playing around in bathroom rather than workshop. Like, it's a bit harder there to try and challenge the Mira, who was obviously in a prime position to get a Nitro Cell over. So, like, 2 of those small mistakes which build up together with the instant and amazing response from Crest. And as Okamesh is just holding onto an angle, it can be seen as a bit of an opportunity to talk. The rest of the team's probably just thinking about, okay, what's going to happen next now? It's a 1v5. Very unlikely he's going to be winning this. There's almost no time anyway, so it runs out. And Crest once more find themselves on the map point for Border.
Operators, you are out of time.
Okay, well, they tried something different. It didn't work out. That happens. I mean, it's a site that they've lost every time on their attack, and, you know, they probably expected to see it. They were decent on their defense, obviously, otherwise we wouldn't be in this situation. You do think about that one round where Crest won the last attack that they did, but it was a bit of a throwy situation of 3 bodies charging at the single remaining Crest player. And if that had gone into the Kinotrope way, this map would be over.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attack.
However, it's not. We're still here, and they've opted to come down towards the bathroom side itself. This was also 2 wins for them, and maybe they're sort of playing against the idea of, well, they might expect armory lockers. We'll go here instead. We'll shake things up. They feel more confident about their hold here, and I think it's a little bit tougher to fix on the fly for Crest, whatever they deemed Crest's problem was.
Looking at the operators, the Montaigne coming out from Lua. For a second there, they wanted to go for a Glass and Capital option, but decided against it. We've seen quick plans here. They don't always work. The Orcs being on the board as well is a direct counter to some extent to the Monty. However, only if the Montaigne is alone. Because if you are just dashing in there when there's like an entire team right behind it, well, you're guaranteed to die before you actually reach that Montaigne. So the Orcs might be more of a threat to the Roam, where as soon as the top floor is lost, they have the opportunity to jump back up if it's not properly watched by the side of Crest. And maybe see if they can, well, cause some havoc that way.
Reveal of a Monty that's found a friend quite quick. Yukis. Again, they love to play these slightly separate from the pack flank games, but unfortunately they haven't been anywhere near as free with it as they were earlier on in the game against Father's Back. Here, under a bit of a bout of pressure, they're just keeping themselves close enough to be a danger, but pulling themselves far enough away that they're not caught out. There's an Oryx that wants to step against a Monty, and the Monty had, for a second when he saw him answering the phone, an idea. You put that away very quickly, Yukis.
It's also the fact that Yukis doesn't have a clue whether or not the cover is close by or not. He knows there's people around Custom. He knows there's people around Main, that he's now starting to take small amounts of damage as well. This might become a now or never situation, but as you see, people are moving in. A lot of damage done towards the Montaigne. They're down to 6 as Okamesh gets the first.
I mean, the Montaigne just kind of didn't pay enough respect towards a player that loves to swing out. Claire is gone. They've lost the ace. You assume some of the destruction has already been done, but it allows them to move into this territory. They've bought them a pocket of safety, and now they're just going to have to try and send it into the site. But Alkayu locking it down. Kawa gets one more. And a pistol might be able to do some damage here, Choppy, but he's... Okay. Gets Yuki's on a bit of a blow through a soft wall, but still. They just try to surround points. So they had the player outside the window of the site. They had someone putting pressure on towards vent, and then the rest of the team were trying to drive themselves across from customs door. But as soon as that vent player went, suddenly there's a side of safety for the team. They can turn their backs to an angle and focus towards the rest of it. Rest of the approach, and it comes out here. Crest 7-7. Now they've got something to talk about of just one round. That's what this conversation is.
But it's so much more than just a round. And that's the thing, right? Yes, it is. Okay, yes, it is one round. They play one round. But they get an entire map on the back of it if they win it. And that map might mean the difference whether or not you will be going to like the lower bracket finals.
Yeah, but that's not what this conversation is. This timeout specifically is how do we win this one round?
Yeah, exactly.
At the point, all the other stuff put on the shelf. They get the benefit of knowing where they're going to go, which needs to be worked out by the attackers, and then they have to be a little bit more active in their discussion. There wasn't as much they could give there other than generic moral support and guesses.
A little bit of work with the pistol.
I'm excited we'll still definitely see Lair, whatever happens. As it was pointed out, it's not been played in Japan League yet at a tier 1 level. We had it in the open quals a little bit, but we didn't get to see it, unfortunately. But now we get a taste of it.
This is what it all comes down to. These next 3 minutes for this first map victory to get themselves lined up in the best possible position for this next upcoming map layer, which is just an unknown for both these teams. Of course, one picked it. The other one let it through, however. Quick pressure coming down from Supply. Yuki's finding himself inside, instantly into customs. There is someone on the other side of this. Does he know? Yes, he does! Rento drops very quickly 30 seconds into the round. That's a great way to start things off. And look at how vertical everything is, Emmy. There's 3 people up on the top, just a single person down on the actual site itself. And that's Eclair.
Huge blow to lose Rento. As I said it before, they were the man that clutched out the round before, and now with this body advantage, they can maybe try and stress and execute on towards it. Yukas get that first step, that first take, but they still need to make sure that they don't hand them the 1 versus 1 engagement back on the Monty. Again, Alkaya, I said it before, you know, I don't want to just harp on one player. It's more how they're using the operator. They're just sort of keeping them alone, and oh, almost gave them the free fight onto break, and Choppy goes down from the end of it. Should have been able to nail that, but instead Okamesh gets the take. Arkuli hits the ground. Eclair suffering, scrapes in the sight. A 5 versus 2 Kenotrope. Shown up, locked in, locked it down. The impacts will put the pressure on. A very, very scrappy fight that is eventually won out. Eclair, filthy. Onto Yukis. 2 more to try and find his way close to the site, but can't manage it. Kenotrope, they're able to secure Crest Gaming's map in the last dying throw.
They were so close, Crest. Multiple map points. They weren't able to turn it down. I don't know what it is, but there is just something about Kinotrope where they play better if they are under so much pressure of that map slipping away from them. And as a result, they find themselves that map 1 victory. Next up will be Lair. It is a lot of uncertainty. But first, we head to a quick break. See you soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you believe it? What an end to the first map in the series. A border that really changed things up, I have to say. Kinotrope barely scraping by, but just telling you how close both of these squads are. Welcome back to the desk. Hi, I'm Milosh with my wonderful co-hosts and friends. I can call you my friends, right?
We're
Hap
hosts.
and Fluke, co-hosts.
Oh,
We're hosts.
we're co-hosts.
Co-hosts.
What do we have to do with that?
Well, yeah, what's our job description there? What do we do? Milosh?
You kind of
Teach us the
talk
way.
with me about
Okay.
the match.
Matches.
Yes, just the match.
Yes,
What do you
just
feel
the-
about it? I want your reaction. I'll set you
You're
up.
talking
You know,
too
it's.
fast. I can't talk with you.
I mean, you will get your bath today. I promise you. But
Thanks.
it seems like Kinotrope are really
You said that like I'm a dog.
wanting.
I was gonna say,
Would
so
you-
are you putting Emmy in bath? Is that what you're saying right here? It's
Take
like,
me to the kennel. What is this?
Emmy would be a spaniel. I think that makes a lot of
we
sense.
both know Emmy would be a snow leopard. Come on.
That's not a dog.
That's not a dog.
Anyway.
This friendship.
Yeah, let's get
It is
into the
friendship.
friendship. Yes.
true.
Every why is bear friendship? Why do they have those ears if I'm not supposed to touch them?
Why
Anyways.
Crest lose?
Because, well, you're about to tell me there, Fluke, because this got
Yeah.
way too close and Crest had advantages throughout the whole game.
Honestly, something's got to be seen into the timeouts that Kinotrope take and how they can rally, because the amount of times they'll be down and then they pull themselves back into a game just over this playoffs weekend has been huge. But yeah, it was a shame really, because the game itself was pretty even-handed. It was traded back and forth, and Crest just had a very decent idea of how to defend. They kept themselves away. They would always step round onto the loose corners, and it took Kinotrope by surprise a lot. This round was tragic as a throw, and it helped Crest there. But I think it just reached a point where Kinotrope maybe had an idea on how they wanted to close it out, and as soon as they sort of twigged the loose single play, the way to lock down those roamers, a couple of mistakes from Crest, and unfortunately that was the margin.
Again, like Kinotrope, their first attacks were just poor. There is no two ways to describe it. And at that point, it was just, they're map point behind. They're like, okay, surely there's going to be like a 7-4, 7-5, something like that, because the attacks just haven't been great. And then suddenly Kinotrope is be like, hey, but what if we win? And everything just started going their way, and all the gunfights started, happening the right direction. You saw like aggression coming out from Kinotrope in the early round, which landed them a kill or two for free, and there was just no response from Crest. They just couldn't get into it.
And there basically is the end of this first map, but I want to remind everybody that this is a best of 3 series, and I think we're all expecting a bit more hectic play, including more of the shield that we just got there from Ayakayu. But for that, we have to get into our matchup, really, for map number 2. First of all, MVP of this first map is Okomesh. 16-7, 76% on the cost, 130 EPS. Been performing in every single one of our maps and our matches so far. I mean, he's been a linchpin for Kinotrope since the founding of this squad, and I really want to check, and you have to remind me about this when the Kinotrope camera goes up, if Okomesh is still wearing the same glasses or not. That's just kind of a personal thing.
Is this
that I would like-
optometry?
He's optometrist in him, yeah.
Absolutely. But our maps, here they are. Border was map number 1, as you saw, 8-7. A close win here for Kinotrope on Crestpick. Will it be a repetition as Kinotrope has picked up Lair? So we potentially could get both Lair and Labs, given how close this game has been. But getting Lair for the second time ever in Japan, and realistically the first time in Tier 1 Japan competition, that's something that all 3 of us will really have to explore in depth. So what can we pull from experience in other regions, looking Hap,
Yes.
to introduce Lair to our Japan League exclusive fans and viewers?
Hap can take this.
Yeah, I can show you the stats.
Go ahead.
It's not often that they completely translate across, but overall, from what I see, it's pretty defense-sided still. Like I think it's like a 55-ish%. It depends on what region you go to, of course, because there's like a lot of like the like lower tiered teams that play, and then they win like all of their rounds of defense. And then when you have some of like the higher tiered, it's more of like a 50%, 55 defense percent win rate on defense. So it is hard to say because we haven't seen any of these teams play on it. So we don't even know if the meta carries across from what we've seen in other regions, which, I mean, it isn't too much yet either in a lot of them. So I think we just have to go into this with like an open mind and like, again, Crest let this go through. Kinotrope picked this. Do both of them have a game? Or is it just Kinotrope that, decided to, they might have expected us to ban this, but little do they know, we are actually, very much prepared to play this.
Absolutely, and you have other options, as you saw. Cafe Sky, Chalet, and Consulate were the first 4 bans, so there are definitely options there if you wanted to go to somewhere other than Lair. And for it to be the second pick, there's definitely something behind it. What is hidden in the back, we'll have to explore once we get into our map itself. But, we talked about Lair specifically, how other regions kind of inspire into here. And one thing you mentioned, Hap, is that, well, the way that Japan plays in general might just be different. And I want to ask you, again, but maybe Fluke would like to chime in, depending. What makes Japan, really, when it comes to playing Siege? What sets it apart from other regions, being it internationally or here in the JPL?
Well, you can go
Sorry,
first.
yeah, good.
You were asked first.
Amy, go ahead.
I think there's sometimes a bit of too much aggression. Like they're relying too much on individual gun skill rather than pulling in the team together. And this is why Scars, for example, is so dominant, because they are working together at any given time. They also don't rely on crutch operators. They also know when to do nothing, to just let the opponent simmer for a while and take rounds home that way. But a lot of the other teams, they just continue throwing bodies and bodies and bodies and bodies at the problem where, we've had rounds where it's a minute 30 left and it's a 2-on-2 and the last 4 people are none on site. And you're like, where did this come from? Like, what does this happen? So it's like often a bit too much aggression for their own good, I'd say, which teams like Scars actually manage to manage quite well.
Well, let's see what we can get by hopping into Lair, and you see Deimos' mask on the wall. That's kind of the theming around Lair. It is, a Lair.
It's his house.
It's his house. That's a really, really big house. I wonder what sort of taxes he pays, but then again, I don't think look, don't quote me on this, and please don't tell the IRS, but I don't think Deimos pays taxes on this property.
On the bus right now.
Look,
listen, he might be evil, might have shot Harry, right? But everyone's more scared of the tax man than Rainbow Six.
That's true.
What's that famous Joker quote? I'm not gonna mess with the IRS. They're I'm crazy. I'm not stupid.
Yeah, that's how they get him, usually on tax evasion. Watch out, Deimos. Though 76% for Kinotrope as they've won map number 1. That is your public vote. Let's see if that translates into the server itself. Lair about to boot up. Our first time we get to see it in Pro Japan gameplay. Looking Hap, please. The honor is all ours. Enjoy.
It's full of honor. I'm ready for this, ready to see it set down. Now, obviously, in this environment, when it's been something that has been just scrimmed behind closed doors, you're going to see a lot of learning. There's ways and ideas that things have hit the boards running on the international stage. There's things that you have in your scrims that don't quite land when you bring them to the live stage. We're going to get tastes of that. And to be honest, what this is going to be is a game of adaptation more than anything. How can you adapt live on the fly to not only what your opponents are doing, their holds, their defenses, their whatever, but also when things of your plan go wrong, how many forks in the road do you have preparations for? Tubarao banned. First time we've had him gone in a while.
Imagine that will have something to do with the breach. It is quite, especially on the top floor, it's quite a dangerous breach to go up against as the attacker. It's of course due to the windows that are right behind it. So if that is something you want to focus, the last thing you want is a Tubarao that buys 20-30 seconds for someone to just try and retake that area and shoot it out through the window. Of course, has other options as well. And talking of top floors, we will be headed there first. To start off this matchup, and again, it is hard to directly compare the region that we're currently in of Japan to the entire worldwide scale in terms of how this map will play out. But, as I said, around a 55% defensive win rate. So, Crest, you'll be looking for 3 to 4 rounds, preferably 4. And you find yourselves in some good water.
Now, Kenotrope, this brings them up to playing every single map currently in rotation, I believe, over the past split in the playoffs. Now, this was the one missing one. Crest themselves, I don't think they've played Cafe yet. I'd have to double check the playoffs. But I think that's still hidden away from them. So there is a lot of depth that comes out of Kenotrope. They're happy to go to a lot of these different maps. They're happy to play a lot of these uncomfortable ones. Whether they win or lose them is a second step. But yeah, no, Cafe. Oh, and Bank. Bank hasn't been played unless it was played in playoffs by Crest. So, can Kenotrope's map pool, their knowledge and their happiness across every single one in regulation be something that helps here? Monty, we're going to probably see a lot of once again, and it's exploratory. Monty, it's an operator that lets you get into the building. They're in a very strong position right now. Akayu is confident enough to go by their side. I think it will have more merit on this map than on Border, when everything is an active firefight and everything's a cross angle. You kind of need a bit of support there. Here you'll have some runs. You'll be able to probably isolate positions a bit easier. Talking of, a C4 just out of Choppy's door underneath the site. Gets Okamesh, gets the head. And that puts a bit of pressure there onto the security terrace. Choppy's able to keep killing insecurity and briefing down here below, and here comes the Monty, here comes somebody else, and it's all a little bit too separated from the approach of Kenotrope.
There's also nowhere near the actual fight itself that has to happen over the site. You just see it, 4 of them are just chilling. No pressure whatsoever as of yet. And Kenotrope, this first round can almost be discarded, but there is still 90 seconds left. That's an opportunity to try and see if you can turn the tides, maybe get these kills in, bring this round closer, and take it even home. Montaigne now pushing up, joining teammates, headed towards operation. This is just a bit of a death trap, especially the mirror window on there. Players below with a nitro cell, it's almost guaranteed you'll find yourself killed if there's no verticality that way around. That barricade looks very weird to me.
Yeah, they smash their way through the weird barricade, take control of operational, and now they're going to see if they can try and run their way along Mez here. The side is obviously a step to the left, and with the wall locked and with no direct way of breaking through it, they're just going to try and send it. You're assuming the pocket breaches might have been in the pockets of the Buck and the Capitao, but as they get removed, there's an attempt at an air jab deeper in the room. They just get rid of it with their face. The Monty wants to swing, but there's the swing around on his shoulder. There's at least the lockout. There's 2. And that leaves just Mao here. Failed take underneath, which was the attempt at just clearing some of the space, led to a player who was able to get 2 and get out of there without being traded. From then, the round was in a very, very sticky situation, especially when the 2 people was Yuki's and Okamesh, the star player of this team, and especially this weekend.
What a great round to start off on. Like, just not connecting the single player down below, basically putting in too big of a dent to still make that round work. So up to the basement now for Crest. Going from the top all the way to below. Of course, you know, they will have prepared this map as well. They know that there was an opportunity they'd have to go here. Otherwise, you wouldn't let it go through in the vetoes. If you are 100% not comfortable to go for it. That's that danger as well, right? Like, they might not have picked it, but they're definitely ready for it. I'm 100% convinced of that. So if they do manage to get 4 rounds on the defense, maybe, let's say 5, then Kenotrope is going to find themselves in some big trouble going into that second half.
It's a slow first start, though, and I think, you know, in the grand scheme of things, if it's the first map played in a region with 2 teams that generally favor defense, I'm going to look at 2-5-1 halves. And that's a bit of a bold take to make, and it puts a lot of pressure on Kenotrope, who will be the ones trying to fill that in. You know, I wouldn't be amazed, and I wouldn't be that horrified by it. 4-2 is also obviously just the split on that third site going up or down or whatever. It just takes a moment, a bit of luck, and Kenotrope, I don't think, are the ones that have really isolated that. Crest, if anything, with some of their early attempts on board or the quick pace they could apply, could be something that is their difference maker here. The break will come through and they just get an escape. They can swing either side of the door and find their way here across the basement.
Find some extra width with opening up all these barricades, all these reinforcements. Of course, a new map is being developed, especially in the region. So one of the easiest ways to deal with it on the defense is just to turtle down. Let them do their jobs. Let them work. Let them figure it out. But as Okamesh is slowly starting to come through, he has a ping. He knows of one of these players, and he's just trying to find the right angle to be able to engage them. As Kenotrope is going for a very heavy lateral take with only a single player up above to provide that support vertically. But this seems like it's just going to be a complete brawl.
They have the ping from the player, and the smoke will slow it down to allow the rest of the roamers to get themselves closer back towards the site itself, see if they can offer some of the support. I see 6 red outlines. Obviously not the case. There's an encircling of both teams in this position. You can see at least the Deimos' mask on the far side. They're trying to just isolate. The Grimbees will get a bit of a reveal. They haven't been able to get rid of a player yet. There's at least some destruction as Arcully finds Okamesh once again. Removed before they can really have an impact. The bees are gone, the pressure against the Keebers, and here's the charge of Alkayu. Straight through lockers, straight through. On towards labs, they're sort of putting a toe in, but as everybody gets dropped elsewhere, they're at least able to find one. However, it is just the 2 remaining players inside lockers, staring wistfully in towards one of the sites. The kid is going to be rotated around, see if they can get themselves just a second angle, but with 20 seconds, they do not have long. Where do they think they have any safety on this plant as it's all revealed in the bulletproof and the Fenrir mine? It's just a charge down the side of Toxing towards the back end of stock. It's an easy lockout here. Crest, 2-0.
So far, not too impressed with the attack IDs yet we're seeing from Kenotrope. It's a bit more of the first part of their attack that we saw on the previous map Border, where things just weren't connecting. Like at round 5, that's when things started going that way. But we kind of need to see that earlier here. You cannot pick this map knowing it's a fully defense-sided map and realizing you'll be on the attack, but then not get any of these attack rounds in. They need to start soon. And how effective has the Monty been so far? Sure, it's a shield. I don't think it's really succeeding in the shepherding or in guiding the team. I think it's way more valuable to have another gun on the board that can be active firing rather than the Montaigne, which is the shield everybody's hiding behind currently and expecting to make waves happen. Just not happening.
I think one of the main things about it is I don't dislike it as much on this map because of how exploratory.
It's more narrow.
It's narrow as well, but also they're trying to work things out, and it gives you a bit of safety, but also the team itself just hasn't really netted any results on it. They're not getting anywhere near the worth out of the Montaigne for pulling someone off of a gunfight. Whether that's because they're not working around the Montaigne, they're still being a bit split up in their take, whether that's just because the Montaigne's not in the right position, I can't tell you. I'm not in their plan comms, I don't look at their whiteboards, I can't read. But aside from that, it's an easy bandit trick here on towards the site. Yeah, how much was caught there? They tried to throw it either side, but bumps will remain locked for now.
2 Selmas used there. That's going to be quite painful. Luckily, plenty of heart breach. I mean, there's still 2 extra thermics, an extra Selma, an extra heart breach gadget. So, in theory, they should still be able to open up whatever they want to open up. As Ops is being prepared to be moved through. Whereas I want to get control of that top 4 first. You see the extra thermic being placed high so it can bypass the mute jammer that is on the other side. That way the breach will still be completed. And as the pressure over the top floor is starting to come through, a minute has passed.
Reloading.
They still need to go down one floor. Which means that, you know, they kind of need to clear this out in the next 50 seconds or so they can start working on the actual site itself. Because that's the thing. We haven't seen any, like, real site action yet whatsoever in these last 2 rounds.
Well, the first one falls, now gets it, and then Rento is able to make sure that they don't suffer too long, but Cow is there on the trade. It's an encircling around the pressure onto our 6th room, but back and forth. Crest stepping in on towards Display, on towards Master, and that forces now Kinotrope, who got the first step in, just throwing gadgets, hoping that it isn't punished. They know that 2 of the remaining players are up here. They might try and isolate this as a 2 versus 2, but look round on the other side of Skybridge. There's a big rotate that's happened from the 3rd Crest player. They've got themselves close enough to maybe react, and they're at it. Lua from Skybridge gets the cut across and locked out finally. A bit too far, a bit too much of a distance to cover Crest. 3 rounds in a row, as I said. Wouldn't be surprised by the 5-1 defensive half. It's definitely going to be a game of 2 halves.
I'd expect it to be. Especially the new map. We've mentioned it before. Every single time this happens and a new map comes out, it's just very defense-sided. Maybe less so in, like, regions in NA, EU, and Brazil. Those are generally like closer towards 60-70%, at least for the first couple of playthroughs, and it just balances out quickly afterwards.
Nice.
But even when Cafe was reintroduced,
Whoa!
another Easter egg.
Secret chicken.
It's a secret chicken with an R6 logo.
People being like, that's a rooster. Every bird is a chicken. Look at all these chickens.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
And then I just want to see the sides under pressure. That's it. Like, I'm not asking for a lot, I think.
Well, right now you might be, because they haven't been able to make it happen at all. They've tried with the Monty, hasn't worked. They've gone to something a bit more formula-driven here as they go against the top floor. The Master Office in our 6th room is the site once again, and, you know, the rotations from Crest have been good. They've made sure that they're responding. There was the first time they lost that opening kill, and they were quick to step back in, back and forth, but because they had the awareness of the approach, they could set themselves up to get in from the side, to get the cross angles and the separation here. The breach, which will probably be played against, will be a bit blind, but we can hear the wall being popped open for a second until this is able to reset itself, and there it is. The pressure onto operational and ops as well as they fall away from Mez back towards the server and display, which is the eastern side of the map itself here that you see now. That's the display. They're trying to hold on to it and keep all their pretty pictures up, but with the breach on towards Master's office, it's maybe the first time we've seen them with a proper glimpse in towards the site and not somebody shooting them in the face in response.
Al just being so afraid of someone coming in from the opposite side that he's proning over this balcony trying to make happen what needs to happen, which is the opening towards the ops side. And that gives them the opportunity to, once they take ops, to really come in from 2 different angles. And they're aware of Arcuri's current position. And he's the only one that's currently inside itself trying to hold it off, and as it's being droned, they should be aware of that. So where is the support to come in from? Where are they going to be at? On the side of Crest.
They've got themselves closer and closer, but without the kill onto our Cully, they're just going to have to try and send it. They don't have anything for direct cover apart from flashes and throwing themselves in, and this is that sort of missing element of the take here. There's still 2 C4s to long arm and refuse this. There's the roll. They're hoping the EMP will catch the C4 that gets thrown out, but it's the cover and the kills and the second C4 that connects it. 30 seconds though, and as it's still traded out, a 2 versus 3 is how it ends. Lua, Choppy, and Eclair well aware of where this is being attempted. There's one more C4 that could be thrown, but the sneaky approach around the side of Mez is called out and caught. but it's a 1 versus 2. 8 bullets in his gun if he pops up and goes for the fight, which he does. But a C4, he's so close to clutching that one out there. Trade of the gadgetry and a kill. Rough, buddy.
Another girlfriend turned into a moon.
Another girlfriend. 4 rounds down at this point. But couldn't have been close to that last one.
At least some pressure towards the site just came through. And, you know, a tactical timeout already being called by Kinatrope might sound worrying. But I guess it's just the fact, like, we need to get 1, maybe even 2 rounds. And we've seen everything now. So, let's discuss. Let's see how we can get there. Let's see how we can make sure we get that buffer. Because if they go into this as 06, a little slip up in round 1 and boom. Euro map pick just got taken away from you by an 07. Which would make for some very quick progress towards the 3rd map, but surely something that wouldn't be appreciated by Kinatrope or their fans.
I think, yeah, 4 rounds down is a fair time to talk about it, and it gets you now, as sort of put it, this option to try and go for 2. I think 1 is the goal still, but 2 would be nice. I don't want to complain about it, especially with how close that was on what is their prime site technically. It was a C4 post-mortem that on different builds of this game in a LAN environment, you don't know if that connects every time. They were able to get the kill, and sometimes it's just the elements of the game itself. Here's the secret dev team jacket. Thanks, Observer.
Observer is having a field day with this map today. It's like, I got another one.
I have 1 dev team patch for working on 1 of the operations.
Attackers are
Very
moving
cool.
out to locate
That's
a
my
bomb and
coolest siege memorabilia. Because that's I think the rarest siege memorabilia I have. I have a lot of, to be fair, I probably have technically rarer stuff. But that's the coolest one, I think.
Also has the most meaning.
It has the most meaning, exactly. Like, I have things like, you know when Grand Larceny released? UK casters all got a little box with like a flat cap in it and a lockpicking kit. I have that, which probably only about 6 people have. But as much as I love a R6 branded flat cap, a patch for working on the game, pretty cool. 4 rounds, pretty cool crest. But at this point, you know Kinatrope are getting closer and closer. Smash. Always rewarded for patience, our Cully. Caught out, just drifting idly by. And now with that, they have some options. They're starting from the top. Instead of going in on the basement, as they did last time, they're starting all the way at the top and then just underneath themselves. The team is staying together, and because of that, look at this. Perfect execution, perfect close down. Suddenly, there's a succinct idea of what they're trying to run in, and the 2 remaining players floating around in this space are under a fair bit of danger. You've got Rento that wants to try and lean his head around the corner. It's being called on a Cam and Lua, or Claire even. I was going to say, when they got the kill onto Okamesh, they weren't a million miles away, but with Rento being caught by the Monty, it is now just turned into a team that is much more driven. Claire, get out of there. You don't want to toe-to-toe with the Monty in this stage. It is something, as we said, a play space that works much better for them.
That first kill really did wonders for them, finding themselves in a perfect position now to try and lock themselves off with a round on the board that they've gathered an attack. Oh, one caught there as they're trying to commit towards this side. Choppy has found himself with top floor control. And look at that, Claire is there as well now. So they're going to try and play this from up top. Cameras are giving away the position here. Pings are starting to come through. I don't think that there is any safe area. You saw as well, Choppy just dropped down. He's going to be using the smoke caster he had to try and stop the plan from happening. However, it is about to be confirmed. 45 seconds, ticking down in a 2v3 retake with 1 up above and 1 down below.
I mean, it's the second plant or so they've got over the 2 maps. The Monty is just charging through and looked a bit irritated that the kill was stolen twice. Kinatrope. They find the one that they wanted, the one that I sort of requested. And it was by far the best round that they have played so far on this map. It was so together. They realized what Crest were doing. How Crest were playing just above the site last time round, and instead of entering on the basement where they were entirely punished because, well, they couldn't go any further because they didn't have the vertical, they had to go for big rotates, start at the top, tread it a little bit like how you would Cafe. Get yourself on the top 2 floors, get yourself working steadily down, force them around that basement. If they want to stay, fine, they can die or move on, and that was the position, that was the angles. You saw the player on the hatch, it was just sticking around Crest, overstaying. Welcome.
So just in general, unaware of some of the positions that were already being occupied. That's how we saw Clubhouse in the top there, in the actual feed when we were watching. Anyway. 1-4. The round might be crucial. There's no enough stressing that.
5 seconds to go.
That one round could mean whether or not this is an OT game, where Kinotrope gets defense, I would assume. Or if this is a game that could have been locked out by Crest early on in their attacks. And there's still a round on the board. And that round is what they're fighting for now. And if Kinotrope manages to take that one home as well, again, it is a game of 2 halves, but suddenly this game is looking a lot brighter than what it did, like, well, let's say 2 minutes ago.
If they can get themselves that momentum moving on, I still think Crest will have a couple of snappy little plays and ideas that they could put together. They were confident enough to run with those with Border, but there's a big difference between when they did those on Border at the start of the series, losing their map, and where they sit now. Still, Kinotrope, the lifeline, massively important. And again, keeping themselves a bit together. There is focus on towards the site itself. Now, I'm kind of hoping they still go for some of that vertical control, but remember, it was all a fight up there where everybody died. So, getting the breach open, drawing some of the players away from the vertical before they go for it, probably a decent idea. The Twitch drone is happy to sit and hide and get shot. They've done the wall of security. They've done the pressure on towards bunks. That's going to make it a much more dangerous place to stay.
Breach made. Closer towards the site they get, slowly and steadily. There's still so much control that needs to be gained. You see there as well, the hatch is being played, it's active. You cannot just sneak in and try and go for a plant. Unless they do see that it's not being occupied right now, and they do find the opportunity. Okamesh again, waiting patiently. Akayo getting stuck into a goo mine, gets some of the information read. Wanting to breach here, but doesn't quite know if it's safe to go for it. I think that's too late. Yep, there goes the breach. The bandit sleeping, couldn't actually get back one of the batteries in time and try and replace it. And suddenly the side is under a lot more pressure.
Yeah, I mean, whether that was the single one that the Twitch was able to get hold of, but has made a massive gaping hole in the side itself. Now, they still don't want to throw themselves in, but with 30 seconds, their options are running a bit thin. As is Kawa's blood. Akali gets the first, Lua gets the second on towards Yuki's. And now the 4 versus 3, or 5 versus 3 even. Ooh, gets half of a castle and expects the fight to come back round, but with 14 seconds, Crest are not leaving anything to fate. Missed it! Drifted on Bayer. There's at least one to make it not a flawless. There's 2, but with 3 seconds left and just spraying at ghosts. Only get one more on a down. 5-1. Hey, look at that. I called it. Let's see if it's something that could be reflected on the other side.
Confused on how that round eventually played out. They got so much done on the top, on the middle floor. They had direct side access, and then with 30 seconds left, some people are still rotating up towards the top.
I think.
Yeah.
They saw an opportunity on the wall at the bottom of green. And that changed up their original plan, and they got a bit too focused onto it. Because you saw them throw smokes in and then not do anything.
This was also worrying.
Pass it.
Just smokes.
But yeah, I think they just It's like when you get to a buffet and there's suddenly a new option. And you're like, do I have room for this? And you already have 13 plates of pasta. And you're like, I've dropped all my pasta now. That happened to you at home?
No, I can't say that I've had the issue yet where I've eaten 13 plates of pasta to begin with.
No, you dropped them. That's the...
Oh, drop them. Okay, yeah. I've also not dropped 13 plates of pasta now.
What's your favorite kind of pasta?
5 seconds to insertion.
Ooh, I love a good pasta with pesto in it. That's pesto.
Moving out to locate a bomb and
Some chicken.
I
Nicely
love
grilled.
Okay.
What?
Like, you just didn't name a pasta. You just said you like pasta with chicken and pesto.
Okay.
That's a accoutrement.
Okay, and now I understand what you mean. You mean the sort of pasta, not the actual like dish that you make.
Yeah, I asked
so
you
like pen or spaghetti
listen,
or
before
macaroni.
Italians come knocking on your door, let's move on. 5-1. We're back towards the top floor. We'll see if the Ossa can be that difference maker. Now they're new map, new op, new season. Who dis? Okamesh. They're gonna see if they can try and get some work done. Attempt with the Maverick to shoot through, but the Ace is actually who suffers more. They were prepared for it as the line came against it. And this is the preparation level you want to see from Kenotrope. Obviously, this is their map to play on, and they might try and just spray down on towards that. Stop it turning into a passable entrance. It's a route to see through, and they can try and win it later.
That's not enough pressure though. Like, okay, yes, they might be able to fight through it, so you might lose bodies to it, but you don't have to worry that the diffuser is suddenly sneaking in from that direction later on. So all you really have to do is make sure you just don't stand in front of that hole, and you'll be fine. So it really puts the pressure over to other areas. And also, as a note, the reason why the Ace was suffering is because the player on the other side could go prone at a further distance from the actual wall than the Ace could, which means that they have better view than the Ace has.
Science!
So, science, indeed. Cutting the pie to some extent.
Maths. Arcully hurt but not out, and allows them to keep putting the pressure up. They've been able to take control of ops here, and they're firing down the gantry of Mez they did before, but it's Yukiz that gets the first. Choppy is taken out, and those aren't his speed lines. That's his first kill. That's just him celebrating the bandit charge, keeping that wall solid. I mean, it's a funny one to try and take out. There as Okamesh takes out Lure at the bottom of the rocket stairs. Reception. And that leaves now trying to find their way through. They still have the Ossa, the kid in the hands of some hard destruction, and a ping on a player here on the main stairs. And there goes the robot Okamesh. And there suddenly goes Alkayu. It's a 3 versus 3, 20 seconds. The Ossa's trying to find a way in the door. If they can get rid of the cover there on towards the wall, they can push behind it. Declare's able to find it. 15 seconds, 2 remaining players, Mao and Yukiz, who hasn't really been able to have a big impact on this round, but has these moments, usually locked up, cannot find a way around. There's one, there's the cover on the Ossa, missed out, and now he's suddenly in the middle of a firing range, and great step-by-step build back into that round, and now 5-1 to a 6-1. And that is a terrifying place to sit, Kenotrope.
As I said, really good that they managed to get the one round because it gives them a buffer. Just a shame that they've already used it now and then they find themselves 5 map points behind. However, what we also know from the previous map and other maps is that for some reason Kenotrope just starts playing like 10 times as well as they usually do when they're map points behind. Because they just love to go to overtime. So, as an open wall policy is being established here, Arcully with the very first to come through. Follow up as well in there. And just that also shield, it stopped the plant. It was just enough cover.
Nice.
Oh, it's just a fan. I don't know what that was. I don't know if there was an Easter egg with that fan.
It's a very special fan.
Now I'm just looking for Easter eggs.
Yeah, same.
And
every single time.
Every single time. There's a secret out there. You all got to find them. 6-1. Crest and
Attacker's objective is to defuse
on the precipice of sending us to a map 3, to a labs surprising result here, but I guess it just goes to show, right? Obviously, you know, it's the first round on their attack. I called that maybe it would be 5-1 half, but if the 1 is the first one you get, it puts you in a very tricky situation, and this is the other compliment I paid towards them. They can be so direct. And they have a ping on the player. It's a shotgun round a corner, but the Jackal, ooh, just pre-fired, gave the game away. They wanted to swing out.
Never trusted.
Flashes onto it, the track on the player, blind him out, force him into a tricky position, and they're trying to get an ops above as well to maybe shoot down upon them. There is some support, not too far away from Mao, that if they get not as much attention, they could try and surprise them. The shield of Lua, though, working their way down, closer towards the fight itself. They're clearing from the top down, and the first is Alkayu. The smoke gone early on.
Not a great start here for Kinotrope. That smoke was in a crucial point of this round, especially when you're dealing with a Monty. Of course, still having it to chunk left. Playing around, could use the Shumiko launcher to try and burn them out from a plant spot. But with 90 seconds left and the attack having an advantage, knowing of at least one of these players due to Jackal tracks, you see them starting to slowly open up near the side to get themselves ready. They will be committing very soon. And there's still a very heavy roam game. There's 2 players all the way up top. Monty is going to be spotting the Vigil just running away right now. Mao is playing around there as well. It could be a 5-on-2 on the side if they go for an execute in any second now. And, you know, if that happens, they need to be back super quickly if they want to have an opportunity of having impact in the round.
Talking of impact, Arkali is gone. They've put themselves in the 4 versus 4, and they're going to fight for every second. The flashes start to force them closer and closer away. As the plant is being secured, Lua trying to get it locked in. Mao's able to get a kill in the same time against Choppy, but it's a post-plant situation with the Monty. There's a bit of fire in the middle of it, but Kawa, around the side, gets the kill. However, how can they try and fight their way through? Because the vertical, well, it's being held off on. There's a single player that's trying to retake it. They know how important it is. It's 2 1 versus 2s, and one of them has just won out. Eclair goes massive. The next fight is important. There's Eclair with the cover from above. Okamesh was trying to get the defuse, and Eclair wins that round. But truly, that map was all Crest's 7-1.
Crucial position in there for McLaren, indeed a 7-1. That's a devastating blow on the map pick of your opponents. And instead of before, they left it. They let it go through. They were comfortable to play here. And definitely playing they did. And as a Kinotrope fan, you'll now be wondering, oh no, this is not how I saw this match going. And now they need to go towards a 3rd map to decide which of these 2 teams is going to be playing tomorrow to potentially find themselves a spot at the major. So, let's get to a quick break. We'll be back soon.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wait! And I think he might just find it! Ouais, choc-les. Choc-les. Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, choc-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils maîtrisent. J'arrête que pour rappeler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disque la place du premier. Fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché.
And welcome back, everybody. We are live in Tokyo, Japan. Yes. Right there in Shibuya Crossing. Right in the middle. You can see Emmy right there by the coffee shop. And somehow her microphone is perfectly stable and still. Hello. We are on the verge of closing out our final matchup of the day. Hi, I'm Milosh. With me are my wonderful casters, analysts, and co-hosts. And what can they not do is the question. Hap and Fluke. I don't think we want to figure out what you cannot do today. It'll be...
We just told you.
What is it?
I said backflip, Hap said swim.
I can swim, but I
You
was lying.
can't
I think that is silly. I can swim. It's a joke.
Silly.
I have 2 diplomas in swimming. We get certificates in swimming.
Oster's elite skin lies to you about what trans people can do. Because I can't backflip.
Look, trust me.
None of them can.
I guess...
No, but all Croatian people can.
Yes, I've seen medics do it.
Yeah,
to be fair,
yeah.
I've seen the straight characters in the game, and I don't think I can do half of what they can. So what does that say about any of us? Anyways, our matchup done on map number 2 as quickly as it started. 7-1 Crest Gaming, making short work of Kino Trope. It definitely was no Kino on that second map. Cinema was washed out, buried. Eclair was definitely the one flashing through this map. 11-3, I believe they'll be the MVP of this map. What happened, Hap? How did Crest just run away with this?
Well,
Yeah.
Kinotop chose a map, and they weren't really ready for the for the fight that Crest had. Again, like they let it go through. I thought it was a bit of a risk considering it's like still unknowns, but I guess at some point you have to play it. It might have relied on it being more of like a 4-2, you know, half on the defense, so still defense favored, but being able to get something on the board. But their attacks just struggled, and then, you know, at the same time, Crest was able to just make their stick. And I mean, I don't know how much more I could say about that. It's just that Crest had a game too, and the game was way better than the one that Kinotrope had.
I mean,
So,
I think what you can piece together the specifics is that their attacks were disjointed. They start on their attack. They always knew you would when you're picking it as your map. The defenders was picked by Crest, and every single time they tried to go for their attacks, you could see that they were still trying to ums and bits and maybes and question marks, and you know, they were clearing the wrong floors. They were paying not fair attribution to what needed to be done. At the same time, they were too spread out, which on a map like that, it was just too big. That was where you would say that Kinotrope fell apart, because as soon as they did that on their final 2 rounds, they almost found 2 clutches out of it. They almost got 2 rounds out of it and got 2 attacks out of it, but their attacks leave so much to be desired, whereas at the same time, Crest, although they went on the back foot on 2 of their attacks because they were all close by, because they had worked on that operating ability of trades, they were able to pull those 2 rounds back where they lost the first engagement, and that's the support structure, and that's how necessary it is on that map. That's why it went wrong.
God, yeah, that's so detailed.
Thank
I mean, have you ever thought about being a commentator in Rainbow Six Siege specifically? Maybe one day.
I'll stick to play-by-play.
Fair enough. There it is. Border layer, they are done and dusted. And that's where we stand now, tied up 1-1 as we get into our next map. Our decider, Nighthaven Labs. We get to see both layer and labs in one day. That's wonderful. And also, Crest are starting on defense. Is that something that could be abused, that could help the comeback app?
Yes, it definitely could be. I mean, you know, it's equal footing now, but they definitely have the momentum. And as Emmy said, like, and it was the same with Kinotrope earlier today, right? Like, their attacks at the start of the first border they played, it was all disjointed. They eventually managed to make that comeback. Border was okay. Wasn't really the case on layer. Now they're going towards labs. If they're again, like, attacking 2 one-dimensional but not timed well, and they're not putting in the width that's necessary, they're just going to be running into the guns of Crest, who will be waiting for them on the defense.
I mean, do you have any wise words for us?
Well, I was just seeing there, Crest is starting on the defense, so it's rough. It's going to be tricky for them. Obviously, in terms of this being a map in the play pool of these 2 teams, it's not a million miles away. But recently, it's 0-3 for the side of Crest. It's 0-1 for the side of Kinotrope. That's not including the playoffs. It's hey, it's left, and let's see who can be sharper, I suppose.
Yep. Well, as you say that, looks like iron will have to sharpen iron on our 3rd and final map of this series, and of course, our final map of this entire playday, as the odds have evened up 45-55, even Crest grabbing the advantage after that 7-1 action, absolutely wrecking through Kinotrope. Can it be done? Can they close it out? More often than not, a team winning the second map in the series in a BO3 is able to bring it back. Does this hold here? We'll have to tell on the server. FluCap, please take it away.
Thank you very much. We will take it all the way to the end of the day. This one goes into a best of 3 maps. Now there is only one that separates them from continuing the dream of fighting for Montreal, which is also in a lot of cases fighting for SI to get the necessary points as a hope here. They both have a little bit. It's been a long time since Kinotrope players have been on an international stage, and well, it's a mixed time if Crest gamers ever have.
One thing's for certain, like, they both need to make a deep run to get themselves locked in for a potential 6 invitational. But first, a lot more to go after this. Whoever wins 2 best of 3s tomorrow to get themselves secured some plane tickets to go over. Look at the double shield ban, by the way. It's refreshing to see that happen. At this point, they've both decided to, you know what? We've played enough shields. Over the course of today, in general, it's okay. Well, 3 shields gone. You couldn't ban more if you wanted to.
Listen, shields have been a dedicated piece of attempted utility, and I use that in the phrase that no one has successfully hit the shield run every single time. There were problems dealing with some of the clashes, but it hasn't always been the lockout. We've seen Nomad solve the problem now and then in the games today as well. Monty, I'm in some ways kind of glad to see it gone alongside the Blitz itself. I guess from the sense of Crest is, you know, I'm trying to think who from the side of Kenotrope rings the Blitz and tries to run it in. It's not really the most common in their arsenal. I think that's more just a preference, but Kenotrope removing the Monty is, both these teams have played it that well. There's at least still a kind of shield, but not an active one in the form of Skoposh.
Yeah, just a nice bulletproof. I mean, there's more of them. You see Lewis also bringing one of them in, so that is it's quite okay. Big question here, though, is how is Kenotrope going to be setting up their attacks? This map is a little bit more known. They haven't got any wins on it recently, but, you know, at least it's practiced, it's played. It's not like an unknown factor that they're really heading into here. So you kind of hope that they're able to attack with some width. Because one of the mistakes that we see teams make here is they're all coming in from the same 2 square meters and they get themselves going down that way. And whilst, you know, it's a very, you know, single point of attack with the entire team, it doesn't quite get you the results you want. You want to be able to attack from multiple different angles. Scopels, by the way, here defending their own shield, their own other shell, making sure that those RC terrors are not going to be reaching. The breach as well will be happening in the meantime. That opens up an opportunity, an entrance into the near site.
Off towards IT, and we get the taste there of, you know, the wall popping as well, just on the lead on through towards Connector. And the Skopos is curious about exploring here. They've obviously left the other shell close to Fish and Aqua if they want to try and pop back if it doesn't get caught out. But this frees Choppy to just do some investigatory journalism with a gun and hearing the footsteps of the players above them. They've got the chance of Tubarão buying and wasting some time here. At this point, it is just a wasting of time, obviously, because there's nothing to directly remove anything that could otherwise be placed on towards those walls itself. It would just slow down the eventual breach once, maybe twice if you're quick with it. And as they step in towards jungle, this is where those canisters will get used. The first, you assume, will be thrown and connected onto it. There it is. But otherwise, again, as I said, unless Choppy's planning to swing up, he's not entirely confident he's not being watched and droned out and doesn't want to be the first body gone.
30-second stall from the Tubarão is still, of course, going to be quite worth it. It's going to slow them down just enough to actually have the opportunity to maybe get that roam that has been set up by Choppy. Some extra ground, some extra traction as he's coming around the corner. There you have it. Okamesh drops. It's the first one to fall. The Flores. Not the most utility that you take out of this, but it's a gun. It's an important gun that now has been removed from the equation.
30 seconds left, though. They need to try and find a way to get it. Even with the loss of the body, they can't have that slow them down. They're now sat, watching, waiting for a flanker aroma. Combine the words into a floma there, but with 1 HP, someone's floated on down the river. They've got themselves a little bit of a step in through the breach, and one body in, but one body immediately out again. The roll of the smokes cover the attempt on the plant. They've lost the control of Connector. They're hoping they can swing onto it, but with our colleague on an IT, they know where the planter is. There's at least one. They're just going to hold it and end the round there itself. Fortunately, a little bit too slow on the approach, and you worry then for Kenotrope. At what point will they step themselves back in?
The initial IT wall was opened up relatively quick enough. It's just that, you know, the actual pressure on the site slowed down, first of all, by the Tubarão. The flank afterwards happening from Choppy that wasn't read, wasn't responded to. those are two of the impacts there, which slowed them down just enough to make sure that the attack of Kinotrope wasn't going to be successful at that moment in time. The Crest, they continue their dominant streak, at least put themselves up to 1 round this time rather than the 7th. And, you know, whilst there's still a lot of work to do because the map is fresh, the momentum is still in their favor, and there's no doubting or denying that.
Crest on their first, and everything to try and waste time here on the basement site. Got the Bandit to hold their hope of denying the wall, but you assume with the combination of the Ram and Sledge we're going to get some of the vertical control, and the Buck even. All 3 big hitter soft destructors are here, and yet only 2 of the pocket breaches to try and deal with the big wall. It's a specific take they have in mind, and I think that's the way I'm going to describe it until I see whether it's a good take or a bad take. But according to Fenrir Mine, a Bandit that's playing a bit of a loose game here. Choppy obviously not planning to drink anything anytime soon. They get the electrified extension even. On towards kitchen. There is some of the focus being paid here on the top floor. Dockerby's clearing above, but in the meantime, there goes Twitch. So, an early fight of our Cully. 4 kills over what is a round and 10th. They're having a glimpse outside. They have the feeling Okamesh is in this position. He's just going to free himself up some space. Concerned about being swung by our Cully on towards the rafters. But sooner they're going to find themselves isolated out. The flashes come, the player moves off, and there's a second one dropped. All on the top floor, traded out. Kawa does at least catch Rento, but for what has been taken away from the team and what has been gained, Yukas finally finds another. At least they don't have the risk of, you know, losing their hard breach as of yet. But again, the Buck, what is he going to apply himself to? Where are they trying to get this plant converted?
It's not fully clear to me yet either. The hatch is soft, so they have an opportunity to go for a drop there, and it will be opened up. What I first expected them to do is move down one of the staircases, plant in the corner of the nice room adjacent to the outside wall, and make sure you have an opening there as well. Zukas just hops over, gets himself yet another kill, and suddenly they have a man advantage. Now, I was going to mention it, but like the people on Crest have been low for basically the entire round. Both Choppy, Lua, and our Cully were down like below half HP, so any bullet would have done it at that point. But now it's a 2-on-3 situation. And there is no nitro left, it's just straight on gunfights. One has a TCSG, there's a small amount of damage there from the pocket shotgun. The Claire hangs on. And Claire is a clutch monster, by the way. He's been able to stop so many plans already so far in both playoffs as right here. And as Yukas finds Choppy, oh, the clutch monster has to activate if he wants to put this up to an 0-2.
20 seconds, 3 versus 1. Great comeback there from the side of Kinotrope in terms of what needed to be done. Obviously, they kind of lent into the idea of the fight, right? They went, they're going to have a tall hold. We're going to go up there with all the soft destruction in the world. We're not going to focus on the wall or playing the bandit charges. No, we think they're going to try and stick it out. And then they lost the first engagement. The second was a traded engagement. Still being able to just take it then systematically, slow it down a bit, get themselves back together. Levels is up 1 apiece, a traded round, and it feels like a long time since we've had one of these, between these 2 teams especially.
See right here to jump over, we're at where Lua was going, skeleton key into the next. It's unfortunate. Any other operator than the Buck, and they probably would have had the kill there, Choppy. Just because the Buck was sitting there with a skeleton key, you basically instantly just get yourself removed. It's aim in the general direction and pull the trigger. Now on the current site where we are at, we have seen quite a lot of quick plans so far in storage. One of the examples, or exceptions, sorry, was when storage was actually being smoked and prepared with Candelas. However, they decided to just quickly rush into a control room and try and get the plant in from there, the opposite side, which kept them busy. But as the preparation is being done by the Twitch drone, taking care of some things, important things, such as the FNAT, you can almost guarantee that it is going to be the focus on the side of Kinotrope to try and control it. And there's two ways to do it. You can either go for, like, vertically, which means that you have to get the top four under control. You can force them out of the site with opening things up with, well, basically nothing, considering they don't have any soft breach. Which leaves the other option, and that is to just go very horizontally afterwards once you've cleared out these roamers upstairs.
Everybody still stood waiting for this first little angle behind the mirror window. It gives them a bit to play with, but it's a thin space here. And rather than try and force cargo, they're going to go for this vertical take once again. The opposite terms of hard destruction to soft destruction as the balance is flicked over to doubling it down. The pressure on towards electrical. As Choppy wants to start drifting out now without keeper barricades to allow them to retake this space. It's a bit of a rough position, so instead they're going to aggressively try and retake and swing out of fish or just cover the motion. There is a player there watching and waiting. Or in fact, not even fully waiting. They were hiding, luring them into a false sense of security as Deimos tracks the player at the top. 3 players stuck in this position. They're going to swing it and maybe try and bait the motion. They're pinging back the Deimos saying, look, they're there. There's the pre-fire on the stairs. He knows that there's more than just the mirror, but 3 players are currently enraptured by Deimos.
Say what you want, but it's very effective if you manage to get that many. Actually walks in, try to take the fight on the player on the staircase, shut down instantly afterwards by Lua. So Crest find themselves an opener, one to work with. Now that's the Deimos gone. Okamesh still not really having had any impact in this map so far. Also struggling in the previous one. He's considered the most valuable player on the side of Kinotrope throughout the season, as Lua gets yet another from the exact same position before the first trade comes in.
Kinotrope still 1 foot further away. They might be eyeing up the site itself, but it's not really going to get them too much of a growth right now if they can't confirm anything else solidly. Obviously now 2 players left, 10 seconds, and a Gumine in foot doesn't really herald the best results here. There's a good stretch of Crest. They're not entirely throwing themselves in. There's one on the swing on the left, one ready immediately to follow through. They're sort of just popping up as chances and then disappearing, luring them in. There was a bit of a bold take by Alchemist. He hasn't really been able to hit the same. I sort of talked and complimented his play throughout this, and here on this map he's really struggling.
I mean, the general attack also seemed to be like in a lack of direction that they wanted to go for. Because he had like 1 or 2 that were putting up some pressure horizontally. Yeah, the rest that was like, we need to take top 4 under control. Together with the Deimos, for example, who then got caught off, and the second player on the hunt also finding his demise to Lua on that mirror. But they lacked any breach, any soft breach. They weren't going to be opening up these walls, so they were pretty much limited to whatever the defenders had created beforehand, and no, that's just usually not going to cut it. And that's more of the same issue as what we had before, where the attacks, they just need to have a bit of a clearer shape, a bit of a clear form. And it seemed like there was a lot of doubt there on what actually was going to happen and how they actually wanted to proceed next, which of course results into a round loss. So there's 3 more rounds for Kinotrope to figure that out. Already got 1 on the board, but I think they want to get 1 or 2 more.
I think that's the sort of lead through here, is these are very long spun rounds, and weirdly, I suppose we had a lot more pace towards the end of the previous map, towards the sort of back and forth fights here, and I think the weight of what this map matters is, you know, no conversation towards farthest back. They've obviously done very well to get themselves into that situation, and there's the pressure obviously against playing Cyclops, or CAG even, since they did the rebrand. But it's also, this is probably one of those back and forth games. These are 2 of the teams that finished in the mid-table. It's 2 of the teams where they had expectations of beating each other. There wasn't a huge points divide. I think there was something like, you know, the top 2 teams in Japan, Scars and CAG, they were the only two teams with positive round difference. All the others were negative, and it shows you how big the distance was. So this sort of mid-table scrap is probably where they've got the most stress on it.
Wasn't ever slightly either. If you looked at like the results from CAG and Scars, it's like +5, +6, +5, like every single game. That's Okamesh down again, no response from him. However, Yukis ready to step in, finds the kill. That's Arculi gone. No more keeper barriers to be regenerated here, which means that the mezzanines around Warehouse are going to be a lot safer to start to navigate now. But a minute and 20 left on the clock, which means that, you know, time is slowly starting to tick down. There's still rotations happening. They haven't formed up any plan whatsoever on where they want to be breaching this. The Maverick is now coming in to the jungle. It's going to start opening up the site wall itself. There is bandit batteries below. Even if they clear them, that breach will not be opening up fully because of the fact that there's a Timber out here. He's just going to be stalling this for as long as he still can. As Kawa is currently looking to open up. A flank is coming in as well. I think it's Lua that's starting to come back towards the actual jungle side.
He was aware of it as well. He sort of got a read. It wasn't pinged out, but they had the call, and now he just sits and waits. And with 30 seconds, it's the pressure on the attackers. They've got to try and make something happen, and Yukis gets knocked out by Choppy. They're still trying to just scrap their way in on the side of IT, but the Maverick is going to get surrounded, locked out by Lure, and now 20 seconds. They've lost anyone that's on the back of the site. They're just trying to force themselves in. It's a 1 versus everybody because the other player's on the ground. In 10 seconds, this is just going to drift away. Can't even get the kill on the exit. Crest doing such a good job of recircling and retaking. The amount of times they've had a player just pop up at the worst possible time against Keenatrope here. Been very well won defenses, and rightfully so. Keenatrope, a timeout. Okamesh hasn't been able to connect with this game at all.
And there is ways to deal with this kind of play that they're struggling to go up against right now. I mean, Nomad is an operator that exists. So is Gridlock. If you struggle with flanks, bring one of those. Also, make sure that you have a plan beforehand. Like, also, I'm just gonna continue ranting here. If you struggle opening up the wall, use Thatcher. He's available. Like, there's so many opportunities. So many operators that would make their life so much more easy.
Well, they have been bringing the Nomad. It's been there 50% of the rounds. Duckaby's been there. They just can't get it to operate into their favor. They can't seem to get a handle on how Crest want to get themselves in. And, you know, you don't want to have to full send it, doubling it down and traipsing everything together, but they just have to be more actively aware of the motions Crest are doing and then responding to it. But Crest are also playing it very well, right? Like they stepped in, they revealed themselves, they knew that Lua was going to make that rotation around the back. Then Lua stopped, waited. They said, look, you know I'm here. There's 30 seconds. You want to come and fight me? Have the 1 versus 1 in this corridor? Or are you going to push pressure onto the site? Because I'll show up at some point. And it's just very well played here by Crest.
There's no two ways about it. Crest is playing this absolutely perfectly in these rounds. And again, this is also the weakness we saw that, you know, being portrayed by the Blue Bees. Just as soon as they were being aggressive and leaning into fights, it was Keenatrope that was kind of just falling apart here and there. So, Crest using that to some extent in their roam game where they just pop up and, well, basically not even go for the fights, but more of a, hello, I am here. Are you coming for me? As you just mentioned, it's enough to slow down 1 or 2 of those members for almost the remainder of that round. Which, you know, what did you expect happen? Castle barricading that 30 seconds into the round. It's a bit of a silly moment there from Lua. Luckily, the refrag will come in from Choppy, but there was a silly moment there.
Life's about risks, and that was probably one not worth paying. Yuki's gone. I mean, it's a high risk player. Yuki's in games when there's other players popping off, when you've got Okamesh, when you've got Kawa getting kill after kill, as they have been able to do, it's not the end of the world. Yukis does their job, which is get in fights, but they so often get themselves traded out. that it becomes in this game, when there's no one else able to get into that fight game, or no one else in a position to trade it, negative. Okamash, again, 0-5. Kawa does at least get the response onto that, but such a missing player and a connection here. Kawa flashes their way in. They might not know about the player to the left-hand side, but the motion Rento's doing is keeping themselves just a bit stretched. There's the flashes. They're not able to get the catch, the Fenrir, and drift their way away. And again, think about where the site is, where these fights are happening, and what they've lost. The Buck and the Twitch gone. They still have the Ram for the soft destruction, but no more hard breach charges.
Yeah, and with a minute 10, still having to clear the entire middle floor and then go towards the basement as well. I can just tell you now, there's not enough time for this. Choppy is in a very good position here to basically lock this round in full crest. They're throwing out drones right now for dead people to check to see if there's a flank. They now will be aware of the fact that one of the drones has died. However, Choppy just comes in, leans in, gets the kill. Hey, that's the kit. Now, he might be spotted, but just the time that he's wasting being here, being alive. I believe his teammate is even trying to lean in there as well just for a second as Choppy is just running around the kitchen, running around the dining area. He's just going to stay up here for as long as he possibly can.
I mean, why not, right? They're about to drop a hatch. They haven't cleared you out. You can just cycle your way back round at this point. They're stuck with a fire canister as well, and they're not even going to shoot down upon the player. They've got to try and find some cover here. There, 10 seconds. Misses the ram throw. Just does damage to the team. Oh no. Everything is falling apart here for Keenantrope, and Crest brilliantly punishing every single step of the way. They have looked so good today. So much better than they've been in the past. And, you know, it's that shame about Keenantrope is we've seen them play some excellent Siege. This currently is not it.
Well, Keenantrope, what happened? Did you just run out of steam after that first map? 1-4. A silly moment there from Lua. Kind of a gift towards the side of Keenantrope, but instantly they lean back in and the 3 people left on side just to close it off. And as soon as they dropped into the box as well, the first thing that happens was the fire to pop off, and you looked at the clock and it was 19 seconds left. So what you know from that is that just burns until the end of the round. And the diffuser didn't commit at that point yet. But then they figured out, oh no, there's also a castle barricade on the double window. What will we do now? Of course, the fact they missed the actual opportunity with the Byogi and it doesn't team damage, that's just what is. It isn't great, but I don't think it would have mattered if it went through, because it was the only way they could have gone from 3 people were watching it one way or another. It would have been a total cleanup.
If Crest can pull off another 5-1 half. Now, surprisingly, this isn't the site that they lost last time round. Oh, in fact, no, they're back on tank assembly. Ignore me. No?
Okay, I won't
Don't
ignore
me. My thing is just updated wrong. Ignore Dez, who gave me my stat sheet. I should have trusted my eyes. I don't know why I didn't. This is not the site that they lost before. They were able to get the win here. They were able to make things stick because they tried to sort of throw themselves in. There was a couple of rocky decisions. Didn't quite net result, and with Kawa gone, they've now lost that hard breach, that ability to get in. Deimos on the long run round. A quick hop in on towards cargo is a bit of a risk to take. And they're letting the goo mine tick because they're worried about being peaked for a while. They sort of assumed someone would hop out and hope that they could bait it. Didn't. Now they're on half health, Twitch. Meantime, Akuli being tracked. We'll reveal the Deimos underneath and sort of cool that out. Only a couple of ways to get you rooted up, and as cargo door, the bottom of the stairs, gets opened. In a minute 20, you're sort of trying to work out what their plan is here.
It's jumping in plants. That's the plan. They're going to smoke. They're going to do everything they have, throw everything they got, and then try and plant. But look at that. They use 2 smoke canisters, and one of Eclair is just being tossed out back at them. So they're just wasting utility this way. Curly trying to lean into a fight. They should be aware of where he is. He was tracked just momentarily ago. And Choppy playing around on the mezzanine still can provide some cover. There's nothing being done here by Kinotrope. They're just sitting and waiting. They need to move, and they need to move quickly.
It's a very bold run through, and rightfully so. They heard it, pull back, win the engagement. It's actually traded out, but Choppy finds one on towards Okamesh. There is 2 for the trouble. And it is all falling apart here for Kinotrope. Crest. 1 round away from a 5-1 half once again. Last time they were able to close that up pretty quickly afterwards. Alkayu peppering some bullets, but for how well this team has played, seeing them fall right now, I mean, credit to Crest. They're playing a great game. They've been given the boon of defense, but they have made sure it has come through for them. At that Okamesh, the first map, 16-7. Now 11-8. And here, unfortunately, the consistency just has not kept up.
It's hard to say, like, where it started to go wrong for the side of Kinotrope, because they started really getting back into it during the latter rounds of the first map, and the attack started to look good. And then the second map happened. Or rather, didn't happen for them. They didn't really do stuff. And that last round again, like, time is ticking down. They have an ID, but the execution is just not coming. And they're all just sitting in their spots, their assigned spots for the strategy. And they wait. And they wait. And they wait. And then there's 30 seconds left, and it's like, oh, we don't have time anymore, let's just go, and they die in the back of it. It is frustrating to see, because we know how well they can play, and have played, especially if you look at the game against Scars.
Locate a bomb and defuse it.
5-1, Crest. They're on the course for their own revenge journey. They're a upstart team that started up slower. But for all the eyes on Kinotrope, they might be the ones that find themselves as the rivals looking for retribution against Kagasaka. The Nook slinking on through, still being detected. Obviously, you know, you could be a bit sneaky with it with the changes, but as soon as you start shooting or doing anything, they will see the outlines and the lines. As a breach happens on the opposite side, they'll go for jungle, they'll go for IT, they'll go for the basics. It's just step by step, and how much is going to get slowed with only a meat jammer to play alongside the bandit. They might be able to try and catch a couple of bits, but it's a risk against a Maverick.
Way more active already, though, on the side of Crest. Like a minute, and some of the walls already have been opened up. You see a couple of them were actually inside the building. A long line is now being used to provide an opportunity for the DMR to just really rip through. And all you need with that DMR is just 1 or 2 rounds, and it's a secured kill. So he's just going to be locking off a potential rotation back from the mezzanines. Gotta be careful as well, of course, as the Selmas are now starting to come through. We'll open up the wall for them fully. Now they have multiple options to go for. This is what I mean, like, those angles are so difficult to try and challenge as a defender. Because you'll swing in, oh, the jumping comes through, and a kill comes down on 2 different parts of the map, and suddenly it seems like Kinotrope has a bit of bite.
3 on 3 now, and they've been able to take care of the Nook, take care of the Dockerby, but there's still the chance of screaming around, and Choppy's still on the board, and they're 10-1. They're 10-2 now. 2 on 2. 50 seconds. A lot of time here. Okamesh has been able to get himself 2 kills this round, find himself off the donut, off the bottom of the board. And Eclair and Rento, between the pair of them, not a huge amount of utility. A single flash. There's the chance at the drive-through, and a risky fight by Kawa. Gets electrical locked in. A 1 versus 2. Over swings. And Kinotrope find their first round in a while, but their first defense.
Well. Managed to bite back a little bit there. They had some opportunities to go at it. Instantly finding 2 of those kills. Yes, they do get traded back, but the bite is there. The damage is already done. They keep it tight from there on forth. So 2-5. Is this the start of the comeback story? Player with a very scrappy fight out there. Initially on the breach. And now with that 2-5 scoreline, still a lot of pressure will be on Kinotrope and their defenses. All Crest realistically have to do is get one to find themselves in a secured spot where, you know, like, you at least have overtime to look forward to. And if you manage to then get another one, you get the entire win, you go towards the matches tomorrow and keep your dream alive. Whereas Kinotrope, they will be having to take this round by round. I think if they start looking at this now as a... Ooh, we're 2 rounds away from being knocked out from making it to the major again, then the game is already over. They need to see this as a round by round basis. Just turn off the scoreboard if you could. And just try your best.
Not every shield was banned, says Lua. Because they're going to see if they can try and utilize the fuse. That's the lead through. You still get some of the same boons, but obviously no flashing and no extending, so you have to be careful about how you choose your fights. They know that somebody is not a million miles away, and well, the drone's just going to reveal that position. The fuse is going to try and chase up a little bit. They don't want to get surrounded here, Yukis. As I said, they're a high-risk player. The risk of getting on map point is dangerously close, and the danger is in IT. Swings out, finds Arcully. Finds themselves not immediately traded as well. Oh, a second player was not that far away. A bullet scrapes on to the side of Yukis, but they are out of there.
Yukis is keeping any dream alive that might be there right now. Opener onto Arcully. Potent operator to be removed for this basement take. Makes him lose a bunch of the verticality. Luckily, there's still a short shotgun on Choppy. I was going to say short gun, but that doesn't really work out. And the fuse charges that are still around are going to be able to put up quite some pressure, at least towards the site itself. Now, we might actually see, as he's playing with the shield as well, to be placed all at the same time. You know, you see a couple of them being detonated, but one is being left behind for the actual execute once they do start reaching the site, because you can use it as a bit of a shepherding tool. As soon as that starts blowing up right above your head, you gotta get out of there. And if you don't, get yourself potentially blown up. So, 1 charge left here for Lua. He's gonna be using the breaching charge as well. 50 seconds left to trying to get themselves lined up for what seems to be a B plant. So far, everybody's still holding off quite well.
They have themselves in Expo. They're trying to just put the pressure around. The shield will drop. The fuses have popped off. They are going for a big rotate here. Yukis could be pretty heavy if they're trying to charge right into a single crouch player. They're just going to pick the kid up. One of them's still going to make the plant happen. But as the trade is inside the site, it's sprayed back and forth.
Above.
They've lost the kit once again. The fuse has picked it up once again. Yukis, as I said before, could be massive in that position above, but they need to try and find a place they're comfortable planting. They found one. And with the pings coming through and the spray connecting, there's Yukis. And there is another Kinotrope round.
Good information on where that plant was going through. Gave him the opportunity to play that on the vertical to close things off. 3-5. The gap is closing. Kinotrope 2 away from equalizing the scoreline here. The danger, though, is that they are now headed towards a tertiary site. And a timeout called very late there by Crest. I would have saved that for another round, maybe, after you've seen all of these sites, but they probably want to take their action into their own hands right away. Make sure that they get this to 6 as soon as possible. and just lock it off before overtime is even considered.
I think a lot of it too is the idea that this is their tertiary. This is their third site. If we win this twice, we win. We don't have to play OT. We don't have to put it in. If we get ourselves onto 6 rounds, we put so much extra pressure on them. If they pull off this rotation of 3, and then we've got to have a timeout and go back to what is their strongest site, that's going to be rough. They'll have all the momentum. They'll be able to have the conversation about our attack last time there. They haven't seen it on this site yet. We can maybe try and pull something together. And this is that risky moment. If Kenotrope can win this, it will have so much momentum moving on towards the repeat. And a throw back down. They're not done yet. A 5-1 to a 5-3 could be within a single round at the end of this. And from then on, who knows? But
5 seconds left before insertion.
get themselves stacked up and ready with an avoidance, excuse me, of the fuse. And that singular shield play again instead. Focus on the classics. Dockerby to try and close down the roam. And oh, every single hard breacher, please, apart from Maverick. There's also a lot of flashes. 12 flashes.
Yeah, I was counting just now. It's like 4 flashes. Okay, it's gonna be a blinding attack, I'm pretty sure.
Who needs Ying?
Who needs Ying when you have 12 flashbangs? You know, one Candela counts like, what is it, like 6 flashbangs inside of it? So technically you have like 24 flashbangs in one operator, but you could also just all bring flashbangs, why not? Spread the fun. Now, openings over the top, mirror windows to be destroyed. Scrast just doing some prep work here over that top floor. Not sure if those Excaros are actually... Yeah, there you go, mirror window has been removed. No one daring to step in to try and destroy them. Ooh. That's a tight shot to come down onto Rento. Zmao gets one. Buck gone. Again, a great opener, and this is what Kenotrope need. They need to complete the rotation, and to complete the rotation, they need to get these first initial kills on the board to start building some momentum. Now the phone calls are going off. Is Mao gonna be living through this? Spots a couple of players, gets one. Will he find more than that? No. His life ends there, and then. But at least he's done the damage already. The top floor will fall, but 1:20 are left on the clock.
Well, only 6 flashes left. 50% of them are gone at this point. And they've been able to net a kill and some vertical control. They'll start putting up some of the angles. They don't want to entirely throw themselves in. They're going to use these Hibana pellets in lieu of the buck that was obviously removed prior. And catch on the Fenrir mine as well, if they can. In fact, they're using everything to try and open up. And that one just got shut out because it's very noisy.
Yeah. It has a bunch of sparks around it.
Yeah, that one was an easy shutdown. But at this point, what do they have? 4 Hibana pellets and the flashes. They don't have any smokes to cover this motion. They have to go in aggressively, and they're trying to clear what is a pillar space. They have the vertical, but here, the swing. Do they get themselves a gifted kill? They've gone deep. There's the bait. There's the play on the first. They have the ping. There's the fight, but they sprint at the worst possible time. Okamesh clears up one. Choppy somehow gets 2. Still on a tear, Choppy, but it puts them in a 2 versus 1 with 10 seconds. They're being pinged out. They're somehow in that one. I have no idea how. They have a rough idea on where the last player is. They're going to see if they can try and maybe bait the plant. Tucked on the hard bit of ground. And, well, with this, a sprint round to pick back up. But you gotta give credit there for him trying.
Choppy is on like 16 kills already, I believe, Emmy. He's absolutely stepping up big time here for the side of Crest. But so far, it's not really resulting into the round wins that they've required on the second half yet. As Kenotrope, 3 in a row now, finding themselves back into the fight. 1 away from equalizing that score. So go for the replays. There's a tight shot on the upside down rappel there. And Mao able to hold on for that long might have been a difference maker in the end, but Choppy absolutely screaming through the site there, up onto 16. And there's still so many rounds to go. Can he be stopped before this game ends? Because, like, as long as he keeps firing... Just look at the rest of Crest, by the way. Does he have... He almost has as many kills as the rest of Crest combined. He's 2 off.
5 seconds left.
Joppy hasn't stopped yet. And, you know, we're starting to get a couple of players popping in on the defense. They're otherwise not there, obviously, for the couple of rounds that they've played. Okamesh has been able to get themselves some kills on the board. Cow has started to show up a little bit. Mao as well. It's not just Yukiz alone now, which was the big problem previously, where Yukiz was taking these engagements and being caught out, and then being the only one there. And here, talking of caught out, Selma. Easy enough for the Bandit, no pressure, no follow through, and not going to do it again, obviously, because next time there will be that pressure. But at this point, it eats some of the utility.
That's why usually in a wall it's very important to use like a double heart breach method. That one will be opened up though. It's like, he's looking at it, he's like, yeah. Should I? No. It's like, it's too far away, it's too long for me to make that run. And a minute has passed, a wall has opened up, you see some utility being destroyed by some of the RC Retiros. Crest, still desperately looking to find themselves around. Nomad air jab used to stop the player close, only connect the door from pushing out. I think that's Okamesh out there with that shotgun is looking to have a bigger impact. 3 kills so far in this map is not a lot. Especially considering the quality of player he is. Flashbangs to come out. It's just a momentarily displacement.
Spraying back, making sure they have some presence and peace of mind. There was, again, all the flashbangs in the world. See if it can net them something on the back of this, because when you're moving away from the idea of having any sort of smoke coverage, you're really full sending a specific take. And that is one that is built on the back of gun skill, and it's something where Kinotrope are able to get themselves in on the round. You're trusting the blinds will carry you far enough and that you move quick enough behind it. But this is a very short jump into what is 5 players stacked up in this box. It only takes one of them to spray in the direction, and suddenly the flash rush isn't going to work. Choppy is still working. 17-3 is a filthy tally, and as our Cully pulls onto Yukiz and Lua pulls onto the next, suddenly these fish are being shot in this barrel, surrounded with Choppy still cutting their way through. Eclair's going to see if they can stick the plant. Alkayu, all that's left, but they are safe in the range of the plant, and it's a flawless push Crest on to map and series point.
Much needed to get that one. It alleviates a little bit of the pressure. It gives them the opportunity now to close out twice before we head towards overtime. And Choppy on an absolute heater. The rest of the team starting to show up in that round as well. But that's kind of what you need. You need everybody to basically connect once more, all together. And you get yourselves that round. And the game. And you push on to tomorrow, where you'll have to play 2 best-of-3s to go to the Montreal Major, but at least that dream stays alive in that moment. And Kinotrope continuing to try and stall.
Choppy's having a life game here.
He definitely is.
It's huge performance, and it shows the difference, because every single other player on his team is you know, at the start of that round was like negative or less than. It's a struggle, but at the same time, when you're putting this much down, you look at their opponents, only one of them is positive. It's by 1 kill. If one person in this lobby is popping off with, I think they're plus 14, plus 15 at this point, averaging, what, 2 kills around across it all.
It's 38 kills for the entire series so far.
Half of that in this map.
Yeah.
Over half.
I mean, Lair was very short.
It's true. But the first map wasn't. First map was very long. And I guess that's the flip side, right? Where you had Okamesh, who was performing very well on the first map, carried them through to what was a very competitive overtime. Here, where you have one player that's going massive and no one else really in the server is there. Rento's a little bit positive. Arcully's even. I mean, 18-3 is just terrifying. Not over yet, though. 2 rounds can be secured. They've been able to tie 3 in a row before on their defense. Now they're just on the wrong side of it. Can tank an assembly where they made things work before. We're not getting treated to another fuse shield. They didn't like that plan. They've opted away from it. Instead, again, a little bit more of the formula. Get the buck down instead. Get some of this control. Still 12 flashes.
They just like the flashbangs.
I don't get it, but I'm not a team designer. I'm not the coach. I'm not the players.
A team designer.
Yeah, like in Fantasy League.
It's like that the coach is playing Fantasy League in, you know, in actual league.
For
Not
real.
on the fantasy. For real, for real.
For real, for real. They have rough pings. Some of these players. Will Kenotrope overstay a welcome. Mao is obviously directly above the site. Another drone spots him on the left, and he's waiting for the swing to come through, but it's... Oh, looked away at the worst possible time. Great close down. Yuki's now. He's not far away, but he doesn't want to risk going for the trade because he's concerned about them pushing in. The pressure of this round is higher than it's ever been, and there goes the Electrics. There goes Agoyo as well. And Kawa does get Lua. The Buck did their job, and now this will allow the breach to happen on towards it. They don't have smokes for cover, so I'm still a little bit curious. It means they're going to have to be very keen on the swings either side and on the chance of this, the vertical being retaken, which is what Yukas is trying to do. Now, he might not know about the breach halfway around, but as he's surrounded, it doesn't matter. Arcully gets the take. It was a risky movement there by Yukas to get there, but Kawa is doing everything in his power to keep things leveled up. 10 seconds, though. They're just having to flash it, send it, the big rotate. Claire, are you even going to make it in time is the worry right now. He's got 5 seconds. He's just going to have to hop in and hold F, but as he watches his teammate die... poor time management is the winner there. Or the loser, depending on how you look at it.
It's an odd end to the round, which started off so, like, explosive. The Buck just rushing in, getting the very first kill, starting up with the entire verticality. Banda battery's gone. Goyo canister is gone. Prepared for the breach. And then, like, did they just forget that the diffuser wasn't actually in front of the breach itself? And then having to rotate him back around? Or, like, what happened there? Was it like a zone out where it's like, oops, Ace, you have diffuser. Ace, you have diffuser. You know, like you have in your ranked games when you solo queuing and the guy with the diffuser just runs out and tries to gun everybody down rather than getting the plant down. Having to rotate around there is just like costing the round. And we might be looking back in a couple rounds from now where Kinotrope still has the opportunity to win. If they win, you look back towards that round, it's like, we had a lot of advantages. Maybe we should have planted.
You know what would have helped? Having a smoke.
Yeah.
I still don't really get why they're bringing so many flashes. Like, they can have uses fine, and you can use them to clear corners fine, but it's like they're not really thinking about how to get the kit down. Here, again, 12 flashes, again, and they've every single round, pretty much, they've brought 12 flashes, and I don't know if I'm just going crazy, or it's just a play here, or I've just never noticed it before.
No,
but
usually we don't have that many flashes. Maybe they just really like it when the player cams turn all white, you know, when the screens turn white.
There's other ways to apply yourself with gadgetry here, and it just limits them more than anything. Because it's great to have. As I said, a flash in the right engagement, fantastic. If you need 12 to cover the engagements, I think the strategy is what might need a bit of a rethink. There's a quick threat and the break on the IT wall. Entirely contested as we go up to the top floor. Now, this was a good round from Crest before. Instead of going down towards storage and control, Unitrope think that they can make this work again.
only one more and they find themselves in overtime, so that's what they'll be hanging on to. They just need to lock this off, and there is a slight bit of pressure that is relieved. Extra openings. Slowly running out of the heart breach here. 2 more opportunities with those Selmas. Of course, you have the Maverick. They can open up a hole, but you don't want to do that in a direct sight wall. That's one way to get yourself shot as soon as you try and get that happening. And with a minute 30 left, the Kiba reconstructing just... Oh, is that instantly going to be blown up? Oh, no, okay. For a second there, I thought that the RC Retiro might have just stuck onto the Kiba barrier there, but not the case. And that means that Yukis is able to stay active on the mezzanines, which is a crucial point looking at where Eclair is. The diffuser might be dropped by his hand, and that could spell the end of this round.
A minute. A minute is all that separates Kenotrope from being locked out here. They're still sitting on their defense, but the last time it came down to this situation, they were surrounded, they were encircled, and they were absolutely cut down. And here, the concern of the approach, they're going to try and bandit trick and keep that wall safe, which they do perfectly. The other side is a bit wobbly now, but they can make it land. There's a bit of a route through, but nowhere near as much as it was last time round. They've still got an escape on towards the top of blue that might get shut down unless Okamesh can fight his way out, which he does. Gets the double. The swing round on towards the rafters is pulled apart, and now Choppy, the man of the moment. And this might be a bit too far. 15 seconds. They get 5 kills. Disguised the audio of him going out, so they didn't know exactly where he was coming from. But to be honest, with barely any time left at this point, it is just looking for exit frags. The second time in this showdown, we're going to OT.
Kinotrip just love it. They play better whenever they are map points behind. I don't know why, but they're able to survive. And 6-6, the pressure is, you know, momentarily alleviated here from their shoulders as they get back in. And Crest surely will be kicking themselves for this.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
And now, as we get going, we continue going the way they went. And you know what? 12 flashbangs is not enough, Emmy. So they're bringing the Ying out as well. So, you know, they're going to double down on the flashbangs.
I'm curious how many flashbangs they bring alongside that Ying.
If it's another 12.
Mean, it's just, you know, I know it's a specific want, but when you see it once, you're like, maybe it's a specific take. You see it 3 times across 3 rounds, across 2 different sites. And then it's just like, this isn't working. You know, I'm not saying a single utility change or a gadget change would come to a better result, but having the option in that situation, for example, when they had the basement breach open, to roll a smoke down from above, cover the motion of the player in from that breach, great. Covering the idea, they were just swinging blind, and in that sized room, if you throw a flash around a corner, you're not going to get anybody. Unless they're really pressed up close, but they're not the ones that you're worried about. And
it's 9 flashbangs this time. No Ying. 2 smokes, there you go. And some breach charges.
And a fuse.
And a fuse.
Again. So, the fuse is the one that's going to try and get the control above. The shield fuse, they failed with the shield fuse last time they attacked the basement. With the Nomads just getting some of the safety of, remember, the rotate that came around and retook the vertical last time. They're concerned about it happening again. There is a player above them. And it's Yukis, to no one's surprise. One of the only Vigil players in the world who doesn't use the Boss G currently.
It's crazy if you look at the kill spread and like how Kinotrope, no one is over 10 even, and somehow they are on equal footing in rounds. As an opportunity there, our Curly misses it, falls back, doesn't want to take that fight, and the defenders are like, sure, I guess, at the site. How did that happen?
They've snuck their way in, they hit the Banshee, they're concerned that they'll just get caught from the vertical, there's going to be some response, instead they're going to drone it out. Now Okamesh can buy some time, but Akali buys Yukis. They've baited the players in, the roamers, to try and close down, get the first, and as Okamesh wants to cover the side of it, in games was where that death happened, the smoke is being droned out, they know well aware, and it's bought time though, importantly, for their team to maybe start trying to shuffle their way back closer. The Tubarao wants to swing on towards Expo, and every single drone has seemingly tried to drone out this player. The plant being covered, the smoke being deployed close in. The shield covering the distance. They're going for the vertical. They're tucked in. It's a post-plant situation. They do win out that fight, but with this being the retake, the fuse being caught as well through the bars, threaded the needle. Choppy, an important fight here. There's one. There's a second that's coming through that he finds as well. Choppy pushes himself past 20. Eclair's on the lockdown here, and the smoke out won't stop the choke out. Crest, once again, sitting on map and series point. This time, they can make it happen on their defense, which was a 5-1 half for both teams. Defense is truly favored here.
However, in Border, it was also a 7-6 in favor of Crest. And then they managed to bring it back. Take it home as well. And the retake starting well, but again, like too many people, I guess, on the top floor. And Choppy just still being out. He's absolutely smurfing, by the way, today. He's just getting every single kill in any single gunfight he's going for. Like, what is he on? Like 21 on like 5 or 6? There you go, 21 on 5. If anybody is going to be the deciding factor on Crest and making it to tomorrow or not, it's going to be Choppy.
10 seconds remaining.
He single-handedly kept them in this game and put them to where they are in some of these instances.
For the context of how well he's performed in this map alone, over 14 maps in playoffs and the season or whatever, he had a total of 108 kills. So he's got a 5th in this single map of his total across the whole Stage 2 league and playoffs. He has truly stepped up right now, over a 4.0 KD. And, you know, it's if it gets the job done right now and the team can talk about how they can get other players to get in, great. But also, you know, our Cully, he's usually the MVP. He's not that far away. He's 10-11 in terms of just keeping himself level. Huge pressure. We go back to the attack rounds that came through here, and things were slow. They weren't quite pieced together. There's mistakes being made once again. They've got the wall softened. Okamash wasn't even able to get a single kill in the opening half. Kawa wasn't much better. The Zoth, they're going to get themselves driven on through here. They're going to see if they can try and close down on the top floor, and they just don't want to take the risk. Alkuli doesn't want the smoke, gets it locked up and says, hey, yeah, come on in. See what you want to take about the property. It'll give them rafters. It'll give them garage, which was ground that, to be fair, they contested quite a lot last time, and I think they've read that Keenatrope is going to try and smash it and steal it back.
Wondering if Lua is going to go out there again to try and trick, because the ace is about to be on board. Seems like it will be. That's the Selma gone. Both Selmas now gone. I'm not quite sure where the other one is going to be blown up, but at least this side of the wall, that side of the site, stays in control of Crest, and they'll now have to force themselves through by force, as Kawa, of course, with the Maverick, could maybe change a thing or two. He's gonna start throwing flashbangs through the actual drone hole to buy himself an extra opportunity to start opening up, but it kind of gives it away when the electricity is just continuing to hurt them with the last minute potentially now in play. Crest still in full control of the site, Emmy.
50 seconds separate them from being able to keep their chances alive or have to sit and watch the Montreal Major. The grenades pop round the corner. The Deimos with friends is here for the pressure, but the Deimos goes down. At the same time, a teammate lost on the side. Choppy, he's fishing for 2. He almost finds 3, but he's done more than enough here. A 2 versus 3. Yukiz and Okayu with 30 seconds. Almost gifted the side of our Cully, who just survives. But with a player underneath with 20 seconds, they have the kit, and now they got to smoke. They got to try and charge through. That might be the end of Akayu if he gets a single breath of it. He cannot play around with the space. There's a free ponytail shot off. 12 HP, the drift through, the pressure onto electric, 5 seconds to make it stick. The kit is cold, and we are looking at Crest going on, pushing through against the odds. They are the ones that beat Keenatrope. A bit of revenge for how the season went and a perfect way, but truly, this is Choppy's day.
Choppy, the absolute master of this best of 3. I think he averaged out on 43 kills in those 3 maps. Crucial to the victory that Crest has just been able to put on the board. And whereas everybody looked out for Kinotrope to potentially make it to the major this time round, they fall short again, this time to Crest.
Choppy was only, 3 kills away by the end of the overall best of 1 kill record. And that's just huge. And well, let's talk about Milosh and talk with Milosh about Milosh.
Milosh is currently at a loss for words because, my God, not only is this a huge surprise, Crest taking it over Kinotrope, the revenge story arc from the group stage, from playoffs, and into the LCQs, but this was a beautiful comeback, a shredding on map 2 after a tight map 1. Map 3, Crest should have closed it out ages ago, years ago even, and yet we go to overtime, and that is an 8-6 victory in this series on top of the individual performance. If there is a way to send a message to the grand finalists that is waiting on the other side to tell them, hey CAG, we're the ones to do it, this is the way. And honestly, if I'm Cyclops, I'm shaking my little booties because CAG have been known to CAG it in the past. And this Crest, if they bring it tomorrow, man, this is going to look great. Still has to go through, of course, Enterforce. But I think Enterforce alone should be feeling the wrath pretty soon. Then again, maybe tomorrow they'll get 7-1, 7-1. That's just the magic of it, I mean.
Yeah, I mean, that's the sort of split, right? You would have favored Kinotrope coming into this. If they were Kinotrope playing last weekend, they probably would have dealt with it. But Crest playing this weekend was a step beyond, again, especially Choppy. Just absolutely insane series. The fact that he was 44-20, but 23 or 24 of that was on that second map, or that third map even. The other 2 added together makes the other one, and barely any of the deaths added towards it. And it was just an outstanding performance from Crest. They went above and beyond, and it wasn't just sort of luck. It wasn't just Kinotrope underperforming. As I said at the time, their attacks, how well they were sort of threaded together. They knew Kinotrope's game, and they made sure that they punished it time and time and sort of time again, and credit to him.
What do you do when you have a guy on the other team who's plus 24 in the series alone? This is just, it's tough.
What you do is you go sit in a corner and weep.
The ace experience.
It's like what? Okay, so Choppy had a live game, and as Crest, he cannot rely on that happening tomorrow twice as well. But as Emmy said, it buys them through it today, and that means they have the opportunity to revisit tomorrow. Maybe someone else will have a great game to come up, and maybe they're all just firing at all cylinders, and that's the most important. It kept them in the game today. He quite literally managed to single-handedly win multiple rounds, and what do you do? I mean,
this screen, the fact that he's no one's in 30s, he bypassed the 30s and went, I'm in the 40s now on the KD. It's terrific.
He's undercover in a lower low. He's smurfing it. That's what's happening. He smurfed it today. He had an absolute live game. By no surprise, an MVP. I mean, who would have seen that one coming with the stats he put up? I think even if he would have lost, it would have been still an MVP in that case because he's just been so good.
Absolutely. I mean, what a way for this day to end. Of course, has to be the MVP. Come on, 15 multi-kills in this series of 3 maps. Of course, there's quite a few rounds to go through. What was it? 28 plus 8. 36 rounds in total, Hap. You're the numbers guy.
So, how many rounds this was?
In this series? 36?
So that was 15 plus 14, so 29 plus 8 is 37.
37, there you go. 37 rounds, 15 multi-kills. Not bad at all. But with this game done, we can start closing out our day. Let's take a look again at that bracket just one final time. Well, here's what happened today. Kinotrope beat Fathers back 2-0. Crest took out Bluebies and sent them back to the open qualifiers. Crest, they took down Kinotrope, as you just witnessed, as in the meantime, KAG Osaka narrowly defeating Enterforce in that best of 1 in overtime, meaning that tomorrow it's Enterforce playing Crest Gaming in a best of 3, with the winner going up against KAG Osaka and another best of 3. Simple as. Winner of that goes to the Montreal Major. And that is our schedule for tomorrow. Same start as you've been used to. Sunday the 13th. I don't know if that's a spooky date or not. Emmy, you're the resident vampire of the show.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. Every day is a spooky day in October. We're in spooky season.
Sure.
It might be spooky tomorrow. I mean, I have to look at the fact, obviously, they've got Enterforce to get through. It's a best of 3. We haven't really got a taste of what Enterforce is truly like at a best of 3, but when they met in a best of 1, Enterforce won. It was a 7-4 on Labs. Choppy went 4-9 in that game, and it's sort of, in fact, I think it was the lowest, or he was the second lowest rated player in the entire lobby when those two teams met last time. They've got to play through the best of 3. They've got to see if they can make it work, and yeah, and that's down now for Crest to then potentially get a rematch of that third place match against KAG.
Hap, final thoughts for today?
I think whilst the upper bracket match was quite close, maybe closer than some expected, I think the biggest surprise is that Kinotrope is not the ones that is going to be fighting tomorrow in the top 3 for a potential spot in the majors. So Crest, big upset. Choppy absolutely just destroyed the opposition today.
There it is. That was our day, and what a day it was. I think all 3 of us have earned a good rest.
I'm so excited for a good rest. Take my shot. Wearing a hat. It looks a little bit like Easy.
Oh yeah, no, I can actually understand that.
Yeah.
You said bad, not good earlier. That's one of his names actually on Uplay. So yeah.
When I think Blaž, I think Easy. No, it's the hat. It's the hat. If anything, they should be wearing a sweater that says like a swear word on it or something.
Or tired and destroyed.
Yeah, just like, and very tiny lettering. You know what I mean? That's the Easy vibe. I very much miss the crew. It's been a while. But my friends, what a day we have had today. And we got to take some resting, get all back in, I guess, I don't even know what I'm rambling on about. We're tired. We're going to close our day. Yeah, we are all doing our best. And today, Kinotrope's best was not enough. We'll see tomorrow who makes it to the Montreal Major into Phase 1. We'll stick around for that and more Siege, of course, on the stream as the day goes on. Apfluk, always a pleasure, my friends. Thank you, Nutman Nuttery, for producing the show today. We'll see you tomorrow morning, bright and early. Bye.
Ouais, choc-les. Choc-les. Ouais, choc-les. 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 Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils maîtrisent. J'arrête que pour rafler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disque la place du premier. Fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer. J'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la